Manoj, can you help those who are waiting on the end? A very good morning again. My name is Dr. Neeraj Gupta. I lead Corporate Governance and Public Policy at Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. On behalf of the Institute, I welcome you all to this one-day conclave on a startup corporate governance. When we talk of mankind and we listen to so many spiritual discourses, we talk about Atma and Atma Shuddhi. When we talk of business, the same applies when we start talking about corporate governance, which is the soul for any institution, no matter it is a small institution or it is an institution which is a listed entity. It rests with all in different forms and scales and different frameworks to refer to. Dear friends, I'm quite hopeful that you would find value to the discussion, and I expect that the different panels and the sessions which we are organizing are going to be quite interactive, not amongst the distinguished speakers we have invited, but also a two-way communication where we could have the questions from the guests, the delegates, on various critical aspects, because I understand and appreciate we have a strong presence of stakeholders from the startup ecosystem fraternity, founders, venture capitalists, startup investors, board members, and so on. May I request the distinguished guest to please join us for lighting of the lamp, and request our DG, Shri Praveen Kumar, to kindly invite the distinguished guests. Can we have
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you. May I request our DG to kindly invite the distinguished guests on the stage, please. Mr. Tyagi, Mr. Ramamurthy. Thank you, sirs, for lightening of the lamp and an auspicious beginning of this national conclave. Now, may I request our DG and CEO, Shri Praveen Kumar, to come on the dais for the welcome and thematic address.
Respected Shri Amitabh Kant sir, presently Sherpa G20, but he has held so many hats, CEO Niti Aayog, Secretary DPIIT, which are relevant to the present group which are here, the startup ecosystem, one of the drivers, one of the initiators of the startup system. Respected Mr. Ajay Tyagi, former SEBI chairperson, Mr. Sundaram Ramamurthy, MD and CEO, Bombay Stock Exchange. Representatives of our partners, SBI Capital Markets, Small Industries Development Bank of India, PIG-XV, that is formerly SEQA India, the India Venture Capital Association, the International Finance Corporation, World Bank Group, Startup India, NFCG. Esteemed invitees, we had a request of almost 1,000 persons who wanted to come. So we had to limit it to 2,000 only, to 200 only because of the size of the hall and other constraints. And others, and because of that we are now live streaming the proceedings also. So all those who are listening to this conclave, a very warm good morning and hearty welcome to all of you. Why this idea of corporate governance seminar came up? All of us now know that corporate governance in traditional businesses are important, and most of the businesses have realized that how good governance ultimately leads to good profits. IACA also has been playing a role in it in developing this concept of corporate governance among business with its programs on corporate governance, role of directors, especially of independent directors, corporate frauds, compliances, ESG, responsible business, business and human rights. Basically anything related to corporates, IIC has been trying to develop the capacity of corporates on it. With India targeting a $5 trillion economy in a short time frame, the role of startups has also become very important, and government has rightly given a pride of place to it. That's why government launched the Startup India and I think it was initiated when Sri Amitabh Kant was heading the Ministry of DPIIT. At that time only it was started. And as a result, in 7 years down the line, we have a large number of startups, both within the Startup India system and even outside it. Almost 1 lakh startups and more than 100 unicorns also. But, a big but, we keep on hearing news about some spectacular startup failures. Recently also 2-3 days back, there was some news. Not because of faulty revenue model, that is there, or startups are designed in a way that some will fail, rather many will fail, some will succeed. But due to corporate governance failures, not due to a business failure, it's a corporate governance failures. Why does it happen? Because what happens basically, many founders in the journey to become the next Apple, Netflix, or Flipkart, Amazon, the main priorities is only fundraising, achieving a good market, increasing the numbers, scaling it up. But what happens in this process is that corporate governance becomes the last priority, even if it is a priority. Normally it is not even kept as a priority. Many times it's run on the, I won't like to use the word, whims and fancies of the founders, and their acquaintance with the pillars of corporate governance like transparency, accountability, impartiality, awareness, responsibility is often non-existence. And this leads to failures, which we keep on reading. And there are many failures of smaller startups which we might not be reading at all. So at IISA, we felt that there was need to sensitize the startups on the issue of corporate governance, rather to tell them how, rather than being an impediment, the corporate governance part. It is going to be an asset. The benefits far outweigh the inconvenience. How an effective corporate governance structure will enable an efficient decision-making process and will promote trust among investors, employees, and other stakeholders. Rather, I would say that corporate governance practice provides startup with a competitive edge itself, especially in this age when the rise of sustainability frameworks as ESG has led to greater expectation of the firms to be socially responsible. And even the investors in the form of venture capitalists will like to see that the funds which they are giving are being given to people who are aware of the importance of good corporate governance. Our ultimate plan is to go ahead from this and launch a proper capacity development program for both for startups, both for the founders and the other members in the startups. And this conclave is meant to bring all issues which affect the corporate government issues in startups as distinct from a normal corporate governance efforts. In this, we are organizing 3 power talks after the inaugural and also 3 sessions on these 3 distinct topics. I am sure the sessions will be fruitful and would help in raising a number of issues which we hope to address during our future endeavors. With this, I welcome you again, all the start to this startup conclave, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request our DG, can I have the flowers on the stage? I request DG Mr. Praveen Kumar to welcome the guests. Thank you, sir. Moving to the next level, what is important, of course, for the listed entities to look at the stock exchanges and SEBI for various directives and various guidance notes as to how they can fix the nuts and bolts of the corporate governance. We have with us Mr. S. Ramamurthy, who is Managing Director and CEO of Bombay Stock Exchange. I will invite him to deliver a keynote address. Mr. Ramamurthy.
सर्वप्रथम सबको सादर प्रणाम. हमारा राजभाषा है इसलिए इसमें शुरू करता हूँ. I'll shift to English. Good morning, everybody. I'm most grateful to Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs for having me here. I consider it as a great honor to render a keynote address in the presence of the distinguished guests on the dais, Amitabh Kantji and Ajay Tyagi sir. This pride and privilege and honor is not something which you get every day. I hope I am able to render justice to this. So, the corporate India is growing leaps and bounds. Last 2-3 decades, particularly last decades, has seen a very significant level of growth in India. And the way we are progressing, we are going to see more growth. There is a big difference between growth and development. Growth can be cancerous, development is regulated. Growth plus governance would lead to development. The last 2 decades, if you see, there have been multiple committees which have been talking about corporate governance. Sometimes this gives us an impression as if corporate governance is something new that has come into discussion just 2 decades before, and we are trying to find our feet there. Since Dr. Neeraj started the session talking about Atma, Om and other things, let me somewhere get into Vedas. I feel the entire concept of corporate governance is enshrined in our entire evolution. Divinity is the promoter, Brahmadev is the chairperson, Indra is the CEO. He has 32 board of directors who are devatas, who are specialists in their own field. He has a chief mentor called Brihaspati, and he has 7 PIDs called Sapta Rishis, Atri, Bhrigu, Kutsa, Vasishta, Gautama and Kashyapa. The business of this enterprise is creation, sustenance and maintenance, and it should ultimately benefit the entire universe. Well, this is all fine. Do I have any evidence to say any of this? Yes. There is an Upanishad called Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. I'm sure many of you might have heard this name. In this, Devatas, Asuras and Manushyas, all the three, go to Brahmadev, who is the chairperson, and ask him for some advice. The chairperson simply tells one letter, the third the in Hindi. So how to interpret it? Devatas have all the intelligence, but they are not that powerful physically. Asuras are very powerful, but limited in intelligence. And Manushyas know how to make money out of everything, how to make faida out of everything. So the word the letter the meant different words to different people. For the intelligent, the most important thing is self-restraint. If they do not have the responsibility of self-restraint, what they can do is they can create things which can be harmful to the society. Somebody can create a factory which can pollute air and water and destroy society. The corporate may make money. So the word the for Devatas, who represent the intelligent class, was Damyata, show self-restraint. Men, however much they earn, in their craving to earn more, typically refuse to give anybody anything. So word the for Manushya represented Datta, means give, philanthropy, social responsibility and giving things to others to maintain a proper ecosystem. And for Asuras who have power, for anybody who has power, power corrupts. So Asuras and power can be equated in some fashion. It is Dayadvam. Show kindness means what? Try to have some emotional quotient. If you look at it, corporate governance talks about all of this. Having emotional quotient, donating and taking care of the society, having proper self-restraint in all the decision making, and not doing something which can be harmful just because it is benefiting you. In multiple ways, these three words can be interpreted in today's world of corporate governance. The moment we utter the word corporate governance, some of the word governance stands out and sorts of make us to look at it. As a common man, when I look at the word governance, these are the things that comes to my mind. Governance is probably a mix of management, control, balance, and ethics. Let me go one by one for a few seconds. When we say management, two things comes to me. One is managing between two interconflicting things. That's also management. Or managing somebody or something. In corporate life, there are always conflicts between the interests of multiple stakeholders. Balancing them, which is what I call as balance, is very important. So that is a management. And also, entire world is built on relationship and trust. If there is no relationship and no trust, no business can be done. We talk of relationship. What relationship? Whose relationship? The management with the board, management with the regulators, management with the shareholders, employees, customers. These are various pillars. How do you manage these relationships in an ethical, controlled, regulated fashion and in a balanced way? Makes corporate governance. That's a simple way I try to understand corporate governance. So this brings in everybody, society, customers, employees, regulators, shareholders, board. Balance is at every place. If the board is not balanced, we are not going to get the right inputs at the right time from the right people. I would like to quote two verses from Tirukkural, which was written by a poet called Thiruvalluvar many thousands of years before in Tamil. For the benefit of you, I will translate it, of course, into English. Porul karuvi kalam vinai idanodu aindum irul tira enni chayal. What a board should do? The board should be capable of understanding porul. What is the resource required? Karuvi. What is the implementation required? Kalam. What is the timeline? Vinay. What will be the action? Idam. What is the place this will be done? After getting the list of all this, irul tira enni. Absolutely, totally clear it should be understood that there is no darkness of ignorance on any portion of it, and then it should initiate action. Certainly, it cannot be one person's capability. That is the reason why we in corporate governance require a board to be well balanced, with some representation from public interest directors and some representation from experts. Whose help the board should take? Thiruvalluvar tells that also. Sheivinai, Sheivan, Sheyal Murai, Avvinai Ullarivan Ullam Kolal. Sheivinai means action, Sheivan, the doer, Sayal Murai, the procedure and process and operational requirements. A person who knows all this, understand his mind, just not his words. Ulla Arivan, Ullam Kolal. Fully understand what is in his mind, and after fully understanding, then you implement the action. That is the type of board members you should have in a corporate board. And that is the type of public interest directors you should have if you want to have proper corporate governance. Any corporate entity acts through its board. If the board is not balanced, the purpose of corporate governance will not be served. The most important element of a corporate governance is generation of trust, transparency, and accountability across all the stakeholders whom we mentioned some time before. Trust is very important, as we talked. That helps in long-term investment, financial stability, business integrity, thereby supporting stronger growth and more inclusive societies. We are not talking about equal society. We are talking about inclusive society. Inequality many a times is the norm of nature. Rain happens because there is a potential difference. Electricity follows because of potential difference. Water flows if there is a difference in height. Inequality appears to be the nature of Prakriti. So in inequality, having inclusiveness is an important requirement of corporate governance. Corporate governance, therefore, brings in fostering trust, transparency, and accountability. What happens if you are able to develop trust? Naturally and necessarily, it has the following advantages. It improves your reputation. People would like to work for you, so you will be able to attract talent. Today, one of the most difficult jobs available in this country, in my opinion, is that of public interest directors, PIDs. So much of responsibility is cast on them that they have to be vigilant. But whether we like it or not, if the management is not transparent to the board, however much efficient the board could be, it cannot function. So when a company is making itself known for trust and transparency, eminent leaders would like to work with that company as public interest directors. So attracting talent at an employee level, attracting talent at the public interest directors level becomes easier. And when employees come with sort of appreciation for this, and start working, they contribute more. Not only that, your reputation goes ahead of you, cost of raising finance comes down. Today, one of the major challenges for any startup, one of the major challenges is raising finance, right? So that will become easier if you're able to establish and demonstrate and showcase trust and transparency in your operations through corporate governance. Certainly, that leads to prosperity of one and all of your shareholders as well. The moment we talk of startups, what are the synonyms or what are some of the English words that goes in our mind? Innovation, intelligence, technology, youth. All this parallelly come up in our mind when we talk of startups. Some young people who are just out of the college, innovatively thinking out of the box with an intelligent idea, using technology as the backbone, trying to revolutionize. They are risking everything, their youth, their money and everything, and getting into this venture with a fond hope that one day, today's startup will become tomorrow's large cap company, and they'll be able to serve the society and of course serve themselves. This is the picture we get the moment we use the word startup. Lot of ambition and aspiration in the eyes with lot of courage in the heart is what we are able to see as startup. But they do have challenges. Many of the startups do not have proven track record. When you don't have proven track record, to go and ask for funds is not easy. So funding is one of the challenges. Sometimes growth becomes challenge. Their idea may be good. There may be lot of customers. Working capital is a problem. Their idea may be good. There are nobody to fund and people are ready to take. Growth is a problem. So growth in itself is an issue. Hiring becomes an issue. A startup cannot pay too much. At the same time, it requires talent. Somebody who is like-minded, who can spare his youth with the aspiration that tomorrow it will become a large cap, requires to be put in place in the employee list. So these are some of the challenges. If the startup, right from beginning, could showcase, demonstrate trust and transparency through a proper corporate governance, in my opinion, funding, hiring and growth can be better managed. Not only that, it's not necessary that old is gold. Purana mityeva na sadhu manyam. But having said that, certain things come only by age. The gray hair is not necessarily because of hot sun. Sometimes wisdom very much comes only with experience. Unless and until proper experience is taken in the form of board members, because many of the startup could be from youth, people who have seen the world, people who have seen the ups and downs of life. If they are not going to be guiding these youngsters from the board through corporate governance, they may not be able to get the balance. And once that balance is brought, that becomes the biggest possible risk management. Every coin has two sides. Every decision will have positive and negative connotations. A board with eminent people will help in balancing that, which is very essential at a startup stage. And also, it builds reputation. Listing and corporate governance many a time go together. The regulators have ensured through the listing process, many of the requirements of corporate governance are put in place. BSE has a separate platform for startups. It's called as BSE Startup. It offers simple, cost-effective, a deeply impactful mechanism for startups. It helps to showcase startups. Startups are growing. 2016 Ministry of Commerce data shows me that there were around 740 startups. As of June 2022, which is a dated data, I'm seeing around 73,000 companies, which in itself is 15,400% growth. I think there are more startups whose names I am not able to trace there. So clearly startups are growing, but growth has to become development. Growth plus governance is development according to me. BSE's platform also provides a lot of other benefits like XBRL reporting. There is a place called a listing center. There is a corporate announcement filing system, which makes it easier for people to file and others to note. Naturally and necessarily, therefore, BSE's website is one of the most trusted sources of corporate announcements. My message and my request to every one of you here who are startups is this. Inculcate the good habit of corporate governance right from the inception stage. When you incubate yourself along with corporate governance as one of your culture and value, you will certainly be able to climb heights. There are a lot of facilitation mechanisms today available, including the exchange which I represent, in showcasing you to the world as a good corporate citizen. Try to make best use of it. And when India is growing, the rate at which it is growing, this session on startup corporate governance is of imminent importance, and I am sure all of us will be benefited by this. Once again, I would like to thank the organizers for giving this great opportunity to me, and you all for patiently listening to me. Thank you so much. Have a good day, and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Ramamurthy. Now, I would like to request Mr. Tyagi to kindly share his discourse and deliver the keynote. We all have seen his thought leadership and also his contribution at Security Exchange Board of India and taking the corporate governance regulatory framework to the next level. To you, sir.
Shri Amitabh Kant, Shri Praveen Kumar, Shri Ramamurthy, Shri Gupta, and participants. I am pleased to be here and thank IICA for inviting me to give my views to this august audience on this important subject today morning. My presentation may be more oriented towards the matured startups rather than with the early ones, because of my past dealings in my earlier job with the ones which were more matured and were more ready to go public and go for listing. So it may be covering more of those aspects. Now, with more than 86,000 recognized startups, my figures may be outdated, and 100 unicorns, 100 plus unicorns. Of course, unicorns depends on the valuation. That number may keep varying, but it's a huge number, and India has come a long way, third largest number of startups in the world after US and China. Now, what has driven this, of course, is the business environment. Mr. Praveen Kumar talked of what was done starting 2016 in terms of Startup India and other programs, and more specifically, if I may say, the digital public infrastructure, which has really been very helpful in the on the tech side, that has really helped the growth of startups and innovation in India. And what you see is something which has happened in the last few years in a tremendous manner. That's something which no one would deny. Of course, when it comes to financing, what really helped was in 21, 22, and partly 2021, the low interest rates which were kept by the central banks across the world and easy liquidity which was there and which really buoyed even the capital markets and also the investments. And year 2021, if I'm right, more than $70 billion of private equity and venture capital funding which came to India, which is maybe one of the highest. And that's something which really fueled. And for one of those reasons, apart from other reasons, I am not here to really say what important things were done by SEBI at that time. But the financial year 21-22 started in a major way listings of startup companies, tech companies in India, which was earlier not there. In fact, as I said, that because the capital markets in India showed a lot of resilience at that time, and so new age companies perhaps thought that was the time to go public and also utilize the buoyancy in the market. Initially, just to recall, at that time, the startup companies were not sure of the valuation which they will get in India. They were not sure of the depth of the market in India, and many were contemplating listing in foreign jurisdictions. But the collective efforts of the regulator, market intermediaries, including investment bankers, issuers, and investors, made it happen. And this really, and as it was, startups, most of them are loss-making companies. So the regulatory mechanism was to be tweaked to allow. It has to actually a balance between the issuers' aspirations and the investors' interest. Investor protection being one of the main mandates of SEBI. So that was done, and if I recall, in the year 2021, some 6 odd new tech companies got listed with total market, total issues, not market cap, the issue maybe around 43,000 crore, half of it in shape of OFS. Now, what happened thereafter is something which everyone knows. The share prices have really taken a serious beating. What has happened worldwide too, and there are a lot of macro factors which I need not go into this. And what SEBI did at that time, that based on experience gained quickly, some modifications also were required. And they were actually done. That was limiting the proportion of fundraising for inorganic growth and general corporate purposes, limiting share offering through OFS, increase in lock-in period for anchor investors, disclosing weighted average cost of acquisition, disclosing key performance indicators. This, of course, as I said, was a balance, as I said, that issuers would want, merchant bankers will want, or even the PE, VC funds who want to exit will want higher valuation. But then investor protection is something which also has to be seen. That will be sustainable only if a balance is found. Now, thereafter, in 22, beginning world over in India in the middle of 2022, the aggressive interest rate raising cycle followed by the central banks actually and geopolitical worries which started with the Russian-Ukraine war in February 2022, that of course these things have proven to be big spoilers and leading to investors losing interest in the primary issuances of new age companies. Now, of course, it would be incorrect to blame only the deteriorating macroeconomic environment for the malaise. Fault also lies with the issuing firms, market intermediaries, and other actors. And I said that even the regulator was in learning mode. So I would admit that too. But it was a bold move. I still admit that to allow loss-making companies to list in India and to see that the investors in India gain from those innovations was something, and I feel that that was a good thing, and that should continue. And I'll briefly touch upon how and when I think that will really restart. Now, the common public perception, and this is somehow related to the corporate governance issues only. One was unreasonably high valuations, for which issuers and merchant bankers came for criticism. Eagerness of venture capital, private equity funds to offload their shareholding. They were also perceived to be part of the lobby for pushing up the valuation. Investor protection mandate given a go-by, for which even regulator came in for criticism. And corporate governance shortcomings. In fact, corporate governance shortcomings, if they are met, then all these things will be met. So whatever I've said the earlier ones, they are part of improvement of corporate governance, and that is something that is also topic of this conclave. When one talks of corporate governance, one generally talks of listed companies, which is obvious, and because a lot of public money is invested in them, they are publicly traded. So regulatory oversight is required to see that there is least information asymmetry between the issuers and investors. So that is something which is very obvious. As a result, corporate governance regulatory framework for listed companies has developed rather well, although that has also been under constant review based on experience gained, as many of you would know, that in that field, SEBI had set up a lot of expert committees from time to time of having market participants and experts, starting from Kumar Mangal Birla Committee of 1999 and ended with Kotak Committee in 2017. And the last committee, that is Kotak Committee, they dealt with a host of issues about composition and role of board of directors, institution of independent directors, board committees, enhanced monitoring of group entities, promoter controlling shareholders, related party transactions, disclosures, transparency, accounting and audit related issues. So I would advise the audience here that please go through that last report at least to know as to what are the elements of corporate governance for a listed firm which is being envisaged. And I think which is even more important is, which I want to highlight, that starting April 2020, that is post-COVID, the DNA of the Indian market has changed. There's a lot of individual investors who actually have joined in, with the demat accounts increasing many times in 2.5 years as compared to 20 years before that. So any corporate scandals which come to light, that actually can jeopardize the good story of domestic participation in the capital markets, which eventually even the startups, mature startups, when they think of going public, would impact them. Naturally, adhering to corporate governance regulatory norms entail costs, both explicit and implicit, to the listed companies. That's a different matter that in long run, if you do cost-benefit analysis, then you can actually quantify all the benefits, then the benefits will far outweigh the costs. Why I'm saying this is that most of these practices which have been prescribed for the listed companies, they apply equally well, maybe with some modifications, to the private companies, especially the ones which have grown in size in terms of their either market capitalization or in terms of their revenues. It applies equally well to them. And also because they talk of transparency. Mr. Ramamurthy actually brought in a lot of ethical things. So transparency, orderly and ethical process is something which is good for everyone to follow. I mean, you did not have, say, 6 directors in a company to begin with. That will entail a cost. But to have an independent director, to have audit, to have financial statement being stated properly is something which can start even for private companies and definitely the ones which have grown in size. My suggestion is that the private companies, including startups, which wish to go public in future, should better get used to these norms and have the required structures and mechanism in place. It should not be that you're going for listing and 6 months before that you say, okay, let me have board of directors, let me have independent director, let there be audit committee, let there be nomination and remuneration committee. I would suggest that at least few years before you want to go public, you should get used to these structures and have these mechanisms in place. Because anyway, startup journey starts in the early stage, and I said I'm talking to the ones which are towards maturity and thinking of going to public. So I would suggest a couple of years, these structures should be in place. They may entail some cost, but ultimately this will give confidence to the investors when the entities go for public. And it takes time to get used to these things. It's not something that you tick the box and you think that can be hurriedly done and achieved. That may prove to be counterproductive. And I need not speak of specific cases which actually have come to limelight and have created a lot of dismay amongst the investors, and also the perception that corporate governance is a serious issue. Now, I'll towards the end, I just want to say, although it's not directly part of this conclave, but this often people want to know that when is the current funding winter for startups going to ease, and what is the future listing scenario in the Indian market. So again, I said that I'm looking more in terms of the mature startups. So my take is as follows. First is, of course, wait for the rising interest rate cycle to peak. In India, it seems to have peaked. Economy is showing positive signs of revival, and the capital markets are resilient. This is something which everyone is acknowledging across the world. And this is something which is happening. It's not something which is hype. But as for the West, central banks are still struggling to contain inflation, and therefore you're likely to see more hikes in interest rates. Though increasingly more and more people are now forecasting soft landing of global economy, that's a positive news. So that is one. Clearly define objects of issue, including inorganic growth plans. Investors prefer certainty as to what a company going public would want to do with the money which is raised. While it is understood that startups or growth companies are different than the regular companies, and there will be some element of inorganic growth which may not be known, but it is likely to spell at least broadly as to what you intend doing if you're going public. Realistic projections of growth and time period to achieve break-even. In that, over-optimism or growth prospects should be curbed. That really doesn't help. Those have been the cases where some projections have been made that this is the growing phase and we'll break even after 5 years, 7 years. So in a rising interest rate scenario of 5-7 years, actually no one can really wait. And that, of course, has been one of the reasons why the share prices of these companies took a beating even in the West. Then credible valuation with objectivity and justification. This is extremely important to keep investors' faith in the system. And as I said, there should not be that they start blaming that issuers, merchant bankers, or VCP funds actually have their own interest. And there have been restrictions on OFS component of P, VC, and promoters. That also one perhaps need to have a relook. And I would say it may be from the perspective of investor interest, that should be slightly more tightened. And having said all this, as I said earlier, it's extremely crucial to improve corporate governance practices. And this is also for maintaining credibility if India aspires to emerge as a startup nation. So that's all I had to cover in my presentation. Thank you very much, and all the best for this conclave.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagi, for giving us a very clear and bold message that we need to focus corporate governance right from the stage of bootstrapping and keep assimilating it deep within as we grow and touch the maturity level so that we could hit the market right. Now, I would like to request our chief guest, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India, and the distinguished guest to launch a new initiative of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, that is a certification program for the boards as well as the board members of startups. I'm very happy to share ISCA has taken a number of initiatives in last decade since its inception. It's fairly a new institution. We had been deeply engaged with private sector and public sector boards on capacity building aspects, on various aspects of board effectiveness, both with non-executive directors as well as executive position holders. We are entering into a new domain, having appreciations for the scale by which the startup ecosystem is enhancing from two perspectives. One, we could contribute to the startup ecosystem by spreading more awareness and building capabilities on corporate governance, and at the same time could help them having the right set of board members who can take them to the next level. I'm also happy to mention that our national initiative on independent directors data bank has 24,000 professional independent directors whom we regularly engage and build capacities on various aspects. May I request our chief guest and distinguished guest and DG to please unveil this 3-month course for corporate boards and directors. It will be delivered in a hybrid mode. Rishabh, can we have? May I request our chief guest, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, to kindly deliver the chief guest address.
The distinguished guests here, Mr. Ajay Tyagi, Mr. Ram Murthy, Mr. Praveen Kumar, and Mr. Gupta, who's driving this initiative. Let me also, Sanjeev Bigchandani, who's here, who's been a very major driver of startups, and many other distinguished people who've invested in startups here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first congratulate the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs for this initiative and for focusing on corporate governance and startups, and also launching a certification program for this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to realize that when we started the Startup India movement in 2016, there were just about 456 startups. India's seen a very astounding rise as a global powerhouse for startups. Our journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. We have a staggering number of startups, over almost 98,000 startups. We have in this country today over 400 plus incubators, over about 108 plus unicorns. And actually, India has firmly established itself as one of the fastest growing startup nations. These very innovative ventures are not only transforming many areas, but they're also having a huge, don't look at them from a commercial perspective, but they're also transforming the socio-economic landscape of India. Many of them have caught the attention of international investors and several governments. It is, I think, to my mind, very crucial to recognize the importance of startup governance, because we need to build up a robust ecosystem so that there is sustained growth and success of these entrepreneurial endeavors over a long period of time. India's aspiration is to become a global economic powerhouse. It's important that we grow at high rates for a very long period of time. We've grown at 7.2%, but the challenge is for India to grow at higher rates of 8 to 9% over a 3-decade period. Other countries have done this. Other countries of Asia have done this in the past. Post-World War II, Japan did it for a 3-decade period. In recent times, between South Korea did it, Taiwan did it, and in recent times we've seen China from 1990 to 2010 has grown at 10% plus. And therefore, if you have to become an economic powerhouse, India has to become a very innovative nation. And it is imperative that young startups are able to transform the country. They should set new benchmarks in corporate governance, not only for India, but other nations which can emulate what India is doing. We can actually, it's important that there are good practices so that we are able to build a trust with our stakeholders, we are able to attract investors, and ultimately we are able to achieve sustainable growth, because if you do not have good corporate governance, you will not be able to get good directors, you will not be able to get good investors, you will not be able to it will be very difficult to ultimately achieve sustainable growth. And therefore, it's important to understand that all these companies, the good companies, whether it's Infosys, whether it's Reliance, they were once upon a time a startup. They all matured and grew, and many of them have grown with great good governance, and they've been able to devise effective business strategies. And therefore, startups must navigate the regulatory, the legal, the tax framework of the country. And it's very important that there is proper structuring, is very, very critical for startup, as it helps them to prevent future complications and mitigate risks down the road. We've seen this happening in several startups in recent times. We've seen this in, I do not want to name several of them, but we've seen this in a housing company, we've seen this in a trading company, we've seen this in a payment company in recent times. And therefore, there are lessons to be learned from all these examples, of where these challenges have arisen. And it's important that there are clear governance framework. And I'm a great believer not in regulation from outside. I'm a great believer in self-regulation. I'm a great believer that from your inception to the early stage, from early stage to the growth stage, from the growth stage to the IPO stage, we should lay down clear norms of self-regulation, whether each startup is following that or not. And if it is not following that, why not? It should question itself. And therefore, in the G20, we did a detailed exercise of what are the governance framework for startups. If you are looking at it from the viewpoint of self-governance, when we've come out with a governance framework in consultation with a number of investors, number of startups, I've just made that available to Praveen. It was then, we took it to a number of lawyers. This exercise went on for about almost a month. Leading investors, startups, they all worked on it. It's all a self-governance framework. 62 items were laid down from early stage to inception to early stage to growth stage to IPO stage. And this has been legally vetted by lawyers and leading investors. The reason for this is that if government starts getting into regulations, it'll be a sad day. Government is not equipped to do this. The more government does it, it'll kill innovation. I'm a great believer that why governance fails is because startups are very innovative in character. They are busy doing innovation all the time. And they do not realize that it's important to lay very good administrative framework, governance frameworks, finance framework, audit framework, that they should get advice from good people. They've suddenly grown and expanded rapidly because they are great innovators. And they've failed to lay down those principles, and they need to keep questioning themselves. So many of these startups I talk to who have done path-breaking work, they do not have a good finance person. They will not have a good finance manager. They will not have a good finance auditor. They will not have it because they're too busy innovating. And they're too busy expanding, growing rapidly, and they're too busy attracting investments so that they can keep growing even faster and faster and faster, and therefore they do not lay enough emphasis. It's not because of a lack of deliberate nature, but because they need to do this. We need to constantly keep telling them that this is the self-regulation which is required. And that's why we built this, and now I've given it to Praveen. And second thing I really want to point out, that all startups, it's very, very important that there must be integrity of the initial founders. Integrity is critical because for them to be able to sustain and grow up, and there is a perspective of short term, there's a perspective of long term. And in the long term, you can only grow and expand as a top-class company. A startup must grow into a top-class company. That has to be the objective. It can't remain a startup all its life. It must evolve into a top-class company. And for a top-class company, integrity and good governance is really the key. And therefore, startups in India will greatly benefit from having a very, very well-structured framework. They should take advice of good experienced individuals, industry experts, and investors will bring forth valuable insights, strategic guidance, governance, oversight. And as the business commences operations, the startup becomes part of various supply chains. And they have to navigate an array of contracts with suppliers, customers, partners, service providers, and choosing the right partners and collaborators early on in establishing a very mutually beneficial contractual relationships is very pivotal for startups. Startups with tech-based platforms are also giving rise in many ways to the rise of the gig economy in India, and therefore you have flexible working hours and project-based work are actually leading to a huge amount of million entrepreneurs in India. So be they blue-collar workers or white-collar workers. And Ajay talked about this winter or spring. I am a great believer that one year you had a 40 billion investment, but even today you are getting 25 billion into your startup movement. 25 billion is not a short amount, it's not a small amount, it's a big amount. And to my mind, there is no poverty of money. There is no winter or spring for a good startup. A good startup will always attract money. Investors are always looking for a good startup with a good business model, with good ethics and good governance. And therefore, there is no winter or spring. For a top-class startup, which is a good business model, will always attract resources, and 25 billion, attracting 25 billion is a lot of resources into this country. And therefore, it's important that we have timely and accurate financial reporting. We should have clear communication channels. We should have very effective governance in place so that we are able to establish the necessary processes, structures, and policies to achieve their goals. We are also able to manage risk and comply with laws and regulation. And therefore, my belief is that startups need to identify, assess, and manage risks associated with their operations. And this involves implementing risk management processes, conducting risk assessment, and establishing mitigation strategies to protect the startup from potential threats or uncertainties. And I would also say that startup governance is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It should be tailored to the specific needs, size, and growth stage of the startup. As the startup evolves and matures, governance frameworks need to be reviewed. They need to be adjusted to align with the changing requirement and strategic goals of the organization. And therefore, the innovation and staying aligned to market trends, they need to constantly pivot their strategies and seize the emerging opportunities, because the innovation also should not be killed. You have to be innovative, you have to be very flexible, you have to be constantly evolving. And therefore, a self-regulated governance policy not only helps startup attract investment, but also builds trust with stakeholders and builds a culture of accountability and transparency. So I'm a great believer in government not unnecessarily meddling with startups, too many regulators not only not getting into meddling into the functioning of startups. I'm a great believer in laying down a good governance framework of self-regulation. I'm a great believer that the future of India's startup ecosystem holds immense promise and potential. The more government gets in, the more regulation gets in, the more regulatory agencies get in, we'll kill the innovative spirit of the startups. There will be 2 or 3 failures, there will be some failures, but we need to constantly learn from them. We need to constantly benefit on why this has happened. And we need to create a new culture amongst entrepreneurs of constantly going back and falling back on this self-regulatory framework. And therefore, my view is that if you want to continue with a vibrant, very vibrant, energetic startup ecosystem, we need to embrace the significance of a good startup self-governance. We have the opportunity to lead the world in producing exceptional startups that inspire and influence at a global scale. This we'll be only able to do if we are able to continuously maintain self-governance. If there are constant stories of a failure here, failure there, bad governance here, there, constant falling in values of startups here or there, then we lose, the global investors will lose confidence in the Indian startup movement. So as we concentrate on fostering the growth of this ecosystem, it is imperative to prioritize good governance, build trust with stakeholders, and create a culture of accountability and transparency. With the right governance practices in place, India's startups can become, to my mind, they've been trailblazers. They will continue to set new benchmarks for corporate governance and drive the entire country towards huge achievement. I mean, I've seen this, what startups have done. I mean, not merely fast payments. Look at what we've achieved. We do 11x more fast payments than what Europe and America do. We do 4x of what China does. But from fast payment, then we've moved to a number of startups who are doing credit without paperwork. So you have MobiKwik, Lending Card, Pine Labs, all doing credit. And then you have a new set of startups who took wealth creation into 2-tier, 3-tier rural areas, and you have Zerodha, Upstock, Grow, all doing wealth creation. And then you had a new set of startups like GoDigit and Acco, etc., doing insurance policies in 2 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes. So what the delivery of these startups has been is immense and enormous. The kind of disruption they've brought about has been just phenomenal to my mind. So you will have aberrations, few aberrations. We need to ensure that these do not happen. There should be a very strong regulatory framework, and this should be a self-regulatory framework. And startups must be constantly guided, motivated, inspired by people like Mr. Ajay Tyagi, Mr. Ramanathan, and Mr. Praveen, so that we constantly keep putting them back on the right track, and by investors like Sanjeev Bikhchandani, so that we are constantly able to build a new culture. The minute government gets in, we'll kill the innovative spirit. We'll bring in rules, regulation, procedures, acts, we'll make them bureaucratic in nature. So that should not be our attempt. I'm a great believer, build the spirit of great self-regulation amongst all startups in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a great mantra. As air, water, fragrance find its way, good gets and attracts the best of founders, investors, and markets. Self-regulate, and rest will be in place. Now, may I request our DG and CEO to please honor our chief guest, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Can I have the mementos on the stage, please. Can I request DG to please honor our guest of honor, Mr. Tyagi? Can I request him to honor Mr. Ramamurthy? Dear friends, as we are moving towards the close of this inaugural session, I would like to thank our distinguished guests on the dais for sparing their valuable time and also helping us with their great insights and thought leadership and paving us towards a big way, which I'm sure startup ecosystem will learn and assimilate over a period of time to evolve in a more strong manner. I would also like to thank the key institutions, Peak 15, IVCA, Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, Startup India, SBI Caps, CIDB, who are the institutions whom we could share this idea and to bring them on this table. Without their constant support and help, this event would not have been possible, especially the leadership of Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, the head of public policy and regulatory affairs at Peak 15, who has led it from the front. Then I'm also thankful to all the members of the startup ecosystem fraternity, those who could not make out to join and those who are with us. I'm sure we all will be engaging and learning from the insightful discussions which are waiting to be unfolded after this session, after this tea break. So I announce for a tea break this time, and thank you once again to all our distinguished guests and all those who are participated. Thank you. Matthew?
तो रहा है वैसे ठीक है Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request everyone to come join us? Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence. I trust you found your seats and are comfortable, settled in. If you haven't settled in, I request you to kindly settle in as we are about to commence our next segment. All right, we'll commence now. Our startup corporate governance conclave, it's a convergence of ideas, insights, and pioneering initiatives. An essential part of the agenda today is the launch of the Startup Corporate Governance Playbook, a roadmap to a robust startup ecosystem. To host the session, we have Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, a professional with extensive experience in public policy and noteworthy career in journalism. Ms. Kohli spent nearly 2 decades in journalism, where she anchored news programs, reported on impactful stories, and interviewed global figures for leading Indian television network. Her career in journalism provided her with deep insights into policy making, making her move into public policy a seamless transition. In her role in companies such as Uber and Salesforce, she worked at the intersection of technology and policy. She continues to drive policy for a vibrant startup ecosystem during her tenure at Sequoia India and Southeast Asia. And currently at Peak 15 Partners, Ms. Kohli supports founders in navigating the regulatory landscape. Let's welcome Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, who will guide us through the launch of the Startup Governance Playbook.
Thank you so much, Matthew. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to be hosting this very, very significant session today as part of the Startup National Governance Conclave to actually launch the Startup Governance Playbook. Just a quick context on this playbook, and of course we will spend the next hour and a half trying to understand what this playbook means. This is a playbook that has been brought together by IVCA and Deloitte, two very, very important stakeholders. As we know, IVCA, as the leading industry for the venture capital and PE industry, is a platform for all important stakeholders in the VC and PE ecosystem to come together. So huge thanks to IVCA for leading it. Deloitte as the knowledge partner as well as the main driving force behind this playbook has played a very, very critical role in bringing this together. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues at Peak 15 Partners, Sandeep Kher, Jaspriya and CD, who have played a very, very important role in driving as well as leading this initiative. A very quick understanding of why we need this report, and of course we'll have Rahul Khanna and Atul take us through more details, but just to set context of where we are today when it comes to this entire, very pressing issue of governance in startups. As we know, the last year and a half, we've seen, and as a former media person, I can say, screaming headlines around what's wrong with the startup ecosystem, governance issues at startup ecosystem. And I think there has been a cry, so to say that what we need is certain guardrails. We need a framework in place. And we're very glad that today we have learned some lessons and we have some of those answers that you will see in this playbook that we will launch shortly. But I think what's also more important is to zoom out and understand if there are lessons that have been learned, if there is a way forward in it, and what is our understanding of this, I would say almost loosely used word, like governance is a word which has become a very commonly used word. But what does governance really mean? What are we talking about when we say we need good corporate governance? Now, I think there is nobody in this ecosystem better than Sanjeev Bikhchandani. And I say this not only as someone who has followed him very closely over the last 2 decades, but as someone who I think plays a very, very important role, as a founder who has in many ways shown us the light and the path on what good governance can mean. As an investor who has also seen the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to dealing with some of these issues. And of course, as someone who's been an independent board member himself and has played that very, very important role. So with that, if I may please invite Sanjeev on the stage for a fireside chat on this very, very important topic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Always good to talk to you, Sanjeev. Yeah. Sanjeev, today we are here to talk about governance at startups. And it's a topic that has gained a lot of prominence and attention, especially since we've seen a number of cases in the last few weeks, last 2 years, where we've realized that this is a topic that needs to be addressed. At the same time, I want to take you back to April last year, where you had actually written an op-ed in the Economic Times. And that op-ed, an editorial article, actually made very big headlines. Because the one thing that you said, which actually has resonated with many people and stayed and has been debated, is that governance begins in the founder's head. As someone who's been a founder, we would love to hear from you if you could elaborate on why you believe governance begins in the founder's head.
It's very simple. A dishonest founder, a dishonest, determined founder will find his or her way around all these structures and frameworks and boards and committees and principles that have been laid out in all governance documents, whether the one you're releasing today or the one with Mr. Kant talked about having released 2 weeks ago, right? We can document all principles, we can form all committees, we can have boards, but we have seen in the past, no matter what safeguards you have, a determined dishonest founder will find his or her way around them until they get caught.
Sure.
Okay, in which case the ending will not be good. But, so the starting point is that the founder has to want to be honest. He has to want to be, regarded as honest. He has to want to run a good, well-governed company. And then all these things become great support systems, great guidance, right? And that's what I meant.
Sure. Let's
and the principal responsibility for bad governance or governance lapses, ultimately the buck stops at the top management table, the founder's table.
Right, and the reason I mentioned you as being part of the three important stakeholders that will always play a critical role, and of course I think as we go through this debate, there's always a debate around where does the buck stop, right? Who is accountable for governance? Is it the founder? As you say, it begins with the founder's head. After all, fraud is very difficult to detect. I mean, and they're designed to evade detection because, founders, if at all dishonest founders, as you call them, have decided to go down a certain path, it's very hard to detect. But at the same time, there has been a lot of conversation on the role that, say, for instance, an auditor plays, or the role that is played by an investor, or the role played by independent board members or the management. Would love for you to throw light on how should this be collective responsibility?
So I'll tell you, let's take auditors. Auditors do sample checks. They don't do 100% checks of every voucher. They don't go behind every voucher. If there's collusion between a vendor and a founder, how will an auditor find out? I mean, unless somebody confesses.
Right.
So while there are principles of forensic diligence, the kind of audits that you do, the default is not a forensic audit, right? And it'll be very time-consuming, very expensive, if you were to do every audit as a forensic audit, right? And even forensic audits not foolproof. They can very often just give you red flags, but you can't be sure, right? And therefore, there's only so much an auditor can do, right? Likewise, non-executive directors, independent directors, they're not in the company. They come for board meetings, they do one or other meetings, right? They ask a few questions, they kick the tires around a few things, but ultimately, you are relying on what the management is telling you. You are relying on what the auditor is telling you.
Right.
Right? So, you can, as independent directors, you can, point out to a few things, you can express a few concerns, but fundamentally the founders, the management have got to be willing to listen, right?
Sure.
And therefore there are limits to what independent directors can do, what auditors can do, and which is why you see so many things being found out after the event.
Right. Here, when we look back, and of course the one thing that I'd love to get your thought on is that while we've seen a lot of noise, a lot of headlines, and of course you know this, I know this, that bad news always makes news, good news does not, but it's also very important to understand that there seems to be a general sense within the industry that all is not well with the startup ecosystem, or that there are just too many governance issues in Indian startups. It'll be very important for us to understand from your perspective that number one, governance as an issue is an ecosystem issue. It is not an issue impacting a few VCs or a few regions or a few, it is spread across. Second thing is that even though we're seeing a lot of noise around some of these issues, is it fair to say that still all is well with the startup ecosystem? We still have so many startups that are well governed, well run, and are following, so to say, good corporate governance standards.
That is correct. But like you said, good news is not news, right? And the truth is, so we have an independent director on our board, Ashish Gupta, well-known entrepreneur, angel investor, VC investor. And when we first began to invest, and we began to invest in 2007, and by 2010 or 11, I'd had 2 or 3 blowouts, and nothing looked like it would. It's too early for Zomato and Policybazaar to actually come out as successes. So he told me, Sanjeev, just be patient. You are in a business where the lemons ripen early. The blowouts come first. The bad news comes first. The successes take 10 years. Right? And we invested in Policybazaar in 2008, Zomato in 2010. We are still invested in both. And it's only after 2018 or 19 were they confirmed successes. Right? It took a long time. Right? But the blowouts came early. So we've got to be patient. Yes, there will be blowouts. Yes, there will be some bad news coming out. We've got to deal with it. and move on. There's enough good news that will happen by and by.
Right.
That's my view. But I'll come back to the basic principle of governance. I want to talk about a few very early conversations.
Sure.
I think you start off with, as a founder, and I'm talking to the founders here, do you want to be honest? Do you want to build a good reputation? Right? And if you do, you will do the right things. And then now there are many, many things that are contextual, in corporate governance in companies. So you're fundamentally honest, but you may or may not know a few of the important right things to be done unless you're told about it.
Right.
Okay? So I'll give you an example. So we raised money, and a lot of this stuff was given to us by our investors, by our auditors, by our independent directors, right? And we were smart enough to listen. We were smart enough to get good investors, good independent, good auditors. So you surround yourself with good people. They'll hopefully give you good advice, and if you're smart, you'll listen, right? And you will improve. So first thing, we raised money from ICICI Venture in April 2000, right? There were 3 or 4 or 5 clauses in that agreement, which we signed, and then we began to discuss, right? So clause number 1, which they talked about was, you will get a statutory auditor to our satisfaction, right? The moment we signed and got the first tranche of money, they said, okay, we want a Big 5 auditor,
Yeah.
right? And we said, don't be daft. We are fundamentally honest. Our auditors are not Big 5, but they're good, clean auditors. Our business is not complex, so it's okay. A Big 5 auditor will cost a lot of money. As they're barely breaking even, we'll definitely make losses purely on audit fees. And they kept insisting. So finally, I said, okay, fine. And I went shopping.
Right.
Okay? And I spoke to all the Big 5. I said, how much will you charge for our audit? Right? And 2.5 lakhs, 5 lakhs, up to 10 lakhs. Finally, I met a partner at Pricewaterhouse, Kaushik Datta. And he said, what do you want? I said, I want a 1 lakh rupee audit. He says, why? So I said, our profit last year was 2 lakhs, so I'm prepared to spend 50% of it on this audit. So he said, okay, fine. I'll do it on 3-4 conditions. Number 1, as you grow, we will grow our audit fee to our regular levels, and you will not object. I said, no problem. Number 2, if you want us to do an audit at such a low fee, you have to promise me that you will disclose everything and be fundamentally honest. Because really, in 1 lakh rupees, I can't second guess you. Right? So you have to promise me. So I said, look, we are honest as it is, and obviously we'll continue to be honest, so no problem. And then he said a very, very important thing. He says, you will also internalize, and you will vow to me, that you will internalize the understanding that your independent directors and your auditors are there to save you from yourself. They will save you from yourself, and if you promise me you'll internalize that, I will take your audit. So I promised him. Now, there's something very, very deep there, that you and the auditors, as a founder, are on the same side. You and the independent directors are on the same side. They're on your side. They're going to help you, save you from yourself, because you will make mistakes. And sometimes those mistakes can be catastrophic.
I think very powerful line you've said that, auditors are here to save you from yourself. And I think that's the part I'd love to take forward on. At what stage does an investor, an auditor start red flagging things that look uncomfortable, right? And it's very important also, Sanjeev, to understand from your perspective, as I said, because what's important is that you wear several hats here. And because a lot of times you hear, when do you see that early sign in a founder? You check the pedigree, you understand that, and you feel all is well. In any case, there's enough conversation around the kind of founders that VCs would like to bet on. The other is, are there early signs of, say, brash behavior or not listening or uncontrollable founders? The third is lack of transparency, not cooperating, not sharing information. At what stage do you think the red flags are serious enough for
so I'll tell you.
VCs
See,
to
most
say,
founders, including me,
yeah.
We believe we are creative. We are usually high energy. We want to achieve a lot. We want to achieve it quickly. And we believe we are right.
Right.
Okay, my idea is good. I'll do it. I'll make it happen, right? They need to be, now an auditor is not in the company 24/7. An independent director is not in the company 24/7. You need enough checks and balances internally to give some pushback to the founder, and the founder himself or herself must accept that's a good thing, right? So the second clause was that you will appoint a CFO to our satisfaction. Now this is a company doing 3 lakhs a month revenue. We've raised 7.3 crores, right, which today is less than $1 million. They're saying, get a CFO. And I said, don't be daft. You know, I just got an auditor because he said so. Now, aur kharcha badhaoge, you know.
Right.
We are clean, we are honest, we don't need a CFO, it's okay. I said, no, get a CFO. We have given you 7.3 crores. We need a custodian for our money. Get a CFO. So as a company, we were doing 3, 4, 5 lakhs a month, and we got a CFO. And what kind of CFO? Ex-Lara MBA, chartered accountant, 15 years experience.
Right.
Okay? That kind of CFO. And they said, Kaide ka CFO lao, who can say no to you and put him on the board.
Right.
So we had a CFO within 6 months on the board.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I said, why on the board? He said, the CFO will behave differently if he's on the board and if he's not on the board because he'll understand his fiduciary liability. Right? And he will therefore point out stuff he may not point out otherwise. He'll give you more pushback than otherwise, and you need this. So to my mind, that actually served us very well.
Right.
Although I had enough fights, but you know, it served us very well. Because it just sort of made sure that there were certain risks we didn't take, right? He had a better understanding of some issues that I did not have.
Right.
Around regulation, around tax, around treatment of accounts. And what used to happen, I remember, it was not the auditors who would come in at the end of the year to do our audit and point out stuff. We had built a relationship by then with the auditor where if there's ever a doubt on anything, just call up the Kaushik and see what he's saying. Say, Kaushik, ye withholding tax ka mamla hai. There's an interpretation issue here. You know, some guys are saying that you don't have to withhold tax on server payments if the servers are in the US. Some guys are saying, kar lo, it's more conservative, but kar lo. What do you think? So before we did it, we would ask, we cleared from the auditor.
Right.
So that's the kind of relation we had, that the auditor was not coming in afterwards. Wherever there was an interpretation gray area, anything, we'll call up the auditor, we'll call up Kaushik beforehand and say, this is it, what should we do? And he'd tell us. He'd tell us what he was comfortable with. So the end of the year audit was a breeze.
Right.
Because we had already pre-agreed any contentious area.
Right.
Right?
Right. I think
I think that first piece of advice, your auditors are there to save you from yourself. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And getting a CFO in and getting him on the board, I think were two good things we did.
So I think, Sanjeev, you've pointed to two very, very important things. Number one is the relationship between the founder and the management and the auditor. And two is the relationship between the founder as well as the investor. How critical are these two? And at some point when you see that there is a breakdown of trust or a divergence is when you feel that there are early signs of things not looking good. Because both of these, you've mentioned from your experience wearing a founder's hat, were very, very critical. And because you were given the right advice at the right time and you decided to take it, you're in good stead today.
Dekho, fundamentally, you know, we had got 7.3 crores. वो हमारा पैसा नहीं था, किसी और का था. And, you know, अगर किसी और से पैसे ले रहे हो, you have to be very responsible. You may have taken equity, but you have to treat it like debt. Because you are pledging a reputation. And finally, your reputation is your only asset. You pledge your reputation when you take equity. You pledge your reputation when you take debt also, but you know, debt is, I mean, equity is riskier than debt from an investor's perspective.
Right.
Right? So when you take equity, you're pledging your reputation. And if your reputation is important to you, you should treat equity as responsibly as you treat debt, which basically means keep talking to the investor and understand his or her concerns, right? And make sure that you're allaying them. We had raised money on April 8, 2000. The market melted down, the dot-com bubble burst within 10 days. Within 6 months, we had a very nervous investor who had invested money at a very high valuation in hindsight.
Right.
So we had to be doubly sure we created confidence in the investor. Right? Because we had taken their money.
In fact, that brings me to the other point that you have raised very often, and we've heard you talk about it, because again, this comes from personal experience, is the premium attached to good corporate governance, is something that founders may not realize early on in their stage, but ultimately, when you're playing the long game, you realize that following good corporate governance practices will actually benefit the business in the long run.
Several ways, I'll tell you. So once ICICI had worked with us for a year, and they were totally confident in our integrity, honesty, governance practices, the fact that we were listening, the fact that we put in the auditor they wanted, the fact that we put in the CFO when they wanted, all those things. A lot of stuff became much easier in dealing with ICICI and us. Because, when you sign a shareholder agreement, investor agreement, there is 80 pages of, 160 page, 2 documents, lots of clauses. You will take this permission writing, you will do this, you will do that. It can become cumbersome if you actually do all that. We used to just phone up and say, "Hum ye kar rahe hain." They say, "Okay." Baad mein email confirmation ho jati thi, right? And we were able to move fast. That can happen because you have a great relationship, because they trust you, right? Because you trust them, because you know that just because you didn't take written permission and you took verbal permission for something, they would not go after you, right? Because you have that mutual trust. But when we got listed, I think I didn't fully comprehend this until, so what had happened was that, again, early conversations, there was a gentleman called Satish Mandhana in a VC firm that was called CDC and now called Actis. And, we had got a term sheet from them as well, but we went with ICICI Venture. And he had told me, Sanjeev, always create situations and structures where you have convergence of interest, not conflict of interest.
Right.
Okay? Between all stakeholders, because that's when you're all on the same side of the table, pulling together. And he said this in context of some structure we had got in a subsidiary on shareholding. He said, "Ye galat hai," and for this reason, right?
Right.
Now, I remember that. So I was invited to be on the board of Make My Trip around 2004 as an independent director. In those days, independent directors could get ESOP. I got ESOP. Right? And then Ambrish and I and Hitesh discussed this, and I said, "Look, I'm taking time away from InfoEdge to put in Make My Trip. The shareholders of InfoEdge should benefit. So what I'll do is I'll transfer my ESOP to InfoEdge, to the company, our company." Right? But we didn't announce it.
Right.
This was a handshake and a verbal agreement, but the ESOP was obviously coming in my name. The moment Make My Trip went public, we, I exercised the ESOP, transferred the shares to InfoEdge, and we sold.
Right.
That quarter, it came in as a windfall gain of some 3.x crores in the quarterly result, a couple of months later. So a number of investors called up and said, "What is this?" So we explained to them. And they said, "Man, I'll tell you something." 2 investors told me, "I'll tell you something. InfoEdge is getting a 25% premium in its stock price on corporate governance."
Wow.
Is his assessment. His assessment. I mean, there's no mathematical model. He said, "In my view." He said, "In India, we look for well-governed companies, and there aren't that many. And, when we are sure a company is well-governed and it's a good business, it gets a premium."
Sanjeev, that's very powerful, because even if there is no way to quantify or, have an evidence, but the fact that there is a premium attached to good corporate governance is something that should motivate founders to start looking at it early on.
What he also said? He said, "Dekho, we know we can lose money in your stock because there may be prices go up, prices go down, company performance may not be poor, but we know that we will not lose money because you were crooked.
Right.
We don't have to watch our backs with you." And that is a big thing, that we, as shareholders, we don't have to watch our backs.
Right. And I think that brings me to one other point, and I know we want to also launch and wrap up, is how much is too much when investors start demanding good corporate governance practice. And that brings us to the launch of the playbook that we have, which now has some sort of a framework or guidelines on what are the stage-wise appropriate governance frameworks that are required. But we hear debates which are on opposite sides of the spectrum. Very often investors say that startups, especially early stage, where there's hardly a business due diligence, right, is a trust-based relationship, where if you start asking too many questions of startups that are in early stages, it already leads to a relationship which is not the kind of relationship that an investor and founder is building. On the other hand, there is the other end of the spectrum where VCs are almost flayed and accused for not having done their role in trying to unearth some of this. So we've seen a lot of this conversation in the last 2 years. Would love to get your thoughts on, is there a mid-path to this conversation?
I think you got to do the right thing at the right time, right? You need good auditors early, right? And it's never too early. Ideally, you need CFOs much sooner than you think to do, and you need a CFO to be on the board. You need to be willing to be overruled by your board as a founder. You need to be okay with the CFO giving you pushback as a CEO.
Right.
Okay, you need to be willing to accept that you don't know everything, or you may not know everything.
Right.
Okay, and therefore you may not be always right. And you need to be willing to, if nobody's biting on your idea, no matter how great you think it is, maybe you should postpone it. It's okay. It's not, I mean, you should not be looking to recruit a rubber stamp board. That's not the way well-governed companies are run.
Right.
It's okay. So I'll tell you. So early on, I used to get overruled by board. So first of all, when we went public, we said board banana, and then I looked at the rules, and he said, chairman and MD ka role alag kar lo, to investors are happier. So I said, okay. So I gave up I was CMD. I gave up the chairman's role, and we got it. Then he said, और non-exec rakho to aur badhiya hoga. So we kept a non-exec chairman. So now I'm MD and CEO at the time of going public, and there's a non-exec chairman. Then they said, now that you have a non-exec chairman, you need 33% independence. If you're an exec chairman, you need 50% independence. So I said, okay, let's do better than that. Let us have 50% independence anyway. Right? So we had 50% independence. Right? And look, we were looking for high quality independence. Okay? So we went out, and I looked personally. We didn't hire a headhunting firm. I looked personally,
Right.
across various networks, and did ref checks. Some people I knew, and we got 5 independents. Right? Now, real independence means that they will speak their minds. So they're real independents. So I found that I was getting overruled quite often by the board.
Right.
Okay? But look, I had to take it, right? So then what I began to do was a board meeting means there's a routine compliance items, and then there's non-routine stuff.
Sure.
Right? So on all non-routine stuff, I would mail each director individually कि अगले 3 हफ्ते में ये 2-3 चीजें आएंगी, what do we may I discuss with you? Right? So I would go and discuss all non-routine items one-on-one with every board member, and see any reservations, any issues, right? And where there were any issues, I would simply withdraw the agenda item.
Sure.
I'd just not take it to the board and say, okay, fine, we won't do this. So I'll give one example. 2008 में Lehman went down. Our stock tanked from 1600 rupees to 376 rupees, peak to nadir. So our ESOP was underwater. Right? So employees were unhappy.
Right.
So we were worried. We said, we can't have unhappy employees. So we wanted to reprice that ESOP. In India, it is perfectly legit, perfectly allowed. However, US में allowed नहीं था. One of our directors was in a US company working there. He said, no, we have to have higher than Indian minimum corp gov standards. We have to have the best governance standards in the world. So अगर US में allowed नहीं, हम नहीं करेंगे.
Right.
So I repeatedly went to his house and met him and tried over 2-3 board meetings. 3 quarters, did not agree. Eventually we withdrew that proposal, and So look, if any independent director has a doubt, respect it.
Sure.
Respect it, because independent directors मुश्किल से मिलते हैं. Independent directors are paranoid, justifiably so, about fiduciary liability, because they can get stuck for nothing. There's no upside for an independent director.
Right. Right.
Right? They can get stuck for nothing, and we've seen it. And therefore, kindly respect your independence. बड़ी मुश्किल से मिलते हैं. You will not be able to hold on to them, and you need good independence.
Right. Right.
And therefore, if any independent director has got a doubt or reservation, respect it.
Right. Last 2 questions before we wrap up, Sanjeev. One is, we've used the term governance almost very loosely here, right? Right now, the kind of issues that we're seeing in the startup ecosystem range from very serious willful fraud or siphoning of funds, say from a company, to clear criminal activities that are taking place, to simply founders who are not listening or cooperating or are uncontrollable, or in some cases, not saying and doing the right things. How would you help this audience understand this wide range of issues that we have seen, crop up in the startup ecosystem?
So look, there are 500 things that could go wrong, or good practices that are not okay. Not all are criminal.
Right.
Not all are, it could simply be a bad relationship between an investor and a founder. But nevertheless, it's not a good practice for a founder to not disclose stuff when he should be disclosing. So there are shades and degrees, and you've got to be granular about it.
Yes.
And if you're engaging and communicating constantly, hopefully, things will be all right.
Last question to you, Sanjeev. Even up until recently, all of us are seeing things that we thought we had seen it all, but then something crops up, right? And then I'd love to understand from you what you think are some of your most crucial lessons learned from developments that may have happened more recently in the ecosystem. Of course, your lessons from your early years have been very, very powerful and have helped you, but is there something that you think you had understood and you knew it all, but comes as a complete surprise and as a lesson learned for you?
So listen, there are a few red flags which I would be concerned about if they happened.
Yeah.
Number one is, do you find out stuff afterwards?
Right.
Or beforehand, or the founder tell you before? Is this first, when something happens, or when he first finds out, is his first instinct to call you up and say, listen, we could have a problem. Okay, if his first instinct is to call you up and tell you, he's trying to carry you with him, he's concerned about your opinion, okay, he wants your help and inputs, advice, that's why he's calling you up. I think that's a good sign.
Sure.
When you discover stuff afterwards, we didn't feel it was necessary to inform you, we thought we'd handle it, that's a bad sign.
Right.
Right? Because you don't know what else to not inform you about.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
And trust is a very important factor. Yeah.
What are the degree of detail that you go into in board meetings to discuss non-compliance matters on strategy, on execution, on hiring? Does he or she get this next line of people into board meetings to present? Is there a CFO who's independent, can be pushed back? Is the CEO highly qualified and capable? Is the CFO on the board?
Right. Right.
These are all
important
stuff. I mean,
yeah.
Policy bazaar, right? That Yashish Dahiya has an incredible ability to get a great second line and retain them. Very little churn.
Right.
And he gets them all into board meetings. He doesn't present, they all present.
Right.
That gives you so much confidence, right? That, look, this company will be all right.
Yeah.
On governance. Yeah.
Great.
So there are many things.
I think it's a long list, and you keep learning and you keep evolving, and it's never enough. But I think a good start, Sanjeev, is for us to at least be able to present some sort of a playbook or a framework or guidelines. As you said, we could have it all and yet miss some of the very, very critical, lapses that we see in governance. But at the same time, as important stakeholders in the ecosystem, it's very important that we are seen to be committed. We're seen to be sending out a very clear message that there should be absolutely zero tolerance to bad governance. And as investors, at least, we are not here to support any of that. And we will do, as stakeholders, what is in our power to ensure that we're doing the right things to uphold good corporate governance.
Yes, but it does dismay me to see people do things that are obviously wrong, and yet the media and social media and people out there lionize them and give them platforms.
Yeah.
I think that should stop.
Yeah, I think a very important point that, in fact, the flip side of it also, not only are people who have been called out for clearly being bad actors when it comes to corporate governance are getting platforms, not just with the media, but across the board. I think we're setting ourselves to a very, very poor standard as a society. And poor ethical standards where, they are getting legitimized and they're getting that platform. So I think that's very important that you are calling that out. On the other hand, also in some ways we feel that when there is excessive attack on investors or others, the reputational challenges that some of them may face as a result will also lead some of them to try and hush up these things, because nobody ultimately wants a media battle. Nobody ultimately wants to face, months and months of what is going on. So it's also very important that every stakeholder, whether it's the judiciary or the media and others, are playing a very, very responsible role, that the right stakeholders are being called out and others are not facing reputational challenges. Otherwise, we will not see people, because fighting fraud requires courage and it requires commitment. So I think very, very important that we all follow that script. With that, I want to invite the other, guests for this session on the stage. If I could please invite Rahul Khanna, Managing Partner, Trifecta, who's also representing IVCA today for the launch. Atul Dhawan, Partner, Deloitte, South Asia from Deloitte. Sandeep Kher, Director and Head Portfolio Finance, Peak 15 Partners, and Dr. Neeraj Gupta, Head School of Corporate Governance and Public Policy from IICA. And with that, I also want to give a huge shout out and thanks to IICA for giving us this wonderful platform to launch a playbook that has been in the making for very, very long. If I could request the usher to please get copies of the playbook and request all our dignitaries to help us in officially launching this at a platform which we believe is a very relevant one. I know, Sanjeev, you have a hard stop and you have to leave, but we want to thank you for being here to share your thoughts, and a big round of applause for Sanjeev Bikhchandani, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sanjeev. Always good to see you. I would now like to invite Rahul Khanna, Managing Partner at Trifecta, and today representing the Indian Venture Capital Association, IVCA, to walk us through some of the key tenets of this playbook. Thank you, Rahul.
Could I have the slides up, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. On behalf of IVCA, I'd like to thank our knowledge partner, Deloitte, for helping us put this together. And I want to acknowledge the efforts of the team at Peak 15 that have really been driving hard to get us all to this point. I do think that I want to set the context a little bit of the why, we're having this conversation today. I think we all know that in the last 10 years, startups have actually come of age. But I think the biggest challenge that we see ahead of us is both the challenge and the opportunity of creating about 100 million jobs. I think what we have seen in the last 10 years is that startups have actually been fantastic job creators. And it's really important that the startup ecosystem continues to thrive so that we can play our role in creating millions of jobs going forward. We've also seen a period of hypergrowth where these thousands of startups, many of them have now raised venture capital, haven't actually had the toolkit and haven't had the time, in a way, to really absorb the best practice of governance. So as IBCA, we felt that it was important to take a step back, maybe look at some of the tools that these companies, founders, investors need. And this is a first attempt at trying to give them some of the toolkit that they need so that they avoid some obvious mistakes. I think the second really interesting thing that's happened is that about $100 billion of venture capital has come into India in the last 10 years, and it's created about $300 billion of market cap, right? About 50 billion of that is now public. The rest, 250 billion, is actually still sitting in private companies. And I think a lot of expectations are on these private companies, particularly the 100 unicorns that are still private. And we want to make sure that as these companies continue on their journey from private to public, that they can become long-term sustainable companies. I think because we now have a critical mass of these growth and late-stage companies, it's very important to shine a light on governance so that they can adopt the best practices that are expected of them as long-term public shareholder-held businesses. I think the third part, that is forcing us to shine a light on governance is that India has historically been a capital-starved market. And over 90% of all the capital that's coming into India is actually coming from offshore investors. And these offshore investors have many places where they can put their money. At this point, they're very excited about India, but reputation risk is non-negotiable. And I think, if we want to continue to attract capital from global investors, we cannot afford to have reputation risk be impacted for them. So I think because of these three reasons, we're at this almost tipping point situation where we need to make sure that very quickly, especially the errors of omission, right? Many of these challenges come from founders just not knowing better. So really our attempt with this governance playbook is to first help founders, boards, avoid errors of omission, just not knowing better, because in a way they've had their focus on growth, and we now need to make sure that they shift gear to sustainability. So I think this is really important. I think it's timely, and it's something that we at IBCA, along with our knowledge partners, felt we should invest into. So let's talk a little bit more about, and Sanjeev touched upon it. Governance is not just a word, it's really about building a culture of transparency, accountability, and responsibility. And I think this goes to not just being seen as hygiene, but actually being a value driver, right? Sanjeev touched on it again, that, good companies tend to attract a premium with investors, and particularly in public markets. When you hear the word Tata, you typically think of trust, right? I think what we need to do is also acknowledge that that value driver is something founders need to appreciate and really build into their culture of their organizations. The other piece that was touched upon earlier is that, governance is not a one-size-fits-all, and you can, in a way, tend to create lots of challenges for small companies by forcing them into very tight guardrails early on. But as they grow, I think it's very important for them to evolve, and part of what we've tried to do with this playbook is really present governance in 4 different stages, and I'll take you through that in a little bit more detail. And then, of course, it's really meant to, I think, as Sanjeev aptly put it, the board is there to protect you, right? And it's really meant to make sure that, through good times and bad times, companies find their true north, that they continue to point in the right direction, and really navigate some very complex times. So I think we'll touch on a few more aspects of this now. So I think one, when we talk about corporate governance, this is not just the founder's responsibility. I think as investors, we also carry that. Many of us will sit on boards. Some of us will be independent board members. So it is a responsibility that is shared by the founder, by the investors, and then by the board members. And I think it really comes from building a culture of trust and empowerment. It is important that there is long-term perspective taken, not just short-term. I think for a little while, I think we were celebrating raising capital and valuations. But really, I think what we want to see is long-term value creation. There has to be accountability and transparency. And of course, alignment, of actions and intent needs to be there. So really, there is the founder piece of the equation, there is the investor piece of the equation, and there's the board values. And all of these come into play when one thinks about corporate governance. So why focus on it? Because I think for a lot of founders, they're so busy, they want to try and get their customers in, they want to attract talent, they want to raise capital. But I think one of the things we've seen is that when you have good governance, you actually have improved financial performance. Decisions around capital allocation, decisions around vendor relationships, all tend to be a lot more thought through, and that generally leads to better capital allocation. Of course, we must have good accountability and ownership of decision making. When companies are young, oftentimes, the founder plays many hats. They're also playing CFO, they're playing the head of HR, they're head of procurement. And I think as these companies mature, it's very important that we move from really a founder-centric business to a board-centric business. This can't be stated enough. Attracting and retaining investors is an integral part of the journey for all startups. most of these companies will tend to lose money for the first few years. And I think for a lot of us as investors, what we cannot have under our watch is reputation risk. We cannot have companies taking shortcuts. We understand that, overplaying that very early on is not advisable. But I think as companies mature, as they raise more capital, they have to raise the bar. And equally from our side as board members, we have to take more responsibility of ensuring that happens. We clearly do see, the value of reputation and the brand. When you talk to investors outside of India, there are logos they know, there are names that they know, and then there are companies that they feel are setting the standard. And of course, what we found is particularly with public investors, the household names, brands like Asian Paints, Pidilite, these are brands that have had a fantastic reputation and over time have been rewarded massively in terms of multiples. So I think it's very important to recognize that building that brand does create a lot of value. And finally, mitigating risk, right? I think the reality is that, most founders tend to be optimistic. Most of the time, they think they're indestructible. But there are significant key man issues. There are significant issues of checks and balances that we need to put in place and ensure that when down cycles do happen, that these companies continue to move forward. So just coming to the stages, and I'll have Atul also talk to this a little bit. When we were putting this together, we did feel that we want to try and capture the different stages of maturity. These are some of the dimensions of maturity. So when we talk about PMF, we mean early product market fit. So early stage companies, very founder driven. Typically they've raised, seed to Series A. Usually that would be less than $10 million. And the valuation usually is, say, 250 crores, maybe 30, $40 million at most. At which point, we think that there are a set of basic hygiene criteria that need to be in place from a governance standpoint. As these companies evolve, they get past product market fit, probably they're raising a Series B or C round of financing. Clearly, they need to have a proper CFO in place. The board role needs to grow. The capital raising comes with its own checks and balances. And then, of course, valuations have gone up, so there's a lot more discipline. Headcount has gone up, so there need to be more policies to ensure appropriate policies on discrimination, on whistleblower, things like that. Growth stage companies, these are companies that are now starting to flirt with profitability. We want to make sure that not only is there an external auditor, there's a good internal audit in place. There are all the key functions actually are led by CXOs. Of course, significant capital has gone in. And then, of course, valuations are getting to that 75-100 million zone. And then you really get into that mature stage, right? Now, these companies typically tend to be 7 to 10 years old. They've been around for some time. They're in multiple product segments. There are very clearly defined roles. There's a formal decision-making structure. As Sanjeev mentioned, ideally by that time, really the presentations at the board should be done by the senior leadership and not by the founder or CEO. And of course, they start to now benchmark themselves to public comparables. They have to start thinking about the discipline of investor relations, quarterly cadence of MIS, being held to a very high bar on disclosures. All of these things then play into effect at the mature stage. So really the playbook, is designed to sort of follow this journey. And we did feel that we don't want to overwhelm these companies with a lot of stuff on day one. So really, as I described earlier, we move from sort of very founder-centric decision-making and operations to much more decentralized board level. And of course, in the report that's, hopefully in your packs, there's a lot more detail. I won't get into each point. But suffice it to say that, the role of the board also goes up with time. The importance of the founder, I think it's very important to recognize that this is not making the founder any less important. I think we all recognize that the trade-offs a founder makes, the sacrifices a founder makes, the passion a founder has, cannot be substituted very easily just by putting in a bunch of management in place. So by no means are we saying that this reduces the importance of the founder. I think it just elevates the importance of all the other people that typically tend to be professionals, independents, and board members in the construct. And I think the key decision that founders have to make is, do I want to run it like my company, or do I want to run it like our company? And I think that's the very important decision. When you take other people's money, then it becomes our company. And I think as long as you're philosophically aligned to running your business like that, you'll be very comfortable with adopting many of these practices. With that, I'd like to hand off to my colleague Atul Dhawan from Deloitte, and he's going to touch on a few more aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. And Shweta, that was a wonderful conversation with Sanjeev. And Sanjeev, of course, is as enlightening as ever. Over the years, he's been probably the brains trust and the conscience keeper for the startup community. And I think you did a splendid job of bringing that out from him. Rahul, thank you for explaining the outline of the report and what are we trying to achieve. I just want to step back and give a little philosophical and a macro twist to, not twist, but a macro aspect to what we were trying to do. There is a conversation that we were having in Deloitte as the news was breaking about the challenges that companies were facing in governance, especially in the startup segment. And it was a bit fortuitous for us that partners like IBCA and Peak 15, the risk you guys run is of being called Peak XV. Yeah, no, I know. But the risk you run is being called Peak XV, and that I'm just waiting for that to happen someday. But that's a lighter side. I'm sorry. But it is so. IBCA, IICA. Thank you for that opportunity to put our thoughts out and get more insights for ourselves also in this process. Sanjeev said something very important. Governance cannot work without the tone at the top. He talked about the founder's head. It goes beyond the founders, to my mind. If the leadership team at a startup or any corporate is not interested in governance, it's going to be a problem. Because then you may set up a fabulous board, your interactions with the board will always fail. But keep that in mind. So it's absolutely essential. The tone at the top would define the quality of governance that you have. And in corporate world, it is essential that companies and businesses build an environment of trust, be transparent, and be accountable for what they're doing. These are essential attributes to manage the long-term investment needs, to manage the financial stability, to get the business integrity in place, and thereby create a strong platform for the company's performance and growth. Governance, there was a lot of questions being asked, even on the outside, what does governance really mean? Governance is not about running the business. Governance is to oversee what a management team is doing and not keep an eye on them only, but help and guide them into a successful future. It is not about asking questions only. It is about being mindful, sharing experiences, and making sure that there is overall value accretion to everyone. A founder or a group of investors are not the only people concerned about the quality of governance. Governance is a concern of the wider stakeholder community. So when you get into stakeholders, you're talking about your customers, you're talking about your employees, you're talking about your supply chain, you're talking about your global relationships. Amitabh Kant mentioned this in different ways about how you get into contracts with your suppliers. They're all your stakeholders, and they all have a stake in the success of your company. And it's important for you to be able to stand up to them. Just to re-emphasize that, an investor or the founder is not the only person interested in your company. There will be lots of people that are interested in your company. Your employee families would be interested in your company. There's a lot of drill down you can do. So stakeholders get absolutely important. Now, I was talking about this conversation that we were having internally about this governance, and with the focus on startups. Governance is not about startups. Governance is more pervasive, it is more universal. Startups are getting a specific attention these days, given the amount of money that is in there, and given the role startups are now beginning to play. I just want you to think about this. We've got a projection about $180 billion in startup investments by the end of the year. Rahul talked about a $300 billion market cap based on valuations and those that are listed. We talk about almost 100,000 startups that are registered on the DPIIT portal today. There may be many more that are not even registering. Now, think about this. If 1,000 of those startups break out and go and rise and make a mark, just 1,000, imagine the impact it will have on the corporate scenario in the country. It will cause a complete upheaval. And we are talking about 100,000 startups, and 1,000 successful startups is not going to be enough. Even if we go 50% and talk about 50,000 startups breaking out and making an impact, imagine what will happen to our country. Why does the Prime Minister say the startup community is the backbone? Because this is our path to that developed country status. In the next 20 years, the success of startups is absolutely critical. And a key ingredient to that success is going to be high-quality governance. So, just to put the burden on your conscience and on your minds, you're carrying a very heavy responsibility as business promoters. And as startup investors, as directors, you're carrying a very heavy responsibility. So that is one perspective. I think that is the core why we need quality governance. And I'm just going to go beyond this and say it is not about governance quality in startups alone. Governance is an issue that the country needs to address. Governance is a journey. Governance is an evolution. Governance at different stages of your development and different stages of the country's development and of your business development is different. What we've attempted to do is to create those 4 stages to show that why governance needs to improve and where and what kind of roles does governance need to take up. It is similar is the story with non-startups, even for established companies. If I look back a little historically, as a country we first started talking about governance was in the mid-90s with the Naresh Chandra Committee working on this to say we've got to have corporate governance. But if you go back and look at the standards we set then, why do you need to look at it from day one? Because you've set yourself a vision in your mind. You have a dream, you have an aspiration to get somewhere. That aspiration needs to include governance. What will be your governance structures when you reach the latter stage of your dream journey? It is widely believed that startups have to spend most of their time trying to develop and grow their business. Yes, that is true. That is understandable and that is true. You need to be in the trenches. But one of those aspects in that trench that you need to look at is what is your governance going to look like? You can't postpone governance. You can't say that I will do this once I've established my business. Once you've established your business, practices get set in, maybe good, maybe bad, but become extremely difficult to undo and very expensive to undo. So the attempt that we were trying to address is to say, get into the governance habit from day one. Keep that at the back of your mind. And take it step by step. You can't get a Fortune 500 governance on a day one. But take it step by step, move ahead. The 4 steps here are guidance, Amitabh Kant's point of view about not wanting to create legal frameworks is so true. Because you create a legal framework for the governance standards at different stages, you'll get into definition of stages, and then you will go back to the old days of small-scale industry definitions where everybody stayed below that number so that they could avoid the regulations that impact or the carry on with the benefits of small-scale industries, but at the same time lose value. We've heard a lot about research showing and empirical evidence being there that value is created by good governance. We don't need to repeat that. We know that. And I think going back to the first point about the tone at the top and the integrity, and also re-emphasizing for what Sanjeev was saying, you need to be aware that you are the custodian of the investment and the investable resources and the stakeholder interest that has come your way. And that requires governance. There's a professor of corporate matters and corporate governance in the US that I spoke to, an Indian origin person, and he said something very interesting. He said the role of a board, and by extension the role of governance, is to be forward-looking, spend more time looking ahead, and look at what is happening, look at compliance matters, review performances. But 70 to 75% of your time should be spent looking ahead. And a fundamental role that you have is to ensure that your business succeeds. That means your founder or your CEO succeeds. That needs to be a key aspect for a governance for the startup community. The boards, the governance stakeholders have that responsibility to ensure that the business succeeds. The founder needs your support. The founder needs your guidance. The founder needs to share your experience. It's absolutely essential. I can go on and on, actually, and I need to be mindful of the time over here. But just want to say, I just want to repeat what I said, that you have set yourself a vision. Please make sure governance is an integral part of your vision. It's a part of your end. There should be no end story to a business venture, but it is a part of the story that carries on into the future. The efforts that we made and the opportunity that we've got to make this report is trying to address that, to give you the principles. But please don't take these as sacrosanct. Use your experience, use your judgment to see what you're going to do at what stage and how are you going to define these stages for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atul. And I think with that, we're coming to a close of this session. If I could request Dr. Neeraj Gupta to give his closing remarks for this session.
Thank you, Shweta, and distinguished guests on the dais. It's really interesting discussion, which is evolving since morning. We have heard from Mr. Kant, Mr. Tyagi, and Mr. Ramurthy. Definitely, they have jolted us deep with an insight, asking us a question in the way Mr. Kant has stressed upon the self-regulations, because we cannot expect regulators to come in each and every aspect to regulate, suggest some framework and report back to the regulators. Of course, we have a regulatory system through DPIIT and the registrations of startups where the growth had been phenomenal. What comes to my mind, and in fact, I posted this a couple of days back on social media as well. There were 126, and this is going in the row, like Mr. Kant has stressed, or the other speakers have discussed and stressed about the corporate governance. There were 126, we all know, questions by the Yaksha to the Yudhishthira. Out of those 126, there were many which were appreciated as far as the answer by Yudhishthira is concerned, many which were not. The first one was, what is ignorance? That was the fundamental question. I'll not get into the details of all these 126 and the answers. So what I believe and what I'm feeling is, Ignorance is something which is the reason that we are finding some gaps, and Mr. Kant has very beautifully articulated that if we do something, if we are enterprising, if we are taking risk, failures will come. So we should not get disappointed by that. Rather, we should start developing understanding, and as a first thing, rather, we should have sincere appreciations to have the systems in place. And that's what Sanjeev has very well stressed, and I must compliment Shweta, who can bring this from his out in a very storytelling way, telling a couple of instances how it evolved over a period of time. So two things I would like to prescribe. One, having appreciation to the idea of systems and mechanisms in place. Let's not talk about corporate governance, slightly tougher term. I'm not trying to bring in, and Mr. Kant again said it very beautifully. The startup owners are innovators. They are quite passionate. They are technocrats. They develop new ideas. They develop new mechanisms and systems in place to deliver some product which is for the wider good, which is for the public good. So let us have appreciation for the systems in place. Either these systems are related to control systems, these systems are related to having proper financial oversight, or having a board in case you are at the growth stage or the maturity stage, and then definitely bringing in the effectiveness element and start working on that is what I believe Rahul has also stressed, and Sanjeev has also stressed, other speakers were also talking about it. It would not be appropriate for me to get into certain principles that might be sounding quite boring, especially when you are just standing 5 minutes away from the lunch. So I'm handing it back to Shweta again with great thanks. You moderated in a very nice way, and I'm sure you all must have enjoyed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. And as he said that it's time for lunch and we don't want to hold back any further, but would just urge each one of you to take a look at this IVCA Deloitte playbook, share your feedback, and do spread the word on the playbook. Thank you so much for joining the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed an exciting launch, a stepping stone towards better corporate governance in the startup landscape. So we would like to commemorate this occasion with a small token of our appreciation for all our guests here. I'd like to invite our Director General and CEO, Mr. Parveen Kumar, to... Dr. Neeraj Gupta will present each of our guests with a small memento and a token of our appreciation. Thank you, everyone, again for your contribution and dedication to the success of this newly launched playbook. Here's to a promising, exciting, and a promising journey ahead of us. Thank you. We can break for lunch now. We'll resume within an hour. At around 2, we'll commence the proceedings again. Ready to commence the next session. Yeah. May I request everyone to kindly settle down? We are about to commence our next session. Can I ask everyone to kindly settle down? We are about to commence our next session. You don't want to?
Friends, can we settle down, please? We are running 5 minutes late from the schedule. I appreciate and look for your help. Friends in the first line, Ravi, can we settle down quickly? Thanks for your help. Now, Matthew is here to take over for the power panel 1. Matthew.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. We are now stepping into a dynamic part of our conclave, our power panel discussion, from sailing to navigating, focus on frameworks, compliance, and control systems. This conversation seeks to delve deep into the complexities of corporate governance in startups, elucidating on frameworks, compliance measures, and control systems that can guide these enterprises from their early sailing stages to adept navigating stages, capable of facing volatile markets and intricate regulatory landscapes. To steer this important dialogue, we are privileged to have with us Ms. Ruchira Shukla, the head for South Asia, Disruptive Technologies, Direct Equity, and VC funds at the International Finance Corporation, World Bank. With a quarter century of experience in venture capital and private equity, Ms. Shukla's proficiency in driving investments in technology startups and boardroom leadership will bring immense value to our discourse. Accompanying Mr. Shukla for the discussion is a distinguished panel comprised of Ms. Padmaja Ruparal, co-founder of Indian Angel Network, Mr. Amit Tandon, founder and managing director of Institutional Investor Advisory Services India Limited, Mr. Ravi Ravalaparthi, founder of Capita, and Mr. Sachin Prajanpe, partner in risk advisory at Deloitte, South Asia. Our panelists today, with their expansive experience and diversified expertise in entrepreneurship, angel investing, corporate finance, risk advisory, and more, will provide us with a unique insight and perspectives. So without further ado, let's extend a warm welcome to Ms. Shukla to take this reins of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today for this extremely important conclave. And thank you for the IICA to put this together. I think there's no denying that corporate governance is actually the most topical subject in today's day and age, and corporate governance for startups is becoming increasingly important as India's startup ecosystem scales. And as Rahul mentioned earlier in the day, there has been a lot of private capital that has come to India for the startup ecosystem from international investors. And we are the custodians of that capital as that capital gets deployed to the startups in India. And we, in our different roles as founders, investors, customers, and other stakeholders of the startup ecosystem, are all jointly responsible to do the right thing. Because any stigma to the startup ecosystem and entrepreneurship in India because of holes in corporate governance will result in a very heavy and lasting price, as this capital can suddenly go away, and we're already beginning to see some of those tremors. So thank you for having us here. With me is a fabulous panel of very experienced individuals who are very active in this ecosystem, and I'd love to bring their thoughts in. Let me start with Padmaja. And Padmaja, with the Indian Angel Network, you play a pivotal role for startups at their very infant stage. From pre-seed, seed, angel to Series A. How do you think about governance at that early stage, and what kind of practices can be put in place early in the game?
Thanks, Ruchira. And first of all, thank you, IICA, for inviting me. And I must congratulate the entire team of organizers for a really almost full house there. So soon you'll have a healthy problem. So congratulations. So Ruchira, you know, when entrepreneurs start to think about building their businesses, I think there are critically two resources that are very important. One is their talent, and the second is the investor resource. So I'll initially just focus on the founders. It is their hard work, it is their ability to execute and build a company, create value for all stakeholders, and not just themselves. It is this motivation and passion that becomes very important. But as they start building companies, when there are two people on the ground, they really are not thinking about different compliances or structures or processes or thinking through any of even the statutory compliances. Gradually, they have to be almost mentored into it to say these are things you have to do because you have to be legal, but these are things you must do to be valuable, to be good governance. So you almost start from there. And what we are finding is that as we sort of work with them, the kind of things we've had to do are quite a lot. We do a lot of heavy lifting. We've had to sit with founders to sort of set up their inventory processes, just to have the right inventory. Have them look at their receivables, have them look at their cash flows, and even make them understand why governance is an issue, is so critical. Because the reality is that if you're not well governed, if you don't have things parameterized and following those parameters in a very sharp way, the business will not grow. Customers will find it difficult to work with startups. Their dependability, their reliability becomes questionable. Investors will find it difficult. Investors do diligence when they start investing. It will fault on the diligence. It's that seminal. High quality talent will do checkouts, whether it's grapevine or otherwise, that is this a company that I want to join? Is everything kosher? Is it above the board? There are a whole lot of things that depend on being a good governed business. And what we've been seeing is we can put in as many processes and frameworks, and I'm sure that has been sort of detailed out earlier, but when you peel the onion at the very startup or early stage, it is really the culture of trust and transparency that makes it happen. To inculcate that culture not only in the founders, but to ensure that they take it and build the culture in the company as it grows is almost the most important governing feature to my mind. Because, as soon as the company sort of starts growing, it starts taking shortcuts, it starts even founders getting arrogant. I think to my mind, that's the beginning of the end. It's as simple as that in my mind. And that's where I think the rubber hits the road. To say, when is that turning happening in your life as an entrepreneur? That begins the end of the governance. So to me, those processes, those frameworks, those dashboards that focus on cash flows, that focus on receivables, creditors, they are all important. Authority level documents, ensuring that people have been delegated the right amount at the right level. But ultimately, that transparency and trust, what matters. And that is, to me, the most important thing in a governance, because that is what will ultimately impact the growth of the business or even its existence.
Thank you, Padmaja. So you talked about putting in place those processes, systems, educating founders, and of course, as they scale, those systems and controls should stay in place. Otherwise, things can start to break. And you pointed out the human element, right? Because as they scale and they get capital and they become successful, many a times there's a shift in mindset. There is this element of arrogance that can come in. Maybe there's a bit of the focus shifting to growth at all costs, and that can result in certain things breaking apart. Let me now bring Rahul in, because Rahul, you look at companies at a slightly later stage than the Indian Angel Network, and when you start diligencing them for a possible investment, or even after your capital goes in, how have things evolved from a process control standpoint, and what is your input typically from that point on?
Sure. Thank you. So as you mentioned, we typically come in around a Series A or B round of financing. By this time, usually there is at least a head of finance. Usually there isn't a CFO, but there is a head of finance. There is some revenue in the company, so we have something to look at. There's usually prior audited financials. And then there is, of course, the opportunity to spend time with the equity investors in these companies and just get a sense of how has the company been embracing discipline in its growth journey. One of the things we did find that was lacking in many of these companies was any kind of efficient management of treasury. And so oftentimes companies would raise money, $5, $10, $15 million, and that money would just lie in a bank account. And unfortunately, that is not the best use. It also doesn't come with the appropriate checks and balances. So besides, of course, providing venture debt, we also decided to add a treasury management capability. And today, we have about 150 companies where once they raise the capital, we sit down with the board and the management, we develop an asset allocation plan, and then we actually invest that into a wide range of financial instruments. It could be fixed deposits, it could be liquid funds. You get two things out of that. One, there isn't a lot of money lying around, so it's difficult to misuse it. And two, you tend to then have a much better sense of how the company is consuming cash, because every time we need to move it from investments to the current account, we can see how quickly the company is consuming cash. So historically, and look, I sit on both sides of the business. We have an equity fund, we have a debt fund. But generally, equity investors have been much more focused on P&L. We tend to focus much more on cash flow, right? And I think it's only in the last couple of years where I think now cash flow and balance sheet have become important in the conversation with a company. Because historically it was, look, keep hitting your growth numbers and everything will be okay. But I think with the change in sentiment globally, and then increasingly the bias shifting towards sustainable growth, there is a much greater focus on cash management, planning the runway, making sure you don't run out of cash. And so yes, we have found that definitely over the last few years, there's a greater focus on downside management, and particularly given the strategies we have to deploy, we also introduce certain covenants that allows us to monitor maybe on a more active basis.
Thank you. So that's clearly the case, right? And a lot of us, I do equity investing for IFC in the startup ecosystem, and I do take some comfort that there are venture debt guys, and those covenants might expose certain holes even before may be apparent to the equity investors. So the solutions you talked about, and as your treasury solutions as well, would go a long way in helping all stakeholders pick things before they start breaking. The other element is when you're talking about board dynamics and investors and what they can monitor, many a times we're very reliant on what the management tells us, right? We can look at the cash flows, we can look at the MIS, we can look at the audited financials, but are you compliant? I have to rely on what the management team is telling me when they say they are compliant. But Amit, you and I have been talking and we've said governance goes beyond compliance. Can you shed some light there and bring your perspectives in?
Thanks a lot. So one of the things which we say in the business is that governance begins where compliance ends. And that has to be the starting point for a lot of the conversation. So let me kind of just give a couple of examples to elaborate on this aspect. So, and I'm going to talk about it from the context of public market, companies in the public market, because those are the ones we deal with. But some of what you see there will also apply to the unlisted space and the startup universe. So let's say companies are now, listed companies are expected to have dividend policies. One is to kind of just write out something which, for want of anything else, I'd say is English, where you turn around and say that, look, if my profits are high, I'm going to give a high dividend. If they're low, you can expect that the dividend amount is going to be dipping a little bit. Now, the other is to say that, look, there is, and actually as an investor, if I were to read it, it actually is not telling me anything in addition. That's something which everyone would expect would happen in any case. The other is to say that there is a specified dividend payout ratio. So I'd say I'm going to give out, have a payout ratio of, somewhere between 50 to 60%. The next step in this is you kind of look at, has the company, having said that there is a payout ratio of 50 to 60%, do you actually have paying out on this basis, or is that what you're actually doing? And then you kind of take it a step further and say that, look, there are instances when, you might have paid a little bit more. Have you just made the effort to explain it, or paid a little bit less? Have you made the effort to explain why is it that you're going to be paying a little less? And we can then multiply it into a number of things, be it, the board composition, and be it in terms of some of the other processes which they follow, be it in terms of how they're kind of rolling out things. And in this context, there are two things which I want to again bring out. One is the fact that, when you're looking at compliance, and a lot of the companies we speak to and a lot of the lawyers when they walk into the room would say, but this is compliance. I'd like to say that, look, you have about roughly 6,000 listed entities, and assuming you take out those who don't trade, et cetera, you are still left with about 3,500 companies. So SEBI guidelines in one sense are for them. Then you kind of look at a broader set of companies, maybe a few lakh. MCA regulations are for them. Now, you can say that, look, compliance is there for the lowest common denominator. But do you want to be classified in that? Or is it that you want to do a little bit more and excel a bit more from that? So that is the other perspective which I would want the audience to take home. The third is just to, I think Padmachat spoke about process. And I think you cannot not emphasize that. And that comes from the behavior and what companies are going to be doing. Just whatever you have, let's say you're bringing up some item to the agenda, to the board, or let's forget the board. Let's say there is a discussion. What is the process in terms of, how is the agenda for the discussions prepared? Who all have gone into it? What are the expectations, etc.? A lot of these which we take to be relatively straightforward things, chalo ho gaya, aa jayenge, we'll all sit around the table, all of it comes from the processes which the company has. So something straightforward as, you're going into a meeting, what is it that different people expect? At the end of the meeting, what is the outcome we hope to come away from? Now, if that is something which is defined at the beginning and you kind of do it repeatedly in meeting after meeting after meeting, it kind of becomes a part of the process. It becomes a part of the company's culture. It becomes a part of the organization's DNA. And that is what you want to improve. So, whatever you are doing, whatever you're expected to do, as long as you build in processes around it, you're very clear in terms of how you're going to behave, what are the boundaries which you will not cross, I think you're going to come and find that the difference between compliance and governance will be something which would be clearer as you go forward.
Thank you, Amit. And now let's bring in the founder's perspective, right? Because, you're growing a young company, it's growing fast, you have a lot of things to worry about. Your customers, your product, your suppliers, your employees, the market changing, regulation changing, and then your board and your investors are telling you, we want compliance, we want governance, we want all these processes. How does it sound to the founder when he's so busy with 1,000 things? And what has your own experience been, Ravi? As well as what would be your advice to other founders out there?
Thanks, Ruchira. First, at the outset, I'll thank IICA, Dr. Gupta, and Matthew for giving a startup founder also a voice on this panel. I think you mentioned there's so many things you're worrying about, you're building. But I've had a fortunate benefit of the first company I worked for after my engineering was Infosys, and the first company I worked for after my MBA was Tata Group. So I had, I had a good coaching in what is good governance and good company building early on in my career. There are, a number of things that are on the founder's mind, but it's also very, very important that when you're building the company, apart from the danda and how business comes in, how revenue comes in, there are a number of things you need to do. So my perspective has been how to kind of surround yourself with some people who will tell you what it is, what you need to do. While, I was a banker by profession before starting up the company and been a part of several due diligences. And so you know what all can go wrong when you're not following certain processes, when when there is not inadequate governance in place. So the first step, I think, is compliance. I think Mr. Tandon already set the tone. And then from there on, beyond that, substance comes from governance and the discussions and the detailed discussions at the board level. We've grown fast. We are a board-managed company now, so we have several directors who are helping us in terms of doing the right things. But I do feel having tools and someone guiding and simplifying frameworks will be useful, because knowing that we have to comply with everything, we have to be well-governed company is one thing. Actually knowing what to do on a day-to-day basis is another thing. So it was I was delighted to see the framework that was launched today. I'm a parent of 2 kids who are 8 and 12 years old, and I think about age-appropriate teaching of concepts to them. And that framework was also laying out age-appropriate governance frameworks for startups, which I think is really important to put it into practice, to simplify for the founders. And the biggest problem here is lack of awareness, and Dr. Gupta also talked about ignorance. So we had 3 takeaways for me from today's discussions. One was self-regulation, one is how the ecosystem solves the problem for itself, and the third one was how do you get out of that ignorance mindset, and frameworks and systems will definitely help founders in terms of getting there. I think the mindset is, for most founders, is there. I don't think any founder starts off, there may be exceptions, starts off thinking, I don't want to build a well-managed company.
Sure, Ravi. And I totally emphasize the point you made about frameworks and toolkits being out there. And on that note, since the IICA had asked me to share this, the IFC has its own corporate governance framework. A lot of that is in the public domain, and you'll see toolkits by the type of company. So there are sections for listed companies, family-owned businesses, funds, SMEs, state-owned enterprises, and for each bucket there would be a separate set of documentation requirements, requisition lists, and a way of measuring progress. I'll talk more about that as we go along, but there is definitely a lot more out there, including the playbook that was announced today. So to everyone who's interested in following this, please use those toolkits, reach out to people who are subject matter experts, and you'll get the help you need in order to put these things in place. I'll now bring in Sachin, and Sachin, you talked about the difference between intent and action. Can you shed more light there? Because clearly I think everybody now has accepted that this is important. So there is a lot of intent out there. There seems to be these toolkits, frameworks, and from IFC, from IVCA, Deloitte, there's several out there as well. How do you translate the intent to action? How do you make sure these tools are well used?
Yeah, thanks. But before I answer that question, there's something that Amit mentioned which really I just wanted to talk on. Because often I have seen the governance is equated to compliance. It's a question that you posed. And I think you put it very beautifully that governance starts where compliance ends, right? I'll just give a parallel. For example, India is a cricket-loving country. Most of us follow cricket. In cricket, you have something called as a yo-yo test for fitness. No cricketer says that I have passed yo-yo test. It just makes you fit to play. Passing a yo-yo test doesn't make you a great cricketer or a great, athlete. It just makes you fit to play. The premium is not associated with your passing that test, and that's how compliance is. Your premium is not because you're compliant. Your premium is only when you can convert that into performance and actually show it on the field. So I'm just, I think it's a great way to put it that, governance starts where compliance ends, and that's why I think, the ecosystem and especially founders should take away from that. Coming to your question on, intent to action, why, at what level are the problems or gaps occur? Three very simple ways, the way I see it, there's a gap because you don't know something, there's a knowledge gap. There's something which is you know it but you don't practice. And the third is, so knowing, doing and showing. The third gap is when you don't do something but actually show something, which is more related to intent. The first one is actually the easiest to spot because it's quite visible, quite obvious. You can spot a lack of skill or a lack of knowledge or a lack of experience. It may take a little bit of a time, but you can get there if you have an intent to bridge that gap. So knowledge gap is relatively easy to fix as a problem. I think a lot of attention goes over there. But the big problems don't happen because you have a gap in skill or knowledge. You may lose time, but the big problems don't happen there. A bigger problem happens at the next stage where you have gap at the doing. I know what is to be done, but I don't do it, and primarily it is the lack of the priorities. And in the morning sessions we heard that. Governance is generally a low priority, if not priority. So you don't do things that you know should be done because that's not priority. It can be fixed, but I think it's a much bigger problem than a skill or a knowledge problem. But the third is the biggest problem, which is the intent problem is, if I know what is to be done, I know I'm not doing it, but I'm showing that I'm doing it. That's a very, very big problem to really fix. And if you really want to move from, gap between intent to action, frameworks have a big role to play. Frameworks help in two ways. One is it brings a great amount of consistency. And consistency, again, both in terms of understanding and in terms of implementation. So one of the easiest low-hanging fruit for anybody to bridge gap between intent and action is to follow a certain framework. And the book that we've launched today gives a framework. As you mentioned, IFC has a framework. We heard in the morning that there is framework that G20 has launched. Frameworks are there. I think it's the matter of, do I put this as a priority? Do I do it? And the third is, of course, do I put my resources behind doing it? So the bridging the gap between intent and action, given intent is there, is really having those strong frameworks and practicing it. Governance is, to me, a lot about practice, a day in, day out practice. If you don't do that, you will at some point in time have a breakdown. So a lot of effort has to go. It's a mundane activity at times, but it is required.
Thank you. And a lot of the responsibility on governance also lies with boards, right? And it's important for board meetings to happen in a timely manner, in a frequent manner. It's important for board committees to realize what their role is, what responsibility lies on them, and to make sure they're delivering on that. But the other challenge that we feel comes up when we talk about governance is for minority investors. Those that don't participate in the boards, those that may not get all the same level of information. And on that, I'll turn to Padmaja, because clearly as the early stage investors, chances are that as the company scales and you start reaching a stage where governance issues are loosening up a bit, the minority investors are the last to discover because they are not participating in those various bodies, be it the board or the committees. Any thoughts on that, and how do you look at that issue?
No, yes, I agree with you, Ruchira. I think boards are important, but I want to just step back one step and sort of share and we invest in startups and very early stage companies. So, and probably the first institutional round, right? I think there are two or three things. Investors are a necessary evil for businesses, right? There is really no other funding source for young startups to start building their businesses. That's the reality. And it is as critical as a talent and funding to come together to build a valuable business. Now, I would just, and I'm an investor. We've been investing as ION for the last 15, 16 years as an angel group. We've got a VC fund. So a lot of our investors are sitting on boards, our angels, on behalf of other investors who've invested with them. And of course, as a VC fund, we are investing someone else's money. So there is a huge onus. Now, what I would look at it from an entrepreneur's perspective is something which keeps coming up to me very, very often. When we invest, it's two people who are there, or a member of 5-member team who we are investing in. There is a lot of focus between investors, be it the VC fund or the angel, let's not get into that. But there's a lot of focus on the chemistry between the investor and the entrepreneur. There's a lot of discussion on do the business philosophies match? And I would really sincerely use this forum to tell entrepreneurs that please choose your investors carefully. Okay, do they align with what you are trying to build? Do they align with your business model? Are they people who are clear on KYCs, etc.? It's very, very important. They're going to at least hold one share on your cap table, if not more, right? It's as seminal as that. Because if that does not happen, the ship is going to be pulled in two different directions, and that's a perfect situation for governance to fail. Because it's completely different parameters that you would do on financials, on your contracts. Everything will differ. So I think that's one thing that I want to really place on the table. Please choose your investors carefully. Talk to them. Figure out who else they've invested in. All of that, right? And do check them out. Just as investors check out diligence companies, I think there should be some level of check on investors. That's one part of it. The second part, I think, is choose early stage investors who've been there and done that. They've gone through the journey. They will point out to you the roadblocks. They will point out to you what you need to do, because young entrepreneurs don't know. They're just ignorant about it. And build a sense of trust and transparency with them. You know, they'll come up with how you handle your receivables. As a startup, instead of getting money in 35 days, you'll probably get it in 60 days. How do you manage your cash flows? How do you showcase your receivables, such long receivables for your next fundraise? These are all diligence issues, all governance issues in one way. On another planet, they are all practical issues that startups face. So please, to my mind, it's a very good idea to build a kind of a very strong relationship with your board members or mentors, whosoever, to help you guide this. On the investor side, I would say that understand this is not your company. You're not the captain, you're the coach, right? It's important to show a mirror to the entrepreneur that if you don't do this compliance, this is what's going to happen. Or if you don't look at your cash flow every morning and evening, this is what's likely to happen. And this, if you repeatedly do it to your point, or I don't know, maybe someone made the point, it becomes a habit, it becomes a discipline, that you keep checking these things out. And finally, I think what we've seen is, now we have 225, 230 companies. Number of companies have raised many, many rounds of investment. I think the companies which have done well, I was thinking through it over the years, there is one thread which sort of got subdued in this entire analysis that we did, which emerged. Many of our companies who've raised 3 crores, 4 crores, or 5 crores in their very first round with us have still got that umbilical cord with their first round investor, though they may have raised 100 million later. You see, because the investor who invests in you early knows you at your worst, at your most vulnerable. He knows you as the genes of your company. And he starts thinking and mentoring you and bringing you back to the ground. And I think if you look at even Wow Momos as a company, right? Sagar, we were the first round institutional investor. We still get calls to say, we are doing this, what do you think? We looked at another company, Wooden Street. They've raised their next 2 rounds after us. They're still calling us, this is what we're doing, what do you think? So I think what happens is we can tell you, because we know the business, as an early stage investor, we are able to say, look, this is where you're going to falter. You know, from a 15% positive EBITDA, you'll fall, and this is where you'll have a problem. So I think leveraging people around you for founders is very, very important. Leveraging depth and experience and wisdom, I think it will just improve the whole governance. I mean, there are a lot of people talking about frameworks and processes, and that's why I'm not going down that route. I absolutely believe those should be in place. But ultimately, that thinking of being well-governed, thinking of doing the right things, thinking of building not a valuation-based business, but a valuable business, I think that will drive founders to leverage everything and create a well-governed, valuable business. To me, it's a lot of people play here, and I don't think we leverage enough of it.
Thank you, thank you. And it does, also ties back to the point you made earlier, Padmaja, about culture, right? So the culture is about people, because even the captain of the ship cannot know all things at all times. And so you need the management team to take accountability, you need business line heads to take accountability, and this culture of governance has to flow from the top, but to every level, because especially as companies scale, you may have one field salesperson do the wrong thing, and that can be, the one piece that poisons the whole tank. And so one has to be careful about it throughout. Yes, please.
I just want to add one point, which I think has really worked for us. Okay, entrepreneurs will make mistakes, irrespective of which stage they are. Mistakes happen, right? It's human. But how do you handle that mistake? Are you transparent about it? Do you immediately act on it? Do you tell your board? Do you sit down and say, how do we avoid it? I think that smacks of good governance, right? Because then you are alert that this will not happen again. And I think that transparency and trust starts building. And I've seen this at every stage, even in public companies.
No, absolutely. So transparency, trust, and dialogue, which is flag things as they come up. We all understand that these are businesses that are being built on small bases, in tough environments. All emerging markets have various challenges, even beyond what you can see when you first write your business plan. So investors and stakeholders are sympathetic to that, keep the conversation going. I'll bring Rahul in now, because Rahul, I think you're different in that you do both debt and equity, right? And both products have a different role on the cap table, and your role as an investor of each would give you different views. Sometimes you have both products in the same company. And if you can draw out the distinction there, and also touch upon the point I was asking about earlier on minority investors. And in the situations where you're not on the board, what do you do there to have visibility on governance, and maybe align with other board members or other larger investors to ensure that it's a tight-run ship?
So yes, we have the privilege of being on both sides of the balance sheet in some companies, but typically we start with credit. We use that to build knowledge and a relationship with the company. And then selectively, when we find that companies have broken out at growth stage, we try and invest by way of equity. As a debt provider, we typically don't get a board seat, so we do rely on the power of the relationship that we have with the founder, but we also try and build a relationship with the CFO. That keeps us a little bit closer to the business, and we make sure that we have two lines of communication with the company at all times. There's a line with the founder, and there's a line with the CFO. What we have found, unfortunately, is that the CFO role in many companies is a revolving door. So it feels like every 6 months we have to start that conversation again. But we do try and follow a no surprises rule. We have to, of course, manage lots of institutional investors. So we tell our companies, look, good news, bad news, just no surprise, right? The minute something isn't working, please tell us. We can try and help you as best as we can. But we don't want to be surprised, because if we get surprised, then our investors are surprised. And that tends to then create lots more problems. So I think on the debt side, it is about, to Padmaja's point, we're quite early in the relationship. We tend to end up building a good relationship with the founder. They don't necessarily see us as a debt provider, an equity provider. They see us as somebody enabling their growth. And I think if you keep that relationship, then at least there aren't surprises. I think on the growth equity side, of course, we get to sit on boards. And what we found was that there's a little bit of a lost in translation. The venture community generally has come from operating backgrounds. There's a large focus on technology, innovation, talent. But as you get closer to being a growth to late stage company, the discipline around governance, independence, preparing for a public outcome, we felt that there was actually a missing piece there. And that forced us to actually build a playbook, which is sort of that journey from private to public. Because historically, and particularly in the last 15 years, all of the capital formation that's happened has largely been private to private to private. Series A to B, B to C, C to D. But the moment of truth is when you go public, right? And that's a big reset of the capital structure. And unfortunately, the language spoken by public investors is different from the language spoken by private. The bar on governance is much higher. The bar on discipline is much higher as a public company. And you can't do that 6 months before an IPO. So I think one of the big things we're trying to do at the growth stage is try and get these companies and founders and the board and collectively try and start to behave like a public company. And I think that forces, a 2-3 year journey of change, which cannot happen overnight. But that is one of the gaps that we see as companies get more mature, that behaving like a public company is an important part of us adding value.
Thank you, and I think that is a perfect segue to bring Amit in, because you can contrast the listed and unlisted, but also the Indian ecosystem has evolved where we've had a few startups go public, and then there was a bit of a pause as the geopolitical situation became adverse. But now I do expect, and I'm very optimistic, that in the next 12 to 18 months, we will start seeing more companies IPO from the digital ecosystem. What would be your message out there to those founders that are in that pre-IPO window? How should they best prepare themselves? And Rahul talked about how they're doing it for their portfolio, but even more broader, what could be the changes they should start thinking about as they prepare for the greater scrutiny of a public entity?
I fully endorse what Rahul said, that there's a huge disconnect between the public market investors and the private market investors. And I guess this comes from the nature of the beast. So once you've got a startup and you've got a couple of private equity investors, it's not surprising that if they're on speed dial with the promoters, they're kind of calling them up, speaking to them. The conversation is both ways. The promoters are thinking about something and saying that, okay, this is how the founders are thinking about something and saying, this is what we want to do. As an aside, it's actually quite interesting. In the public markets, you use the term promoters, but in the private market, you use the term founders. And, when you try and conflate the two, there are issues which SEBI is now grappling with, but that's a separate conversation. But so I'm going to kind of use the terms interchangeably for the moment. But yeah, the point is that, the founders are on speed dial with their investors all the time, talking about strategy. Now, the first disconnect is that public market investors are not on speed dial, and more often than not, they don't want to know about what is happening, because the moment you kind of share some inside information with them and something which is not in the public domain, you will find that they actually get compromised. It kind of impacts their ability to either buy additional shares or sell additional shares. So in the parlance of the market, they've kind of crossed the wall. So that is the starting point. And therefore, if you're not able to communicate as much, what does it mean for you in terms of how you're going to behave as a firm? And that comes down to the fact that, that's just one of the ways, sorry, I've kind of just lost my chain of thought, but to go back. So it kind of also means that you have to be different in terms of how you behave with between the public markets and the private markets, and what the expectations are. So there are a couple of things, which stand out, and we've kind of seen it in a large number of companies which have startups which have gone public. So if you look at something like the Articles of Association, now they have certain rights for the existing private equity players. Either the rights are not, typically they're not dropped, but oftentimes they're just old Articles of Association which continue, which would have rights saying that, look, as a private equity investor, there are certain items on which if they come for the board meeting, they need the approval of the private equity investor, or it could be that you'll have a permanent board seat as long as your shareholding is above a certain threshold, and not oftentimes the threshold is rather low, 1 or 2%. So these are areas where there is a disconnect between the private equity investors and the public market investors. There could be occasions where the public market investors are holding much, much more stock, but still don't have a seat on the board or have no say. But those are things which are they are happening with private equity investors because they've happened so historically, or those clauses have been kind of baked into the charter document. So those are issues where there is a disconnect between the public markets and the private markets. The other is just in terms of the horizon. So you have to remember that the private equity investor typically would be there for, if they've gotten into the company, the company is kind of IPO'd, they would be very close to the end of their investment horizon. But for the public market investors, they're now entering into that cycle. So they've got a completely different time horizon. And if you happen to become an index stock, there is, and you've got the index huggers, there's no end to an exit date. So even if they don't like certain things, they have to continue to hold it. So the point of bringing out all this is to say that there is a conflict. There is a conflict between two sets of investors who have different priorities and different time frames, and could have different interests and rights in the company. So it's not necessary that the conflict is between the investors and the companies, but it's just between two different sets of investors. The second is the behavior now has changed, and as Padma said, that, and I think Rahul as well, that you need to be communicating a lot more, and you have to communicate through the public channel. So if there is some bad news, it needs to be filed on the stock exchange. If there's some good news, that too needs to be filed on the stock exchange. Now SEBI is asked for all, you need to react to rumors. This was not so till last week. So you're kind of starting to see these changes, which means that the behavior of investors to of companies to public markets and private market investors is very, very different.
Thank you for that perspective. And as we talk about governance across various stages of the company, public, private, and the idea of the founder having so many things to deal with, as well as just putting in place these processes, it begs the question, what can you do to make governance scalable, where there can be tools, there can be use of technology to manage some of these processes, so that you can continue doing your thing, but you know that the governance steps and checks and balances are being controlled because there's more information. There is the use of technology to scale governance across the organization. I will bring Ravi in because I know he's working on a set of tools that could allow for that. Ravi, would you please share what this could be?
Sure. So with the tech founder hat on and managing my business, I get a sales dashboard from my Fresh Sales. I get a marketing dashboard from HubSpot. I know the status of learning of our engineers from a Pluralsight account where they're training, but I don't have any dashboard for this. And I put the investor hat on, and I don't know if investors have a dashboard of the status of various portfolio companies. Where are the gaps? What's the compliance status? What's the governance status? So being from within the ecosystem and running a company that actually sells B2B software, I can clearly see a case. We actually sell a product to CFOs, company secretaries, and CHROs, which help them manage cap tables, ESOPs, compliance, accounting around that. And so you could easily conceive of a tech solution which makes it scalable. And someone talked about habit formation earlier. I think what tech does is initiates a process. Today, every startup needs to be have certain security compliance processes, and there are tech solutions for that. And so if you want to think about habit formation from an early stage, how does a technology or a tool allow you to scale up this process and with frameworks which are age appropriate for the startup? How do you kind of ensure? And then from a board and shareholder visibility perspective, or even from a founder visibility perspective, knowing exactly what are the gaps and how do you track it, I think technology can play a big role in creating a tool or a platform and easier communication. You talked about minority shareholders. This dashboard necessarily need not go only to a board member, it can go to a wider set of minority investors. So I think technology in general infuses transparency into the whole system. So there's a very big case for using a technology-driven tool. I would still add that this can initiate behaviors this can create a process, this can create a habit, and probably compliance can be tracked. Governance is a bit more nuanced. It actually what happens in the board meetings, what do you discuss, and so on. But the habit formation is there. It's in the genetics of the company that you have created a process. So I think it certainly helps.
Thank you, Ravi. And I know we are almost at time. We have about 5-7 minutes left, and I do want to save some time for the audience. But let me give the last word to Sachin. What would be your advice to founders out there who are sitting there thinking, I really must make sure that I have all the governance in place and that I'm compliant and more than compliant, and to investors who are worried about not having the full visibility but want to make sure that things are going right?
So let me answer it in two parts. We did a global report sometime back, and this was on the larger companies. And what came out as a strong, reality is a technology deficit in the boardroom. Most of the large companies today are facing a problem that they don't have enough technology experts in the boardroom. The reason I'm bringing this up is the reverse is true when it comes to startup. There's a lot of technology awareness there, but perhaps there is a deficit in terms of management and governance. We need to acknowledge that. Just the way the larger companies have acknowledged that deficit and are working towards bridging that gap, I think the message is very clear. Please acknowledge if there's a deficit when we talk of startups on management and governance. Acknowledgement will only set you in action. So that's point number one. And to end, on my second point, and I'll just quote a quote which is attributed generally to Confucius, which is, I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. Most of what we are hearing, all of you are hearing, you'll perhaps forget it by tomorrow. And this is a message to founders and all the investors also. Start doing, and this is why we came out with this playbook. Implement it. There is a self-assessment that we are recommending. Do it. You will know where the gaps are. Be honest about it, and you will fix it. There is always some time that is required, but I think acknowledging that and using it. So doing is only way to understand where you are and to move forward. So that's my, that's where I would like to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin. Very well put. Doing is the only way to learn. So thank you for putting that message out there. With that, I will close the panel, but open it up for Q&A from the audience. Any questions? Yes, I think that's Sriram, right?
There's not a lot of data available for evaluation, and you're just evaluating on first principles. And when you're starting this relationship, you don't want to start on a rough patch by asking a lot of questions, a lot of hard questions, and also there's a lot of competition for deal flow as well. So how do we, evaluate in those senses, especially for early stage setup? Yeah.
So my 2 cents on that is valuation is more art than science, especially in early stage, right? And there are tools for valuation, but there's a lot of judgment that goes into it.
Not for valuation, I'm saying for evaluating from the governance perspective.
From a governance perspective. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. White Padmaja, I saw you pick up your mic. Why don't you come in there?
So it's a very good question, by the way. So you're right, there's not much data. There are three things that is important when you're evaluating. One is really evaluating the people, the founders. What have they done? Taking reference checks, how have they behaved? What are their backgrounds? All of that, okay? And then evaluating, of course, the data that may be available. That's one. But one of the difficult things and very easy to do is to fall in love with founders, okay? You can't fall in love with founders when you are an investor, when you are diligencing. And you can't even fall in love with founders once you have invested. You have to be able to maintain that arm's length distance. Because if you can't look at things clinically, then you're not going to be able to add value first to the company and surely not to yourself. So we do a lot of diligence, and we do decline investments if they fail diligence, irrespective of the fact that maybe we would love the guy for all it matters. So I think it's very, very, very important to keep that clinicality right through the journey. You can't fall in love with all his ideas. You can't fall in love with all his plans. You have to bring in that practical sense. And in some ways, I would say investors are the best critic of the company, because they have a stake and they want it to work, and they're the best critic. So how does a company leverage that becomes also very important.
I'll just add to that and say, you said investors are the best critic, and I think sometimes founders forget that the investor is actually on your side, because they're perfectly aligned. They only make money if you succeed. They only make money if the company grows, right? So there's perfect alignment. At the same time, they bring a third-party outsider perspective. So I echo Padmaja's point about judging the person. There is obviously the risk that the person changes over time. And so one has to, worry about that, and that's when the process controls and constant dialogue come in place. Amit, did you want to come in?
Yeah, so I'll just echo what Padmaja said, that it's very difficult to figure out, and therefore all you can do is take a judgment on the people. And that will happen if you have conversations, and if you kind of have conversations which are, one is on the business itself, but it's a reasonable assumption to say that they've been more seeped into the business than you are or likely to be, and therefore they'll have more sharper answers. So therefore spend a lot of time talking about what else is it that, which is the book they've read, which is the book they've liked, situations, how would they react in different situations, etc. So if you have a kind of set of questions along those, conversations along those lines, which is the movie they've liked, why have they done it, some situations they've been into, difficult situations, what have they enjoyed, what have they not liked, talk about some events from the newspaper, how do they view it. It'll kind of give you a sense of how they're thinking about, and then you have to see whether that resonates with you or not.
It's basically assessing somebody's value systems. At that early stage, it's about that, right?
Absolutely.
And so, if you're wondering how a movie conversation tells you that.
I get that.
Another
point.
question there. Yes,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you. My name is Shankar. My question is related to risk management systems. As you know, in the last 15 years at least, there has been a lot of focus for all the listed companies and others, and regarding risk management and internal financial controls. Listed companies, it is mandatory. Now, there is actually a provision in the Companies Act, which is section 134(3)(n), which says that you must have development and implementation of a risk management policy, and the companies are required to understand what are those risks that actually threaten the existence of the company itself. Now, this is not related to a listed or an unlisted company. It relates to all companies, private, and I think including OPC. So, from a perspective of a startup, if there are 4 stages, where do you expect a formal risk management system to be put in place?
Rahul, would you like to take that?
Sure. I think the challenge with venture and particularly early stage is that the biggest risk is the key man, right? Because we're betting on the person. So I think fundamentally at the very early stage, you really have to live and die with the promoter or the founder. I think as the business matures and you start to put in place next level of the organization, let's say even if the founder's incentives are aligned, but if the next level is not aligned, then you start to see issues in the business. So I would say typically around the Series B, when you start to have delegation of decision making, you start to have multiple people involved, whether it's on the sales side, on the customer side, you start to want to build more elements of risk management besides the financial risk, right? Because you could have products going out into the market that haven't been sufficiently tested. You could have software that crashes during implementation. So I think you need to take a much more holistic view on risk management. I will say that, generally when times have been good, the approach to risk management has been, we'll deal with it later. But I do think that in the last couple of years, particularly as companies have come of size and scale, there's actually a lot to lose, right? When you have these unicorn scale businesses and you have a continuity issue and suddenly you have, a fraud that plays out or you have a customer data breach, that can create huge challenges. So I think particularly for the companies that start to get into the hundreds of millions of value, it actually boards upon everyone around the table to make sure that there is no destruction of value. So I think it is introduced gradually, but typically I think that around the Series B is when you, at a minimum, should start to talk about it. And as you get into being a slightly more growth stage company, you have to manage the downside as well.
Thank you, Rahul. But I must emphasize that the events that have happened over the last 8 to 12 months, every investor, irrespective of stage, is thinking about risk management, right? Right at the outset. Because, they don't want, as everyone on the panel has echoed, right? You want to put in place this mindset, the nodal elements of risk management, the culture of risk management very early in the game. And of course, as the value accretes, the focus on ensuring the downside protection becomes even greater. And so as Rahul put it, Series B and later, bigger focus, but in this environment, right at the outset. Thank you so much, guys. I have completely enjoyed this discussion. Thank you to my co-panelists. This was very comprehensive, and thank you for the fabulous questions from the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our esteemed panelists and our outstanding moderator who led this intriguing and insightful session. Now, as a token of our appreciation and gratitude, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Manoj, to present all our panelists and our moderator with a small memento to signify our deep respect for your knowledge, expertise, and your valuable time that you have given us today. On behalf of everyone, we express our sincere thanks to Ruchira, Ms. Padmaja, Mr. Amit, Mr. Ravi, and Mr. Sachin. You have truly brought the session alive and with your insights. Thank you. I'd like to now invite Dr. Neeraj Gupta to take us through to the next session. Dr. Gupta.
Good evening, friends. As we are progressing in the day, various interesting discussions have taken place, right from inauguration to the launch of ISCA course, launch of the governance playbook, which set a suggestive framework for the startup ecosystem, and then discussing very specific about the frameworks and the control systems, including the risk management system, which needs to be pondered upon and needs to be brought in place. Let's be more sharper now by having a discussion around something which is considered to be a key institution for any entity. That is the board and the directors. A number of papers, reports come to our knowledge almost every year on various aspects, right from constitution, composition, engagement of the directors in the board, focus areas, how India differentiates as far as the board priorities are concerned vis-a-vis the global practices, effectiveness, enhancing effectiveness. So let us discuss about these aspects. We have discussed enough about the investors and founders and generic issues relating to the corporate governance, and I would like to invite for that Mr. Ajay Nanavati on the dais, please. He had been former managing director of 3M India, one of the Fortune 500 company, and again, as a public sector institution, he has led Syndicate Bank. I would like to invite Mr. Shiva Subramaniam Raman, the chairman and managing director of SIDBI. He has traveled, he's so passionate about the subject, traveled straight from Paris this morning after attending crucial meetings. I would like to invite Mr. Kaushik Datta, a good friend of mine. He's a leader at Thought Arbitrage and presently chairman at Zomato. Kaushik, can you please come over? I would like to invite Mr. Anshuman Tripathi. He is a board member of National Security Advisory Council, the key council at the nation on security issues led by Mr. Ajit Dobhal, and also acting as independent director on couple of boards. I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Piyush Sharma. He is a global coach for CXO position holders and a leadership evangelist presently associated with IIM Ahmedabad on various research and practice related aspects. My role is over, friends. You will see me again. I hand it over to Ajay. Sandeep is also there. I'm sorry. Just excuse me, Sandeep. I'm sorry. Mr. Sandeep Sinha. No, I saw a vacant seat. Like I've lost my mind. Sandeep Sinha. Please welcome Sandeep Sinha. He is managing partner to Lumis Partners, one of the VC firm again. So here the galaxy is complete. Over to Ajay.
Thank you, Neeraj. Good afternoon, everybody. Little louder, please. Thank you. So, I think I've been sitting in since the morning, and you all have been thrown a lot of stuff on governance. And so I'm going to try and ensure that we keep this conversation focused on the topic at hand, elephants in the boardroom. I think that phrase elephants is very relevant. I'll come back to that in a minute. So I think, one of the things that jumped out at me during the morning that I've been sitting out here is that there's been a lot of talk about difference between governance and compliance. And there's been a lot of talk about why governance matters. By the way, the format we're going to follow is we're going to have each of the panelists, I'll give a few opening context-setting comments, and then we'll have each of the panelists share 4 or 5 minutes of their own experiences, and then we will go into a dialogue amongst the panel. So I think a lot of conversations have happened around, why governance is important, how to do it, but I don't think there's been enough conversation as to why it's not happening. Everybody knows, I think, pretty much we all know why it's important. And we learned a little about how to do it. But despite knowing how important it is and knowing how to do it, it's often not happening, and more so in the startup ecosystem. So in addition to my sort of corporate history, I'm also an angel investor in a few startups out here. And I think one of the things that has emerged to me is that oftentimes boards are seen as a necessary evil in the startup ecosystem. That, you know, we need this to keep our investors happy, to show them that we are serious players, et cetera, et cetera. And I think I often wonder why there is this reluctance to sort of engage with the boards in the startups, with the founders. And I think there was some dialogue about having that sort of the chemistry between the founder and the board is really important. So when I speak to a couple of the portfolio companies that I'm associated with, the common complaints I get is that they see the board as sometimes being an impediment. It's slowing down things. They ask too many questions. You know, they are, difficult to deal with. Or they don't have enough knowledge. They don't understand my company like I understand my company. So how can they add value to me? Nobody understands my company better than how I understand my company. So those are some of the common complaints that I often encounter. And the other complaint that I hear often is that we are not able to attract good directors on our board. And so when I try to probe a little deeper into that question of what do you mean by good directors, in often cases they use good directors meaning compliant directors. That's their definition of a good director, is somebody who's going to be compliant, who's not going to rock the boat, who's not going to be ask me difficult questions. So I said, to me, if that's your definition of good, then there's clearly a oxymoron of a good director versus a compliant director. If you want a good director, you need to be able to handle dissent. You need to somebody ask you the tough questions. Now, I spent 4 years in Israel. I was the managing director there. And one of the things I found was the Israeli ecosystem in terms of startups. Most of the startups in Israel, the average age of a startup founder in Israel is mid-30s to late 30s. Whereas in India, it's in the mid-20s to late 20s, the early stage, the startup ecosystem. So one of the things that I have found is that, and we talked about that in the morning as well, in many cases it's just a lack of knowledge. That I don't know what I don't know. You know, and I think that's sort of the nub of where the issue starts from, is that there has to be a willingness in the founder's head. And I know Sanjay made that comment that good governance lies in the founder's head. And if the founder is not inclined to that or doesn't have the right aptitude, he's not, the message that he's going to send to the rest of the organization is going to also follow the same system. So in my opinion, I think it's really important that startups start seeing boards as partners, as somebody who can ask the difficult questions, and not as adversaries. They are there to actually, what I call adult supervision. The phrase that I use is that you should treat that as sort of adult supervision. I think we really need to get away from this mindset that boards, especially in the startups, they said either we can't afford it, we can't attract good talent, or they are just not attuned to my vision of the company. So you will tap into your friend's network to come and join your board. And by default, he's going to be, compliant. And I think the role of a good director, this applies, and I'm going to limit my conversation to startup boards rather than corporate boards in publicly listed companies. And there are some similarities, but some differences as well. So again, this comes back to when we talked about the difference between compliance and governance. In the corporate world, compliance, in my mind, should be hygiene. Unfortunately, and I see many, it is quite common that people know what boxes to tick, But this is one phrase that I picked up from my good friend Mukundan from Tata Chemicals, which I love and I think captures the essence of the difference between governance and compliance. Niti versus niyat. You can have the best intent, and we are very good at finding loopholes in systems. And so I think that really captures the essence. You can have all kinds of regulations, you can have all kinds of guidelines, but if the intent is not there, you will find a way around it. So this phrase, I think, really captures the essence of this. So I don't want to go on this. I could go on for a long time, but that we're just sort of setting the context of the role of a board in a startup environment. Please treat them as allies, as friends, as well-wishers, not as adversaries. And spend a lot of time on bringing in diverse members on your board who complement your skills. Don't bring in clones of yourself, people who think like you, act like you, dress like you, eat like you. You don't want clones of yourself on the board. You want complementary skills. So with that, I will now request Anshuman to start giving me your perspective, sir, to give us some, how you look at it and what are your thoughts before, and we'll go down the sequence out here and have each of you give a few thoughts.
Thanks, Jay. I think I have a set of slides actually that I put up. Or maybe it will be better if I go and stand out there then. You have the slides? Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Thanks for this opportunity. Dr. Gupta was kind enough to make it a good introduction, and Ajay is a great panelist here with me. Did you get my slides? Yeah, there you go. So I wasn't pretty certain of the format, so I put in a few slides, and I'd made a request to Ajay also to allow me to put in some slides in here. I'll just go through very briefly on a few things on where I think where the elephants in the boardroom are really there and what we need to actually focus on, both from the entrepreneur's perspective as well as from the investor's perspective and also from the compliance and governance side of things. Let's start with a very interesting example. These are guys on a board which actually exists, a specific company which actually exists. Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State, 2 former Secretaries of State, 2 former US Senators, 2 US Defense Secretaries. This is a startup, actually existing startup which started off, and you would expect that corporate governance is something they would really understand and know very well. This is a fantastic team. Where is the founder today? Does anybody know which company this is? There you go. Where are the founders today? In jail. So what happened to corporate governance? Does the person coming onto the board, does that really make a difference? There was a full elephant safari out there where this board was concerned. Look at this. They just took the whole world for a joyride. So coming back, now let's go into, okay, so the first question comes in is, when does corporate governance actually start? If you talk to any startup, and in the previous panel and Ajay and all, we just talked about, where do we start? To start, there's an entrepreneur who's sitting at home sipping beer, he or she, and has an idea, and they say, okay, I'm an entrepreneur. The entrepreneur becomes a founder the moment the idea becomes a startup, and they go and incorporate. But this is, in his mind, his baby, it's an infancy. Just like the proverbial 3 Fs, friends, family, and fools who invest at this stage, the board will also have friends, family, and fools. And we start off on that stage, and that's perfectly fine. But along the line, if the founders work hard and the startup gets traction, business model gets proven, eventually it'll end up in a place where the startup is bigger than the founders. And every founder that I've worked with, or myself included, knows that day, that moment when the startup takes a life of its own. When it takes that needle, moves on, the tipping point is reached, that is the time when corporate governance actually kicks in. You need your company's board of directors to provide that holistic view of keeping it on the right guardrails, take it forward, and that is the starting point. A lot of people say, I don't need a board. Yes, you need a board. Why should I use a board? Or, you have an investor say, I took so much percentage of a company, I want to be on your board. And there's a tug of war. Many of you investors know exactly how that goes. So, which is the other biggest elephant in the room of a board? There is always a conflict between the financial GPS and the moral compass. We need to understand everything eventually boils down to this. This is the mother of all elephants in any boardroom. The conflict between the financial GPS, I need to meet my numbers, I need to be successful, I need to take risks, but at what cost? And what compliance are not being taken care of? So those are the things that I wanted to bring up. And if you look from an investor's perspective, you need to see your startup having a good maturity in its process, along with a good composition and rotation in the board also. If this is not the right sequence, maybe some things will come back and forth. Your investment or your business model went, the sequence is not right. But what I would like to see when I'm investing or when I recommend somebody or I'm mentoring a startup is that you want to see people on the board who can help you facilitate and enable to take these things forward. Get you the right, or help you with the right business model, or help you open some markets for you. Maybe a retired senior person from some company, or who's in that same industry. Or, you would like to see that you got investments from 3 companies or 3 VCs. I would like to see those VCs on your board. I've seen situations where a guy says that, I got a VC funding from somebody and that VC was not on the board. What happened? Well, actually, it was not the VC, the institutional VC. It was an individual thing which came in as an angel investment at a very early stage. And it was more of a personal thing, and it didn't show up he didn't take a board seat at that time. But that was not what was portrayed in the slide deck which was shown to me. So those are the kind of things which are very important. I would like to see this going forward, that the board composition reflects the maturity of the startup. And I'll just leave with the slide before the next person comes on, because I just love the way this guy put it. It's not my slide, it's from Dell Capital, but it shows what are the different places and what are the important things that the board should have in its position. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anshuman. Again, you hit the nail on the head when you made that comment about the fact that having brand names on the board does not in itself guarantee good fiduciary responsibility. But I think there's also a cultural context to this, that, especially in Asian cultures, and India being part of that, is that we have this very differential attitude. I've sat on boards, and sometimes you feel that, how dare I question this guy? I mean, he's a rock star. मेरी क्या हैसियत होती है कि मैं उनसे question करूं? So I think this is a really important aspect that and again, earlier in the morning also we talked that every big company you see today started as a startup. So whether it's a Reliance or whoever it is today, at some point in time they were a startup. And they evolved into that, and their boards evolved along with them. So I think that's to me, one of the key takeaways was, do not assume, though they might help you in terms of getting funding traction. But I do not guarantee that just by virtue of having a brand name board member that you are safe. Sir, Kaushik, I'd like you to give your thoughts on the subject.
Thank you, first of all, for your patience. And thank you for having me at IICA. And how many of you out here are founders or work in a startup? A lot of you. It's a very lonely life. It's a very, very lonely life, and I'm not joking. And look at the pressures that you have. You have given up a job, right after college. You have given up on your families because you hardly spend any time. You have one passion, mostly bootstring, very little money, and you have one goal to succeed. And when you do that, when you get there, and that goal, that passion, is one of the most unique things and one of the most adorable and one of the most wonderful things in your life. And as life progresses, you are moving towards actualization. And where does your actualization come in a business? Either your business would get taken over by somebody, or ultimately, you'll go public. So this is the process, from the idea of starting on a garage of somebody's house in that lonely life, and then you get into the public markets. It's governance, compliance, all these things are something I'm not going to talk about, because I consider that's rule of the game. You have to do it. Same thing, because you're a company, you will have to have a board. You're wise people. So would you like to have everyone like yourself, like from your college, from your school, whatever, who fills up the board? Or would you like somebody who would actually kind of spar with you? Like if you've seen a boxing match, not a boxing match, when they practice boxing, they spar. So, both the boxers get better. And it's something like there is no teacher, no student. If you do that, what happens is that you get better. You understand your business very, very well. You understand your product, you understand your services, you understand your technology, you understand all of that. And no one coming from outside of your board understands that, even a fraction of what you do, no matter how many of them profess to be experts. Because you have, if not everything, on top of that, you have the passion and you have the understanding to the deep depth. So what you need the others in the board for is to be your sparring partners on where you have lesser skills. Because your goal is the actualization, is not running the day-to-day, moving from one to one, not the incremental. If you put your goals as the actualization part and then start working. Sanjeev spoke here. Sanjeev and I go back, I think 1994 or 1995. That's a long time. When Sanjeev's turnover was 5 lakhs, no, less than that, about 3 lakhs. So from that, he had the passion that day. He was different. We knew when the time I met him, he was different. And look at him today. And similarly, I have worked with some of them who are really, really big. Shiv Nadar, when it was very, very small a company in 1990s. So a lot of them have got the same thing, this passion, and how to make it big. And governance and all these processes come in. But what you need is you need to have that thing about being able to absorb, and being able to absorb from others and use them as a sparring partner. And I'll give you an example. You heard of this company, it's a very large, Havells. The owner of Havells is a gentleman, Kimat Rai. God bless him, he's no longer here. He told me one thing in my consulting days, is that हमें एक आदमी की ज़रूरत पड़ती है जो हमारे सामने एक आईना रख दे. Find that person. It could be in your board, it could be outside your board, it could be your friend, relative, somebody you went to college, some college professor, some acquaintance, whoever. Somebody you respect, somebody who's got time, somebody who will actually hold a mirror to you. That's one thing you would need. And that's something, if you have somebody like that in your board, it's a great value. And before I close, 2 more things. When you're in a board, because you are a founder, you will be in the board, the investors will be in the board, whoever else you get into the board. In your board, you have 2 duties, and that doesn't change. First is duty of care. Anything that you do in a board has to be done with proper diligence. All decisions have to have a proper reasoning. All decisions have to have a justification, XYZ, that you have done everything as following principles of due care. And the second one is probably as important, if not more important, is the principles of due care, and the other one is lack of conflict. That means like whatever you do is in the best interest of the company, and without your interests your interests cannot get compromised. So with no conflict, duty of care, and duty of no conflict. Everything that you do, if you just follow these 2, you have followed mostly all principles of governance when it comes. And that's also the law. So I'll just leave 2 or 3 things based on all these years that I've worked with different founders, different startups in the last 25, 30 years, is get somebody, you would always be great in what you do, but get someone to actually stop you, hold you, spar with you, give you ideas, give you a shoulder to cry on. Investors, there are different sets of investors with different levels of patience. We club all investors in one block. If you have 10 investors, they have different levels of patience and different levels of time that they have for you. So you also have to get prepared in how do you deal with them. It's not a homogeneous set of people and homogeneous set of alignments. So with so that's another thing as a founder. As you get bigger, you need to know how do you want to deal and spar with them. And the last thing is, the whole thing about no surprises is actually reality. I mean, I have seen a lot of scandals on boards. If only we could have avoided a lot of this for both sides. If some of these were actually said earlier and could have been dealt with a lot lesser costs for everyone in the game. So just, I guess like I really don't have much, I mean, I could keep talking for a long time, and that's my 2 cents for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kaushik. I love that sparring analogy. I think really that captures the essence very nicely. You know, again, both in your current hat and in your past career, and you've also been involved in other boards, do you find that the time that a director needs to spend, you know, people think of when I'm on a board director, it's very cool that I can have my business card which says board director or so-and-so company, so it's considered like a very prestigious thing. But do you find that the time that a director needs to spend in a large corporation versus the time that he spends of his personal time when he's on the board of a startup, can you maybe share some differences that you see in both sides of the coin? That is the role of the board director. Does he end up spending more time, less time? What is the nature of the time that he spends in a startup environment versus in a more structured, large company?
Let me start with a large listed public corporation. Those are very structured. You know your duties, your responsibilities, your liabilities, and you work accordingly to make sure that all of these get satisfied to the best extent that you can. So this is very structured, and it happens in a certain manner. Then you have special meetings. And then also you have, over a period of time, you do have relationships in which you have a number of meetings which are not recorded in the meetings. In a startup, it's not like that. Startup is like you're the sparring partner. I mean, I sit on boards of quite a few startups, and you do have 4 structured meetings, but there's a lot of it is over calls, it's an advice, it's a mentorship. But the most amount of time that I actually spend is not on a startup or not on these large corporations, is on a not-for-profit organization called Akshay Patra, because because it's also probably this is the biggest startup. The one last thing I would leave you with, companies even after 10 years of being listed still think that they're startups. Even though the culture is that of a startup, but you got to have it in your mind that over a period of time, you're an enterprise which are maturing. You might like to call yourself a startup, but once you get bigger and bigger, it's an enterprise which is just like any other company. You might use tech as an enabler, or you might be completely on the internet, but you are like any other company giving products and services. And when it comes to that, it's discretion versus process. How much of your business is based on your discretion as a founder, decisions as you take as a founder, and how much of the results are coming into the process? As you get bigger, more should be process and less discretion, but discretion always determines like your strategy, your product, your new things, your life, your vision, everything, but results, more and more processes.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, the point that in a startup board, you're really playing a coach and a mentor kind of a role, whereas in a more structured company, it's really very process driven. Siva, can I invite you, sir, to share with us your perspectives? You wear a very key hat in terms of funding many of these ventures. So what's your take on board's role in a startup environment?
Very good afternoon to all of you, and we've heard some very insightful comments, and it sort of makes me think on the various roles that I have, played in my own career. And just as a background and, to give a sort of sense of where I'm coming from, I have actually spent many years at SEBI doing surveillance on the markets, and you have all kinds of people in the listed space. So that is actually misdemeanors and violations of security laws in the listed space. Many years after that, in fact, just before coming to SIDBI, I actually had the most fortunate years, I think, of mine running a startup. It's obviously not like what all of you have struggled to do, but it had share capital from the banks. It was setting up of the information utility under the IBC, but it was a startup from all other purposes because we had a new law and nothing else. So we didn't need to struggle for funds, but I think we had to struggle for everything else. So I have actually, the number 2 person to have come into that company, and then 4.5 years later, we sort of put it together, and it's now, a digital, part of the digital framework of the country. But it taught me a lot. And of course, now in the role I am currently with, I have actually spent a fair amount of time talking to startups, both from the fund of funds perspective, as also the interest that we have as a venture capital fund, which SIDBI runs as a subsidiary. So the sense I'm getting is, why are we talking about governance for startups? I mean, if you're a company, you are under the company's law, and you have to follow whatever the Companies Act says. The Companies Act itself has carve-outs for very small companies. So I think up to 10 crores, you don't need a CFO. Up to 5 crores, you don't even need a CS. I mean, there are certain clear carve-outs that are available within the Companies Act, which probably addresses and understands that the compliance burden on a small company should be less. I'm just putting another perspective to this is it that right now, because there is a so-called funding winter, at least the money from the foreign money has dwindled. From an Indian perspective, we still are seeing some demand in our fund of funds. But given the fact that something like 70% of funding in AIFs comes from foreign sources, there certainly is a bit of drying up. But in the course of drying up, if we've found that we've had 1 or 2 startups which have been found to have committed fraud, I really wouldn't give too much importance to that. I mean, I don't know the number of startups we're really talking about. I mean, I'm not talking about the 84,000 and 90,000 startups that are there on the DPIIT site. But even if I were to look at the 1,000 startups which have got money from the Fund of Funds program, apart from 2 cases, we haven't heard of misdemeanors that border on fraud. Now, in a country like ours, for a startup to even move ahead, and I think you've heard it from other speakers, there is only passion and drive, and you really are not interested in knowing what are the other rules that the Companies Act puts upon you. So you are going ahead and creating value, and I think it's that value that we all wish to see. So I think we need to just step back a bit and ask ourselves, is that for the sake of 2 companies out of 1,000 going bad, should we start stressing about corporate governance on startups. And as I said, every company has got the Companies Act before it. So from a startup founder's point of view, he really requires a set of other people to look after the aspects of compliance. What governance really brings is, and I completely agree with Ajay, it is not compliance. What governance brings is, can we grow further? Can we grow with a certain stability, with a certain method in the madness? Because it is an, sort of an unbridled horse that the promoter represents, and the board is really trying to sort of mount that horse, saying, listen, there's a certain way of going about the business. And if you do put in certain important structures within the company, if you do answer honestly to the questions that are posed by a set of independent directors, then you might get benefited. And the other perspective I really bring in is purely from the VC and PE world. I don't see governance in this segment at all similar to what is there in a listed space segment, which focuses on investor protection. I don't think any VC or PE in this room or in India or anywhere else requires an authority to help them control the particular company that they're working with. They're probably sitting on the boards, they know exactly what is happening in the company, and they are completely aligned with the promoter in terms of return on investment. So they are, on the same side of the fence, if I may say. Now, as a board, is the VC stroke PE playing that role of a responsible, independent board director? Obviously, no, because you are not independent. The question, therefore, comes down to whether it's the board of Satyam or the board of a startup, that where does the independence lie? Who is bringing in that sense of independent questioning? The risks that need to be looked at? Who has the ability to tell the promoter plus his PE investor that slow down, we should not probably take this step, it might lead probably to an income tax or an ED coming after us. Now, these are the points where governance steps in. It's about trying to get an insight into the future that today's action may not prove very well. So, I think we really have to ask ourselves that in a country like India, which is nascent in its industrialization even today, are we saying that corporate governance for startups is relevant? And if it is relevant, I would argue to the other side that let us make more carve-outs for startups, which are, as per the DPIIT definition, 10 years and 100 crores, that anyone who occupies this space will probably have a much lighter touch, and therefore when you cross the stage of startup, you are then expected to bring in all the, in money and investment into compliance, and also make sure that you have a board which reflects the maturity of such a company. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Siva. I think the point you made about a few bad apples should not sort of spoil the entire bunch. You don't have a broad brush approach to that. And earlier in the morning, Amitabh Kant also made a comment about this self-regulatory mechanism that comes in. One of my takes has been that there is no shortage of regulations in India. I think where we struggle with is enforcement. Do you have any views? Do you agree that enforcement is, so even if it is this few bad apples, if you could set them up as examples that if you do this, this is what will happen, that sets the tone for the broader thing. So do you agree that there is an enforcement issue more than a regulatory issue?
So I think you've certainly answered the question. It is It is something that the world needs to see, that is the world of startups. They need to see how is it that the authorities, stroke investors, how have they remedied a particular situation. And therefore, if the remedy is about, sorry to take specifics, but a Go mechanic getting sold to another company, that is a remedy. I don't see anything wrong with that. Now, what is the fate of those promoters? That, I think we've all forgotten. So, it makes eminent sense what you're saying, that are these guys blacklisted? They are not under a SEBI regulation, so you cannot say you're not coming to capital markets for 10 years. But why is that not done? That is really, I completely agree with you that it is easy to set the tone for everybody if we take strict action on a few. And I think for that matter, given the fact that today more people are interested in the private capital space rather than the public capital space, or let me say that there's a preponderance for the private capital space, let's bring in certain regulations from the MCA in the Companies Act which deals with these situations.
Thank you. Sandeep, can I come to you now, sir, to share with us your thoughts?
No, absolutely, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I'll actually start from the point where Raman left. I was in US last week, New York and Boston, met a lot of investors. I think 2 or 3 shifts which are very, very strong and visible is the focus on the private markets in India. The size with which it is growing, we are almost hitting about $100 billion of investment, going to 600 in the next 5 years. I personally sit on investment committees of a couple of funds. I am on direct investments in companies. But before I go further on the fact that corporate governance is not a matter of choice, a confession. I started my life as an entrepreneur, and I was absolutely intimidated. The headset right from day one was that if I get a board, it is going to throttle the performance of my company. It was completely intimidating to sit in front of people who honestly were very, very successful in their own lives, have proven track records, but here I am at the start of my journey, trying to make ends meet, figuring out basic things to sell, and I'm being asked questions which I think I need to be worried 3 or 4 years down the line. And I think that was a big, huge challenge. Then we moved forward as a business, and then I realized, okay, maybe corporate governance or not, I should at least get the board members who are luminaries because they look good on my board, right? It was purely a matter of optical presentation with which I honestly went out and got my first board. And very soon you start realizing that the only person you're fooling is yourself, right? The rest of the world honestly doesn't care because you'll make a mistake and the consequences are going to be heavy and you'll learn the hard way. But nobody's going to then wake up and say that, in ignorance is bliss, right? That's not going to happen. I also learned some of the very basic things that, a lot of us talk about niyat, we talk about intent, but candidly, that is not enough. Because as an entrepreneur, nobody has taught you about what those compliances are. You are so busy running a business 24/7 that you genuinely don't understand what are so many compliances that you need to live with. But that doesn't become an excuse. Just the fact that your intent is right is not going to come and save you tomorrow if you genuinely make mistakes which have severe consequences. So very quickly I learned I have to surround myself with people who are not only well-wishers but also understand this stuff because I don't as an entrepreneur. And that's where this journey started. Moving forward, I think a lot of us talked about the financial side, the regulatory side, but I think there are some other sides that I personally saw as board member, right? I was board member of one of the top leading firms in India, and the biggest challenge there was a toxic work environment in the company, right? Most of the board members chose not to talk about it because the numbers were great, the performance was fabulous. Nobody wanted to really address the fundamental issue of a toxic work environment. And there was a debate believe me or not, whether it falls in the purview of a board to be able to look into that or not, because it's not really a flouting of any corporate governance rules, regulations, statutory responsibilities, and so on. But the board took a call. They actually appointed me as a member to kind of go into the organization and figure out how to fix that toxic work environment. And I think that's equally important when we talk about the corporate governance in the whole world of a startup. You know, we were just talking about the fact that how difficult it is to be in a startup. You know, the life is not easy, right? There are so many demands that we continue to kind of look forward to. Kaushik talked about, you know, the life is lonely, and that's reality. So you really need a board who is actually able to go beyond the basic dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's to be able to look at the whole wellness index of the organization. Otherwise, it's just going to be really, really tough to be able to build in successful organizations. The other use case that I personally felt was, you know, conflict between the co-founders. Nothing wrong in the organization. Everybody is following the rules to the T. But you know, there is a genuine conflict which is happening in the organization with respect to the two co-founders. Would the board step in? Would the board not step in? And I have personally seen that, you know, if you have a good relationship with your board, some of these relationships really translate into fixing those issues and challenges better than anywhere else. So make use of that, right? Because the definition of, you know, the governance is not as airtight as it is meant to be. You know, a fallout in the relationships, a fallout into the work environment, those things definitely translate into much bigger challenges over a period of time. The other one I have personally seen is a reverse equation where people who are genuinely afraid of being board members, the onus and the responsibility has become so large that you really don't want to step in as a board member into the companies. And Ajay, you talked about, you know, difference between a listed and a startup. Actually becoming a board member of a startup world is like exceptionally difficult because you don't have the structures in the organization which will support you. You really want a startup to be able to follow all the aspects, but you don't have the budget of, you know, affording a top tier audit firm. So you're doing with a small chartered accountancy firm, and you're every day afraid that if this guy misses something, my ass is on the line to be able to kind of be responsible as a board member to do that. So I think the challenge is not just from a company standpoint, the challenge also comes from a board standpoint. Raman basically talked about, you know, one of the fallouts in the industry that happened a few days ago. I am on the IC which authorized a large capital into that company. The day the newspaper broke out that news, most of the key advisors, board members, investment committee members did not want to come forward. You know, the first thing, you're not even worried about corporate governance. The first thing you're worried about is if my name comes out in the newspaper and then there is any reason by which I get linked to this failure, then this is going to have this fallout effect. And I think as a part of an entrepreneurial ecosystem, we have to understand that we will not have so many luxuries to be able to hide behind the walls. If we are talking about one of the most thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem in the world, I actually take a lot of pride to say that contrary to what people believe, the number of issues and challenges are not actually that much. Most entrepreneurs are actually genuinely following the rules, regulations, and trying to do the work in an honest manner. Have there been a few fallout? The answer is yes. Do we need to avoid it and do everything possible in the world to not make that happen? The answer is yes. But I think as an organization, as a country, and as an entrepreneurial ecosystem in India, I think we are doing a fabulous job in that direction. With that, the last point I would say is that make sure with the board members, there is a genuine aspect of relationship. There is a part where you can feel comfortable to go down and sit and talk about the issues and challenges before they happen. If we have an investor on board who has a demand for growth, and you genuinely realize that that growth is not going to be possible, put it up front, right? Covering up these things and then waking up at the last minute and then, you know, kind of figuring out how to change the definition of a margin so that, you know, you can continue to show that growth or revenue is not going to help. I think that's basically it from my side, Ajay.
Thanks, Sandeep. You know, one question you mentioned about, these failures that we've seen in the startup ecosystem are not unique to India. You know, you see them happening in Silicon Valley, you see them happening everywhere. But do you feel in some ways that we are under more of a microscope we get less slack cut than, say, a startup in Silicon Valley, for example?
Absolutely, I think you're right. And I think it comes two ways. I think a lot of entrepreneurs from India, by virtue of, I think we all come from a lot more humble background, and humility is also a part of the nature of a lot of people. So you tend to be a little bit more defensive versus going aggressive. I have seen so many entrepreneurs in India who are performing 10x better, but are far less, elaborating upon their business plans and their growth and their successes versus some of the counterparts who are right at the starting of the journey and talk about it. So I think we do come under a lot more microscope. I think there is a cynicism to do with the fact that the folks who are coming from this ecosystem are not necessarily following the right aspects. I personally believe otherwise. I think the level of discipline that a lot of entrepreneurs follow in India, in a country which is doing thousands of startups on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, the kind of fallouts that we see, I think are like far marginal in terms of what we actually see overseas.
So again, we don't have enough time, but I would have loved to probe into as to how do we change that global perception and how do we do that, but I'm not sure we've got enough time, but maybe at another opportunity. Piyush, can I come to you, sir? Yep. And let us have your perspective.
Do you have the slides? All right, good afternoon. I will start. I'm sure the slides will come. So thank you very much, IICA, Praveen, Neeraj, Matthew, and the rest of the IICA team. They are not there? All right. Are they there or they're not there? No. The presentation slides. No, this is not the presentation that I had. But that's okay. So I'm going to be talking about these few points. Good you guys did not attend the Zoom call the other day. All right, so one of the biggest and toughest things for me to do is to not only come at almost the end of the day, but also within this panel when we've heard all the luminaries. All the same, there are a few points, and at least the first point that has definitely not been heard in this panel, and that is that we need to have a diverse board, right? So we understand that SEBI has also got that women director to be on board. Importantly, diversity for me goes beyond only one gender or only gender, and that is very important, not only to have inside of the board, but also amongst the top management. So usual suspect, yes, broader perspectives, a wide range of angles, etc. But more importantly, I think, I wish we had those slides. So quick background. So while today I happen to be wearing the hat of an IIM Ahmedabad, for the longest period in time, I have been an industry practitioner, having occupied C-suite of large organizations, as also having been a part of some of these startups. And in one of the roles that I today do, besides other engagements, is that I end up meeting very many young leaders like you as a part of my IIT Delhi board portfolio of Technology Business Incubation Unit. So it is one thing to, there is some McKinsey study that talks about some 33% companies which have diversity on the board, their chances of profitability being much higher. So that is point number one. Point number two, somebody talked about it, the risk management aspect of it. So I think effective risk management starts with the board, and it is while all of us wear as investors, as founders, as the board members, but it is everybody's business. In two categories, taking it from where that question was asked. So there are those, regular type risks, and there are the existential risks. So there are the short-term risks and there are the long-term risks. And perhaps that kind of a visionary approach and visionary, range to be able to see those risks which are amongst the unknown unknowns and be able to do justice of them and to them is the role of the board. At a third level, and yes, we've talked about it, so wouldn't get into more details, but independent boards research shows very clearly go on to deliver better financial metrics than otherwise. The fourth point that is very important is the business of founder board dynamics. And we've seen umpteen number of examples of things gone wrong in the last about 1 year. And I think it's very important to treat them as a team, and I think those doubts are natural from this side as also from that side. But the more important thing is to be able to dance in unison, to be able to create that symphony of success, and finally to be able to create that trust amongst the two agencies as also the others. Importantly in this context, and it is counterintuitive and antithetical to what Mahatma Gandhi told us, "Bura mat kaho, bura mat dekho, bura mat suno." I think as founders, as also board members, they are getting paid to do this. So they were talking about mirrors, and yes, so बुरा सुनना भी ज़रूरी है, बुरा देखना भी ज़रूरी है for the board members themselves, and बुरा कहना भी ज़रूरी है, and that is the job that they are supposed to do. To what Kaushik you had said in the mirrors, and I am not reproducing it as it is, I've just tried to recollect it. So there is this jumla, this sher that came to me. So ta umr ek bhool मैं umr bhar करता रहा, धूल चेहरे पर थी, आईना साफ करता रहा. So the game of mirrors is such that you could, if you are so lucky, and if you could possibly even change your board, and if you could keep experimenting, or you are not liking someone on the board, you first need to look within, right? So very, very important to have that clarity existing. And on that note, I think important to just say that governance is, is not a matter of choice, it is imperative. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush. I know you do a lot of work in the leadership talent space. One of the common gripes that you keep hearing about in India recently is the shortage of talent in terms of available, good, talented directors. And I don't want to give my view on it because my view is very to the contrary. But do you have any thoughts on that? Because there is becoming a big traction nowadays that there is a dearth of the pool of talent for good directors is quite shallow. I completely disagree, but that seems to be the prevailing perception. Would you agree with that? And if so, is there any solution to it?
Yeah, my sense is that it's a learning curve. I think we are still in the nascent stages of this startup ecosystem whole thing from 2016 that we had those 400 plus numbers of startups to today's situation of something like a 98,000. I think everything is in a state of flux, and even the directors themselves do not know. Like it was pointed out that, becoming the director of a startup is actually riding a tiger, right? So whether on the one hand there is a talent supply issue, no, not at all. I have good reasons to believe that there are as good fish in the sea as ever came out of it. And especially in this context, the other is the ability to also be able to do justice to what we're talking about, right? The big, very, very important and cruciality bearing role that the directors play. So no, I would tend to agree with you if you were alluding to it, that there is no dearth of good talent.
Thank you, thank you. I know we are overshooting time, so I'm going to open it up to the audience. Again, as I said, being in the last couple of panels, everything that had to be said has been said. And so I'll open it up, and we'll take a few questions. I apologize, we're running a few minutes behind for our panel. Hanji, please.
He told us why he told you for 1 lakh, because he did not have any more money. Can you please tell us why you went ahead and did it for 1 lakh?
It's a regrettable decision, I guess. It's somebody asked in the morning session, in the evening, how do you choose, how do you evaluate who to invest in? Very much like that. Because we were, I used to be a partner of Pricewaterhouse that time, and we were looking at, it's a relationship that we are going to invest in, and we don't know how it's going to turn out. And this is right at the time when the dot-com bust was happening. It was 2007 to 2009, 99, 2000, 99, yeah, around that time. So I would tell you another story. I mean, I'll be very brief. And this is actually what epitomizes good companies. There was a time in which there was a charge that had to be taken in the profit and loss account, which would turn his profits to a loss. And this was whatever, a very small number. And he came and asked me that, is there and all the investors were looking at a profit because, this is trajectory growth, but this charge would actually make it into a loss. So he asked me, like, what's my view? I said, you should take it, but I can see an alternative treatment in which, if you don't take the charge, it's defensible. But as Pricewaterhouse, we won't sign that off. But I can recommend another firm which could actually do it, and this was one of the tax filings. He said, do you actually believe that we should take it? I said, yeah, you should take it. He said, just take it. And this is something I'm talking about 98, 99, 2000 types. For someone to take a call from making a profit to a loss of when you have so much microscope of investors, you have taken the first few rounds and everyone is looking at you, to take that hit is actually what cements and my belief in that individual.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Tina. My question is...
Could you speak up a little louder, please?
Hi, am I audible? Hello, am I
Yeah.
audible? Okay, my question is, how does the board of directors ensure accountability and transparency within the organization?
How does board, sorry, did you guys?
How does the board of directors ensure accountability and transparency within an organization?
Good question. Anybody want to take a shot at it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll actually answer it very briefly. There is a director's responsibility statement, which is section 217, whatever, 1A, 2A, whatever. Yeah. So if you read that, that actually tells what the directors take responsibility for expressly, which is attached to your annual report for every company, which basically says that you have looked at all the financial systems, you've made sure everything has been accounted for, you have made sure that there's no fraud, there's no this, there's no that, and all the assets have been safeguarded. So if you read all the 5 or 6, you actually know that is what you're fundamentally responsible for. That's your director's responsibility statement. And you have to do everything to make sure that you have done all of that to the best of your abilities.
I have one last question. I guess we got 2 hands, so we'll make last 2 questions and then we'll have to sign off.
It is Vijay Kapoor. Anshuman, thank you for a very nice presentation. I wish you could add Satyam's board as well as ILFS board. That will also make very appealing to your presentation. That's one. Shiva Subramanian, I am encouraged to make a statement. My career for the last 2000 to 2015, I used to have a punchline. Independent directors are like cheerleaders. I wish Kaushik could respond to how far this statement is true even today. Because since today morning, I've been hearing that directors can dissent, directors do make very tough remarks. But this was my favorite statement till 2015. And Kaushik, if you can share your experience on this. Thank you.
Kapoor sir, what did I do this time?
Nothing. Because you are active on the board, so I would like to listen to you.
Kapoor sir, just precise question so I can answer it precisely.
My general statement, punchline used to be in the corporate governance programs throughout the world. I traveled throughout the world, as you know. Independent directors are like cheerleaders. Whether that statement is true today in the case of listed corporate entities, I am asking.
It's a role that you choose. You can choose to be cheerleaders, or you can actually be doing everything that your duty of care and duty of loyalty that I talked about. Because if something goes south, and if you have read the section on fraud, which is section 447, and if you know that who's responsible for, and the liabilities are onerous. I mean, there are criminal liabilities, there are huge civil liabilities, then you have liabilities on SEBI, then personal liabilities reputational liabilities. We know that that the insurance doesn't cover a lot of things. So once you are not a director, what happens? So once you have looked at all of that, then, and if you have not discharged your duties properly, it's a risk that you're taking. So you can choose to be a cheerleader, but if something goes south, somebody else will be cheering for you, I guess.
One last question. I think somebody had that lady in the back.
Hello, my name is Nimisha Shah. My question is that when you have to add a board member, it's a human nature that you would like someone who's similar or who's something known to you to be a part of a board member. So the question is twofold. As a founder or as a promoter, how do you select your board members, even if it's not known? And as an independent director, when you are a newly past independent director, eligible independent director, what you should do to get into the boards of these new startups or organizations? Thank you.
Wow, that's a loaded question. Anshuman, you want to take a shot at it?
About getting into the boards? Well, I think Padmaja was the one before me in the previous panel. You can't fall in love with the startup that you're investing in. From a board perspective, that is one of the things that you need to do. You have to have a good jive. And that is one thing that I would say to start off. You need to have a good connect with the people. But at the same time, it's the personal dynamic. You want to choose a doctor who will give you the right advice. But at the same time, you want to go to the doctor who will give you the less number of needles and the less number of medication. So now you look from the other person's perspective. I'll twist that around. The doctor who's in business also has to run his clinic. So he wants the clients or the patients to come to them. You are at that stage. You're the doctor, and that's why you have to have a good dynamic with your patients. The same way the director has to have, a potential director has to build a good dynamic with the potential startup that he or she would like to connect with. So that is a dynamic that you'll have to play with.
Now, I think that's a great point, and I think this is a theme by itself, the independence of independent directors and the selection process. I mean, this is a topic by itself. So I'm not sure we have the time and luxury for that. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut it short. I apologize because we are way over time. So thank you, everybody. I'd like to thank my panelists for a very insightful conversation. Thank you all. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for a very wonderful discussion. Now it's the time for honors. Can I have the mementos, please? Can I request Matthew to please felicitate Matthew? You can have a group photo. Yeah. I like your quotations. Really interesting. Thank you. Okay. So this is yours now. You can take it. I need it. Next session? Yeah, I'm starting. You don't want to introduce? Okay, you do.
Thank you, everyone. Our next session is an open forum, a town hall. Here we'll engage in a thought-provoking conversation, the great debate: do we really need corporate governance? Prospects and perspectives. As the world of startups and corporations evolve at lightning speed, this debate promises to provide diverse viewpoints on the merits, challenges, and future perspectives of corporate governance. Moderating this profound discussion will be Dr. Neeraj Gupta, the head of School of Corporate Governance and Public Policy at IICA. Joining Dr. Gupta on stage will be an ensemble of distinguished experts, each with their unique perspectives on the topic. Dr. Gupta. So joining us on the stage as panelists will be Mr. Shardul Shroff. He's an Indian legal stalwart, Executive Chairman at Shardul Merchant Mangaldas & Co. His invaluable contributions in the field of corporate law and economic legislations are globally recognized. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Mr. Sundaresha Subramanian, Executive Editor of ET Prime. He brings a journalistic perspective to the panel, combining his vast experience in covering corporate governance and policy matters. Next up, we have Mr. Pankaj Arora, a veteran business strategist and managing director of Russell Reynolds Associates. He brings a unique blend of experience in governance and compliance, gained through his roles at leading multinational corporations. Please. And lastly, we have Mr. Sandeep Kher, the head of portfolio finance at Peak 15 Partners. His hands-on experience with startups in India and Southeast Asia gives him a unique understanding of practical aspects of corporate governance. These esteemed panelists bring a wealth of experience and diverse viewpoints that will undoubtedly make this debate a highlight of the event. With no further ado, let me welcome Dr. Neeraj Gupta to initiate this enlightening discussion.
Thank you, Matthew. Friends, we are, can I request friends to please settle down, So we are moving towards the last session for the day, which has been titled as Town Hall. So definitely there must be a question. During the networking break, there was a question to me by some of you why it has been named Town Hall, not a panel discussion. So idea was, towards the day, we should have something which gives voice to the queries, questions, observations you have, so that we could allocate more time having interactions, not just doing panels and listening from the experts. Of course, we had been able to accommodate questions during the panel discussions, but only to a certain extent due to time constraints. So Matthew has already introduced, I am surrounded by, galaxy of experts, and I find it quite a challenging job to, weave a story for you, having all of them. So before I approach any one of them, just very quick 3 points I would like to mention. As far as the startup ecosystem is concerned and the kind of discussions we had since morning, what I personally believe, there are 3 key elements which are important for this ecosystem. The first point is innovation, which is important because largely we consider those who are tech-based ventures as startups, and definitely there is a requirement of differentiating the startups from a normal business venture. What personally I believe startups are the organizations which are using innovation, technology, and other aspects, putting them together for weaving something which offers as a solution to some problem and is to address the wider public good. So innovation is the first element which I feel is an underlying element. Second element which is important for startup ecosystem is flexibility. They need to be adequately flexible to adjust as well as adapt to the changing environment, the dynamics of the market, observing and understanding the behaviors of the consumers, the geopolitical aspects at times, if they have operational aspirations going beyond the boundaries. Then third critical point which comes to my mind is the speed of decisions. So weaving something around it and looking at how this has an interface with the corporate governance per se is something which I believe will be important for us. And as we have discussed, for all these three things, corporate governance, in my opinion, performs a very significant role, because governance mindset is a mindset which just not focus on the compliance aspects which any regulator, Mr. Kant has very clearly spelled out, it doesn't require any specific regulations which otherwise, other sets of companies has. So governance mindsets motivates us to focus on the speed of decisions, keep us on track as far as the flexibility is concerned, and be passionate for innovating for new product development and delivery. So corporate governance is very essential, but I at the same time feel, which otherwise had been a part of great discussion, and I would like to place some references also. There is a cost of corporate governance. Compliances and building up the frameworks, having operating systems of governance in place, having a board, the cost of the board, and other related costs are something which definitely contributes to the cost and which otherwise may not be perceived as too high for a listed entity, but for a startup, especially those who are in their growth path, of course not who are there at the maturity level, considering their capitalization or their turnover. So there are both the aspects, and for that reason we have titled it, is corporate governance really necessary? Because we have to look at the plus points, the merits of this, as well as the cost of this. So touching first on this, I would like to go to Mr. Shroff for his views. He had been advising companies on various regulatory framework related aspects and experts on legal issues. How does he feel that regulatory frameworks are important, and what references can we provide to the Indian frameworks and global frameworks, especially for those startups which are moving the pedestal from growth to maturity, because this becomes additionally important for them. So, Mr. Shroff.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. As you are aware, and Professor Gupta has just mentioned, that the title is kept deliberately provocative in that, do we really need corporate governance? As if it were an option. And what are the prospects and perspectives in the matters of corporate governance? I would like to start with a very simple example which will draw the point home completely. All of us began as children. What were the essentials around being a child going to school? You had a classroom, you had a teacher, you had homework, you would have your report card. Now, construe the basis of corporate governance in that essential framework, which we have known since we were 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. The essence is around the 3 principles of a framework, of compliance and control. Framework, because you had a school system where there were steps up the ladder, and the same way happens in the context of startups, because whether you are evolving, whether you have become sizable, whether you're mature, whether you're pre-IPO, all those issues are, in a sense, the graduation of the process of growth. You also always had a report card, because parents essentially wanted to know how the child has performed in school, whether he's a mischief maker, whether he's serious about his studies, how good is he in studies. In a sense, it was an evaluation of the student in the class, and in some sense also determining what should be the person's favorite discipline of study. In the context of compliance, obviously, you had a school timing. You're supposed to come on time. You're supposed to leave on time. You're supposed to have lunch at time. You're supposed to have sleep at time if you are an infant in a school. So there was regulation, there was control, and there was compliance. Now look at it in the larger world and in the larger context. I deliberately mentioned this example because it draws into what we are talking. How does organized activity really arise? You start with a sole proprietorship model, which is the single person's model. He has an idea, whether it's a service or whether it's a manufacture. He thinks of something and then trains himself or prepares himself for some degree of expertise. He may find another person who is familiar with the same idea and who is a friend of his. And that then creates a partnership model. We have evolved issues in terms of how a limited liability partnership works or a limited liability company works because of the aspect of liability. And those have arisen essentially because you may be a pure investor, you may not be either the service provider or you may not be the service provider or the technology provider or, for that matter, the operations element of it. As you graduate, you could be a private limited company, you could be a public limited company, and all these forms, and a listed public company, and all these forms of organization have different issues and complexities in the way they are to be managed and in the way they have to have their framework in a manner how they should be compliant and how they should be controlled. Because these are societal organizations which are subject to governmental control and have to be acting in the interest of society because they use social monies, they use social funds, they use public funds, they engage themselves with society, they're responsible for the goods in the society, they're responsible for services in society, and none of this can go foul. So there has to be, in some sense, a regulatory framework. Now, getting straight into the aspects of corporate governance. Corporate governance is not a very old concept. Maybe 30, 40 years ago, this concept got strength, and there were many reports created both in India and in England as to how governance should be in place. They started with the large disasters which took place in corporate social life and in corporates, and were reactive in nature rather than proactive in nature because they tried to remedy a wrong. For example, if you take the 2013 Act, it is also known as the Satyam Act. You will see several places in the Act that it is a response to the problems that occurred in the Satyam scandal. And before that, you had the Harshad Mehta and Ketan Dalal scandal. So all these have had a reactive framework being created for them. Now, in the corporate governance space, what was the origin? They had independent directors, but they were known, as an author Peter Luce mentioned, flower vase directors. They're purely ornamental on a board. They're basically influencers. They basically lend reputation to an organization. They're there for the coffee, the tea, the biscuits, or the cashew nuts, and they go home. It's a matter of a half-an-hour meeting, and everything is wrapped up. There are organizations, you'll be surprised, to still do that. It's not completely obsolete. It is happening in society. Then you have this whole evolution of directors' responsibility, which was brought, as Kaushik mentioned in the previous session. The whole responsibility and liability of being a director, liability of being a CFO, all those were evolutions into the Act so that you are responsible fiscally, you are responsible in terms of the type of produce we manufacture, consumer aspects of goods, consumer actions as far as services, at times price point controls, at times remuneration controls, because these are all the aspects or spaces of corporate governance. Now in structure, the basic 4 elements of governance as is contemplated by the Companies Act, and I don't postulate that the Companies Act is the only place where governance is found. It is equally true of a sole proprietary, equally true of a partnership in any form. You do need the aspect of audit of your functions, essentially to know whether there has been any excess, there has been any activity beyond the authority of the people acting, and are they operating within the 4 corners of the rules that you set for them. You need a mentor and a guide, and whether those are in the form of independent directors, whether the independent directors are evaluators, whether the independent directors are influencers and are providing reputation, depends on the organization and what need the organization has. In the sophisticated forms, you have the nominations committee, which is basically to nominate operative people and directors on the board, including operational and whole-time directors. You have a necessity of having a whistleblower complaint, because the less form or the less compliance that you have in the beginning, the greater the anxiety that there will be a breach, that there will be some fiddle that is happening by the original promoter, and that could be in several forms. Recently, we've seen it in the context of related parties, husband and wife managing the functions together, and therefore being in the capacity of, siphoning funds, creating fictional entities, bogus, invoices, causing a GST fraud. All sorts of things are possible when there is no independence and fear factor that somebody is watching over me. Then, of course, you have the audit committee, which also looks into the question of application of funds. In a startup, this is very critical, because as long as you're using your own money, you're the person who's liable yourself, and you're spending your own money, so nobody else should have a grievance. But the moment you start using other people's monies, you have to be sure that you're applying it to the right need and the right perspective. If the money has been given to you for the purpose of advertising, by all means use it for advertising. But there has to be a purposive application of funds, and that's another role which the audit committee plays. As you grow larger from a sole proprietorship to a limited company form, you do bring in other shareholders. And therefore, the concept of a shareholder agreement, or what is known as a quasi-partnership, came into being. And companies were also evaluated as if they were partnerships when they were small in nature, or bipartite in nature, or multipartite in nature, how the relationship between these parties would be regulated. And that was a part of the memorandum and articles of association of a company. So the ultra-virus doctrine also evolved in this context. Are you doing things within the compass of the articles and the written memorandum of your constitution? Because you had multiple shareholders, you need to have a shareholders' dispute arrangement. You must be in a manner, understand how you will resolve disputes, because if there are third-party funds, the quarrel between the shareholders who were the founders will ruin the company. And therefore, a quick resolution process so that value is not lost or value is retained is also an essential element of governance. And then, of course, you have the arbitration provisions or the litigation provisions, what happens during litigation, how do you preserve value, how do you lose value, how are you going to compensate for that loss. Those are all issues of some degree of sophistication, but equally true from the evolution stage to the growth stage to the little mature stage and then the IPO ready. Every stage there has to be some form of dispute resolution. In today's world, there are three other new concepts which have come. the CSR concept, the concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or alternatively, the governance, sustainability, and inclusion model. So in these contexts, the social responsibility concept that has been brought in was extensively debated, whether it is a tax, whether there is a fee element to it, and what is the quid pro quo. And I was part of those debates, and we kept away from all those concepts. It was treated as it was not eligible to any expense benefits. It was a requirement to be committed by a company above a particular size in nature. The diversity, equity, and inclusion model is even more recent than CSR because of the need to bring in women into society, women into the workplace, also to see that there is equitable pay for equitable work, or same type, same work, you should pay equally, because that's also a huge problem across the world. And inclusion could be in many forms, because it could be in relation to tribes, it could be in relation to social backwardness, it could be in relation to religion, it could be in relation to gender, and there are a whole host of different kinds of human beings which are excluded because they don't fit into your idea of a colleague. So the inclusion principle is essentially to address that question. Sustainability, whether the way you manufacture, the way you consume your resources, is it sustainable in the long run? Are we creating such a huge carbon footprint that we'll never be able to recover from the climate change issues? So all these are governance principles. It cannot be said that only managing a company is a governance principle. And it cannot also be said that these principles are alien to a company form which has just started. All these are principles which must be in the head and implementable from the first day. You may choose not to have some of these principles because of the cost factor, but compliance, which is directed by the Companies Act, is not a matter of choice. It is a matter of law. And if it is a matter of law, it has to be complied with. There is no question of, I will do it when I have the wherewithal. It is a matter of law, it is a matter of rule, and it is something which you can never catch up with. And I speak with an example of a case where I was personally involved for trying to cure the effect, that the system of rot had already set in. There were no codes, there were no policies, there was no governance model, there was no ethics principles, nothing. It was just started, and it was a husband-wife team, and they managed the way they want. And when it matured into the stage of going for an IPO, the chairman of the company said, now please draft all these rules. And we found that the conduct, when we did a sort of semi-forensic inquiry, that the conduct was incapable of falling or fitting in any of those principles that we were trying to evolve. And that's where the price or the cost of the non-compliance will really count. So if you think you're going to escape the cost of compliance or the cost of control, it is not true at all. It always catches up with you, and the stakes will be much more in the future because you didn't have any basic systems in place. I think I'll say that much and leave it to the next speakers.
Thanks. It was very clear from your voice that having governance systems and specifically the control systems are non-negotiable. Yet, towards the concluding side, your story indicates that in spite of that, we don't take lessons from it. We have Sundresha with us, who has very closely observed and I would not say ran into the forensics, but has investigated the matters on various lapses which have happened. So I'm sure Sundresha must have a couple of observations, specific observations regarding the issues where the misses have taken place. Sundresha, would you like to address on this?
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I'm not an insider to this ecosystem, but At best, we are at the periphery and we come to know about it through some of the participants in the system itself. So I can say that my bias is towards more governance rather than less. And I will make some observations in this regard. First of all, I'm glad that we are talking about governance in this form and scale, thanks perhaps to the recent accidents that have taken place. So, but my feeling is that it would be better perhaps to talk about governance a bit more when the going is good or when the sun is shining and there is a lot of money sloshing around. Because even the promoters or founders will be more recipient of these suggestions on controls and systems with regards to corporate governance. Secondly, there was suggestions made about in the playbook which was released earlier, how we need to have different scales of systems and controls depending on the stage at which these startups are. And extending that, perhaps we have to look at systems, higher levels of governance in certain critical sectors where there is a higher level of public risk or public interest involved. For example, there is this case in US of Theranos where the company was into blood testing devices, and later on the claims proved to be false and fraudulent. So there are areas like health. We see a lot of startups coming up in this sector. There is sectors like investments and gaming and education where kids are involved. So perhaps we can look at systems where, like for example, in stock exchanges, we have a public interest director. So we can look at a system where in these critical sectors, where there is a higher public risk, we could perhaps through a form of self-regulation or some other form, we can introduce the concept of public interest. Thirdly, I would like to take from the recent incidents where the VCs have tried to jump to a higher moral ground wherever these incidents have happened. But if you look at the structures and the way the VCs invest through, they don't come in normally through plain vanilla equity shares. They use these CCPS and CCDs, and some of the conditions there are like perhaps the founder can barely breathe. So with that kind of control, can you really now turn back and say that the founder is solely responsible for whatever has happened? So we need to look at governance systems within these investors and how accountable are they to the suggestions and like kind of strategy they are asking the startups to follow to achieve the desired valuation and growth. Then I also have a basic fundamental conflict which I observe in the ecosystem. Like you can term it as valuation versus value, whereas valuation is kind of fluctuating. From 5 billion, you can go to 22 billion, and then you can suddenly back at 8.4 billion. But your values have to be fixed. Then the question arises, like values is something like if you don't do it, even when nobody is looking at you. Then the question arises, like some of the strategies which some of the largest startups have used to get where they are. So there are guys who have flouted the FDA policy openly. There are guys who have broken state laws, and some of it is termed as innovation. So then there is this fundamental conflict, like if you have this guy who is ready to take on EDs and everybody of the world, and then you're trying to teach him the niceties of corporate governance and ethics and stuff. So it's a bit of conflict I would want you guys to address. Or is it the way out is like what happened in Uber? So you get to a level of growth and you get to a valuation, and then you just find a fall guy and you now replace him with a more sober person and move on. So, and lastly, this is a bit of a thing which I have only anecdotal evidence, but there is these things have come up in some of our discussion with some of the founders, that there is a kickback culture which is rampant in the ecosystem. So there is a kickback founder gets from the service providers, then there is a kickback which some VCs or the managers get, and there are even barter deals. So when these kind of things happen in this ecosystem, I'm not generalizing it, but these are, there is a certain part, these things keep happening. So then it is natural that like these governance issues, these convert into outright frauds and other cases like siphoning and inflation of sales and whatnot. So these are the issues which we need perhaps to address in order to find a meaningful way forward. Thank you. I'll pass here.
Great. So what I find is, the underlying fact you have identified revolves around the practice on ethics, integrity, or value system. Like startup ecosystem is more bothered about the valuations, but not subscribing adequately or at a desirable level to the value system, and ignoring the public interest as well, as you have indicated, towards some sectoral exposures of some startups where they keep chasing their own aspirations and ignoring the public interest. We have Pankaj with us, who leads a global advisory firm and has conducted a number of surveys also on various critical aspects, including ethics and integrity practice. So I'm sure he has something to comment on this. Additionally, one more point I would like to add where I started from, which even Mr. Kant was mentioning, and I liked it, that too many frameworks, or as Shardul has said, having a set framework in practice on corporate governance could be detrimental to the innovation quotient, which normally these startups are quite high on or bullish on. So I would like to hear from you on these two critical aspects, Pankaj, with your experience.
Sure, Dr. Neeraj. Thank you for inviting me to this forum. I think it's a very, very relevant topic, and at Russell Reynolds, we also run a forum called Board Matters, within which one of the topics we recently covered was exactly the startup ecosystem and the relevance of corporate governance. So very happy to share my views more broadly and on the things that you spoke about. But just before I get on to there, and I was listening to the previous panel as well, the one thing that strikes me is that, and I don't know if it's particular to a country or more broadly in general, we get overly excited about successes and we get overly critical about failures. And I think sometimes without getting into the root cause and the learnings that come out of it. So when I talk about successes, success is defined as, hey, so-and-so made 100 crores at such a young age. To me, that's not the success. The success is a business problem that has got solved. To me, success is the courage of a founder. Similarly, when we talk about failures, it's not about pointing a blame and picking one person and saying, he's the villain in the story. It's more about learning what could have been done to prevent that, and so that others benefit from it. So I think it's important to take the lessons and the learnings, and some of what I'm going to try and share is stuff that I've picked up talking to the director community at large and also to the companies. just in terms of some of the challenges that are more unique, and corporate governance is a relevant topic for large corporations as well. But if I were to again nuance it for the topic that we have on hand, I think there are 3-4 main things that come into play which cause it to be extremely tricky. One is the fact that most of the founders are fairly young, haven't had enough exposure, experience, the breadth of which comes into when you're trying to build an institution. And I'll give an example. A lot of the scams that you may have heard come into play when you're talking about, personal expenses, for example, right, billed to the company. Now, one may say, hey, ethically wrong, can't be done. But sometimes the answer is as simple as, hey, I thought this is my company, right? And not realizing there's a difference between me as a person and a legal entity. So sometimes it's just a question of exposure. And also the broader things, and which is why corporate governance fits into one of those broader things, because it is a little distant than their mind, which is focused on solving a problem and doing that innovation that you spoke about. So I think the youthful energy has its positive, but the lack of experience and exposure also has its negative. So I think that's one big thing that comes into play. The second thing is the youthfulness of the organizations themselves. The startups fundamentally are therefore dealing with less resources, and those resources are people, bandwidth, time, money, all of that. So the choices that you need to make need to be very, very deliberate around each of these, and the opportunity cost tends to be fairly high. So sometimes, despite the best intention, you're struggling to figure out how to allocate resources to a particular topic. So that's the youth of the organization that comes into play. The third one's fairly tricky, right? The lines are a little bit sometimes blurred between ownership and management. And also there are sometimes role overlaps, right? An investor is an investor, but when they have a seat on the board, they're also a board director. So the hat that you're wearing is suddenly a little bit more different than you did as an investor, and so on and so forth. Similarly, a founder and management, which ends up becoming semi-owners and then get a seat on the board. So there is a lot of blurriness around that entire, which hat are you wearing at a particular point of time, that comes into play, and therefore hard to sometimes do justice and make sure that you're talking through the hat that you're wearing at that point of time. The other thing which is a unique challenge, not a unique challenge, it's a challenge for larger boards as well, is that of information asymmetry, which basically means that in the larger company context, independent directors come for a meeting once a quarter and some in between. They don't see information as much as the management does. But in the context of a startup, this becomes a little bit more amplified. One, because the kind of infrastructure that larger companies have, the startups don't have. So the reliability of information that is coming is not there. The checks and balances that you would probably expect in a larger company are not there. And therefore that information asymmetry gets a little bit more amplified between the founder and the management who are there day to day, the investors who are probably a little bit more distant but more closer than the independent directors who probably sit right at the end. So that's again a unique challenge to my mind for startup. If I were to think about, and again, we do a lot of board effectiveness work across organizations, if I were to talk about the top few things that come to my mind in terms of making this work, I would probably say one, and I think this has been said before, but I'll just nuance it. Legal regulatory compliance are basically the starting point. If anyone thinks that's synonymous with corporate governance, I think that's corporate governance defeated even before it started. So that to me is the starting point, and I would add to that risk management, both not only detective but also proactive. So anticipating things that could go wrong and kind of planning for them ahead of time. So to me, these are kind of table stakes, absolutely need to be there. The second piece is creating a board. And investment in creating a board is the word I would use, and investment of time, investment of thought, more than anything else. Not only to get directors, and this has been spoken, so I'm not going to belabor the point, directors who are truly independent, but also directors who are adding value. The one nuance that I would make here, and I'll link it to the challenge I spoke about of having young founders, and I was speaking to a director who put it really well. He said, it needs to be a little bit of a parent-child relationship. And while it may sound a little controversial, what he really meant is, when we're, for all who are parents here, right, you always have the best interest of the child in mind. So that's a starting point. Two is, and someone asked a question about cheerleaders, and we are very often cheerleaders to our children as well. So there's an encouraging quotient that's in mind. But when they really, cross over from the line, there's also a line where you kind of try and pull them back, right? So having that firmness, and that's what he kind of meant by the parent-child relationship. So having the kind of directors who have the ability to do that is not only mission critical, it's also a huge strategic advantage, because again, they will get the benefit of the experience, they will get the benefit of institution building. The third thing, which is easier said than done, is basically a more conscious thinking around striking balances. And these are balances of long-term, short-term. These are balances around celebrating a culture of entrepreneurship, free thinking, creativity, innovation, but yet complemented by policies and procedures and institution building. Getting that balance right is hugely important. There's also a very important balance to be struck between the interest of varied stakeholders. And I spoke about the overlaps that come into play. So specifically in context of that, I think that balance is hugely important. And lastly, I would say what's important, and I think this answers the second part, Dr. Neeraj, that you were saying is, I don't think you can take a corporate governance framework and fit it into an organization. It just doesn't work that way. There has to be a starting point which will be different for all. And I think there has to be a culture of continuous improvement that comes along with it. So to my mind, it has to be actually more of an agile framework rather than a framework. So actually, agile framework by itself is an oxymoron. So it has to be more an agile thinking to say, what do I start with and how do I build it on? It's definitely not a situation where, hey, I've done it and I'm over with it. It just never happens. It has to continuously evolve. So anyone who's looking to solve corporate governance as a one-time activity just doesn't work.
Great. So a couple of very interesting observations Pankaj has made, which I could note down. One is regarding his observation. I'm not saying less or more, but having checks and balances in place, and within balance, he has again observed a balance between long-term and short-term, balance between being bullish on innovation, at the same time adhering to control systems and the mechanisms. We have Sandeep with us, who heads portfolio at a VC. So, and Sundaresha has identified certain conflict between VCs and founders. Oftentimes we read when some story cracks down. So let's go to Sandeep to hear, like I'm sure as an institutional investors, you deeply engage with, startups where you invest, the investee startups, and try to observe whether checks and balances are being maintained, whether innovation versus control systems, that sort of balance is being maintained. And the public interest should not be compromised, including your own interest as well. Interest has multiple aspects. So what is your take on this?
Dr. Gupta, IICA, first of all, thank you so much for enabling this. I think this is a very topical discussion that we're having today. I think a lot has been already seen in the press. I think my friend on the panel also spoke about that in terms of how startups are besieged with issues like this. So I think this is pertinent. But before I get to what VCs do, I just first want to place a big thank you to the audience for bearing out for a full day and listening about corporate governance. So thank you so much for being so resilient and hanging on till the evening. Pretty deeply appreciate that, and also tells us that how deeply you resonate with this. I would like to first answer the question, which is the theme of our discussion. Is corporate governance really the need of the hour?
for me, running a business is like driving a car. And I'm sure none of us in this audience would want a car without brakes. That's what corporate governance is. It doesn't tell you to drive slowly, but it tell you that while driving fast, you can be safe. I think that's what the role of corporate governance is, and that's how you should embody and embellish governance in startups as well. And that's something that has been very central to our theme. As we've thought about corporate governance over the last few years. Of course, there has been a need and an urgency of doing some things far more than what we were doing earlier. And that's the nature of the times that we are in. And we also have a belief that the time is always right to do right. And that's how we've also looked at our journey, and we continuously evolved. When we, Deloitte and IVCA reached out for thinking about what should be the code of conduct for startups, is there anything available, first of all, in the market? We looked around, there was nothing really readily available. And when we looked at all the frameworks that were available, there were frameworks which were designed to serve only one kind of an organization or one level or one scale of an organization. And maybe to give you guys a peek of what we do, today we invest across a spectrum of companies. These companies are very young to begin with, and they are mature companies which would probably have 400, 500 crores of revenue. So we straddle, a wide spectrum of companies today. And we realized that, if we were to paint the same brush of corporate governance on these companies, the young companies which have to be agile, which have to innovate, will completely be burdened by it and slow down. And somebody, I think in the panel earlier to us was talking about how corporate governance will then have its own cost, which will be quite significant for businesses which are so young and are not even there in terms of a scale or a level where it becomes relevant for them. So when you straddle such a wide spectrum, how do you deal with a topic like corporate governance? What do you tell a founder who has no real business in terms of monetization? What do you tell a founder who's still struggling to find a right product market fit? How do you imbibe governance in that kind of a setup? Whereas when you work with a mature company, which has everything going, then how do you think about corporate governance? I think so few transitions as a firm also we've made, and I'll touch upon that in a bit. But while designing the framework of this playbook, we put in a lot of our own experience of managing a large portfolio. And for us, it was very, very important and relevant to think about stages, to think about how governance should grow up. I think one of my co-panelists also talk about the fact that it's not a one-off event. You have to continuously evolve. You have to continue to grow. As the organization grows, as the scale grows, as you become complex, as you become large in number of people, your establishment, I think the corporate governance framework has to evolve. And I think the playbook that all of us have seen today get launched addresses that. Of course, it will still not be as pertinent to some, it will be pertinent to some, but it gives you a point of reference, a point of framework where you can, say that, okay, this is where I am and this is where I need to go. So it gives you that roadmap, it gives you that journey. And that's how we are also thinking about governance across our portfolio as well. Also, one of the other thoughts that we had was that, sitting where we do, we cannot just be consumers of good corporate governance. We have to act. We have to be co-creators of corporate governance. And that's how we thought that, this will be a right step for us to participate and engage with Deloitte and IVC and come up with something like this. I think leadership and governance are yin and yang of any successful organization. You can have governance, but if you don't have leadership, it's a problem. And if you have governance and only leadership, then also it's a problem. So both of these have to coexist. I think it's a very important aspect that all founders, investors, boards have to understand and establish in their thought process, in their frameworks. And that's the way we've thought about in the last 1.5, 2 years about how we want to deal with corporate governance. We've kind of institutionalized practices which today segment companies into certain buckets, and then we deal with them accordingly. For example, our documentation, which I think earlier in the day, Sanjeev Bikhchandani was talking about how his investors have mandated certain things we kind of we've been mandating that for a very long period of time. It's not that the events of last 6 months have shaped our thought process on that. Of course, we've established a certain amount of rigor around those. We've established a discipline on asking questions at the board meeting. We've established a discipline of institutionalizing appointment of CFOs at certain size scale of companies. So I think all of those have been put in place. But the important aspect for us also has been that, the real mechanism of corporate governance is getting active involvement of all its owners. While Sanjeev spoke about how, corporate governance begins in the minds of the founders, I think also we believe, and sitting on the other side of the table, that it's equal responsibility that investors and board carry. You have to guide the founder, you have to, nudge the founder, you have to sometimes challenge the founder. And I think those are some of the principles that we have been imbibing and we are imbibing in how we look at corporate governance, at least at Peak 15. Yes, I think my friend from ET Prime did speak about how, some of our objectives are misaligned. I actually don't think so they are misaligned. An enduring company leads to better outcomes for all, whether it is employees, whether it is the founder themselves, it's investors. So I think it's in our interest to make sure a company is enduring. I think no investor would like to see a company go down because, ultimately at the end of the day, we are in the business of making money, not seeing our money being lost in ventures which are, going down because of reasons other than non-viability. So probably I'll probably pause. I know that we are very late in the evening, but happy to take any questions, thoughts that folks may have.
Great. So can we open for the questions, please? Yeah. Can we have the mic there? Can we quickly get the mic there? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Tina. And my question is, how can companies effectively manage and mitigate conflicts of interest within their governance structure?
Can you please, ma'am, come again with your question a
How
bit
can
louder?
companies effectively manage?
Bring the mic closer.
How can companies effectively manage and mitigate conflicts of interest with their governance structures?
Okay. Shardul, would you like to? It's basically on conflict of interest she is asking. You can take this.
I think the basic concept of conflict of interest should be understood. The issue of conflict of interest arises in that when you are on a two-party or a multipartite situation, do you derive benefit on both sides? That is the simplest way to explain conflict of interest. So the role under corporate governance on questions of conflict of interest are both assigned at the level of the board, assigned at the level of the parties who are contracting, and assigned to the audit committee where issues in relation to related party transactions are mandatorily required to be examined. There is also a register of related party transactions which has to be maintained. So it's a disclosure-based regime. When you know that there is a relative or a person who is interested in many forms, it could be a company that you own on the other side, are you really going in with the concept that there will be a gain to you? Is it a fair market price that you're getting? Is it an undervaluation done deliberately so as to secure the contract and then in the future date raise the value? So there are so many forms of conflict of interest questions that this is effectively resolved or controlled by the board of directors, the parties themselves involved, and the audit committee.
I could see a question there, yeah. Shankar, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Shankar. My question, first of all, my comment to say that while this topic is, do we really need corporate governance? If I have to put it on the flip side, I would ask this question that are we over-regulated? In my travel around the world, and including Scandinavian countries, I see that we are very highly regulated, and I think Mr. Shroff also mentioned that we are very reactive in regulation. And I do agree with you to say that a lot of things that have happened in Companies Act 2013 is an effect of what happened in Satyam. I did some research, and I did find that there's an introduction of this definition of internal financial controls, which is there in the Companies Act. And to my mind, none of the Companies Act or the Corporation Act in any part of the world define control. Normally, internal control is defined under the COSO, and most organizations, internal auditors, external auditors have adopted the COSO framework. And so internal control is not defined. But here, of course, in India, we have said internal financial control. A little bit of more research, I found that the King Code of Corporate Governance talks about internal financial control, but that is restricted only to control over financial reporting. Whereas the Indian context, we have said all controls, business controls, is coming under internal financial control. So the question is that if a country like Sweden is always on self-regulation, except in the financial sector, because that is global, and then in many other countries it is much less than India. So is there some relationship between the level of compliance and the culture in the country? So this is what I'm trying to relate to. I have had experiences doing audits in Sweden and other places, and they're always very confused. Why do we need internal audit or anything? Because they said nothing goes wrong in this country, and we're all self-regulated. And the interesting aspect is, I've seen annual reports of very large corporations in Sweden, and they give disclosures more than what is required by law. Thank you.
So any comments either by Pankaj or Mr. Shroff? I think it goes to whosoever chooses.
I'm happy to take that since I've been a past auditor in my life. So I think the answer, Mr. Shankar, is at the end of the day, the answer has to be apt for every particular situation. Very hard to take what's happening in a particular country and questioning what's happening here. If I were to take the same analogy further to how our traffic system works, it's not very different. People are much more sensible about it. They will stop and give way. In India, no one does. People jump the lights, and therefore you need more detective management. But I think the point that you make is a larger point, and I think that's a relevant one, that are we already over-regulated? And I won't call it over-regulated, but at least the way, and I remember doing this research some time back, which said that on paper and by design, and from a regulatory framework standpoint, India is probably one of the top in terms of corporate governance, right? So, which to me means actually something else, which means whatever delta has to come doesn't have to come out of regulation. It has to come out of the culture of corporate governance. So the answer to everything cannot be regulation. And I think India has already done a great job of putting that framework in place. And like you said, in some cases, much more above and beyond other countries. But I think that job is done. I think now the job is that around implementing it in its right spirit, promoting the culture and trying to do the right thing, and going above and beyond what's been laid down by law.
I'd like to just supplement with an example, which is a current ongoing example. Take what's happening in the gaming industry. The government has clearly said that you must make self-regulatory organizations in order that licensing and clarity whether the game is gambling or the game is a game of skill has to be assessed. For the last 5 months, companies are struggling to come up with a self-regulatory organization. Ultimately, at what point of time, the government will say, no self-regulations, you guys have not evolved your framework, we are stepping in. So it's a question, as you rightly said, of culture. We are one which react, as a people, we react to law. We don't make the law for ourselves. We don't discipline ourselves. We don't put an imposition of what is right and what is wrong. and therefore we are a controlled regulated country.
So, good evening, everyone. This is Nishant Arora. So, like some of us over here are also aspiring independent directors. So, my question is related to that to the panel. So, like all of us know, like who was T.N. Seshan or G.R. Khernar. So, they had a particular style of, functioning. So, like I'm talking about the question of independence. Similarly, there was, RTI activism which happened. So that also showed a lot of independence and brought a lot of scams outside. So today, like we clearly know that, the election commission, the judiciary, like they're very independent. But somewhere, the RTI movement which is there, it has, lost steam because of the incidents and attacks that happened. So my question to the panel is like, do we think that, incidents like what happened with the RTI activists would happen with independent directors, or do we think that it will be an institution which will be independent like the judiciary?
Sundresha, would you like to take it up? Of course, it has no direct linkage with this.
Yeah,
to my mind.
I don't think, as of now, we don't have any such incident, and I hope, honestly, that nobody goes to kind of physical violence. But there have been, companies have been very impatient with people asking questions. There was an instance of an analyst who was hauled across 3-4 states for writing a critical report on one of the companies. So, and even the RTI dilution which has happened, it's not solely because of these attacks, but there is a larger systemic thing which is happening where people do not disclose, they take exceptions which are not really on merits. So that's a larger issue which has happened around RTI. Perhaps things will change for the better.
Yeah, can we have the mic there?
Good evening, all. I'm Lata Iyer. I represent the New India Assurance Company Limited. I work as a DGM legal. My question to the panel is, corporate governance has evolved from 2013. But despite that, the frauds still continue. So what are the top 5 things which would strengthen corporate governance? And whether ERM frameworks and corporate governance, what is the relation? Whether strengthening ERM frameworks would also strengthen corporate governance. And since I'm also an aspiring, independent director, I would like to know what is the role of and scope of women directors in the future. Thank you, sir.
Would you like to take Sandeep on? It's on enterprise risk management, sir.
I'm not an expert at ERM, but I would like to, address, I think, the first question that you have, which was around things that should change how frauds don't happen, or I don't think so there can be ever a situation where frauds don't happen. I think we'll have to find a way to live with that. But having said that, I think some of what was said earlier, right? I think culturally a lot has to change in the way we think and we live. A lot is seen as acceptable. I think our schools don't teach about how integrity is important, what integrity is all about. I think while, if you go back into Asian history, India was full of that. But somewhere down the line, I think we've forgotten about that aspect. What is respect? I think we've forgotten about that. So I think that element, to me, personally speaking, is fundamental in terms of, bridging a big gap in how we think about some of these things. You'd stand at a traffic signal today, if there's no cop standing, people will jump, right? That kind of culture would not help us. It'll definitely not help us. So I think that's one fundamental change that will elevate us as a country. I think that's one. Second, I think has to be, Rome was not built in a day, and if we are wanting a society which is completely getting rid of all kind of frauds, I think we'll have to be a little patient, give it time. Have to do a lot of education. I think forums like these, panels like these, sessions like these will help people understand that this is important, help people understand that this is critical for running an enduring business, making success. There's no shortcut to success. I think people need to understand that. That success comes with time, success comes with giving it the right amount of love, giving it the right amount of care. Businesses are not built in one day. I know there has been a lot of success in the last couple of years where suddenly somebody's made 100 odd crores, but that's not success. That's really not success. That's wealth that somebody's made in a short span of time. So if you have to be successful, if you have to build enduring businesses, I think it happens over a period of time. Maybe I'll probably stop with the irrational answer to your question, but I feel those are some of the very important things if we have to societally change the way we think about our country.
I think you started out with the premise that corporate governance evolved from 2013. That is incorrect. Corporate governance has been in evolution for more than 40 years. And not merely in India, but internationally also. There were several committees which were constituted to look at questions of governance. And the institution of setting up an independent director was one such aspect of governance, because disinterested director, the question of independent director is essentially one related to a disinterested director. Not in the context of how the company is run, but in the context of ownership, in context of benefits, that kind of disinterest. So your first question was that why are there still scandals and frauds? Human ingenuity is like that. You can't stop the mind from thinking crooked. So there are straight people and there are crooked people, and as long as there are crooked people, there will be scandals. But it's a question of how you navigate these, how you plug them. Why do you have a Satyam Companies Act? Because you're trying to stop those kind of issues which arose in that particular matter. Your second question was, I think, about ERM and whether that will help in, will it help in controlling the kind of scandals that take place? I think the answer lies in the way the government has addressed it. They have created an interdependence of all information from several sources, whether it's the IT space, whether it's the GST space, wherever they get information, whether it's the credit card space, receipts and payment stage, they are now gathering information so that from multiple sources, the event or the occurrence is identified. Yes, it will definitely help resolve questions of non-disclosure. A party who can avoid information, omit to inform the right thing, will be caught. So yes, ERM has its role, but it's not the only thing in relation to governance. What is your third question? Women directors or independent directors? So there is a very important role which is played by women directors, for the reason that the way women think and the way men think is vastly different. The clubbing, in terms of saying that, okay, you're a mini club among the directors, invariably does not involve or subsume women directors. Women have their own clubs. So if there was an all-women's board, yes, they will have their own clique of women. But the way women participate, the difference of the questions that they ask, the issue of whether they check the smell test. Typically what you really try to find out as a director is, does this smell right? Is it going to create a stink later on? So these are some of the skills which are inherent in women, which sometimes men lack.
And the scope in future for the women directors?
I think the scope is enormous, because today not even the surface is scratched, for the reason that women directors are not truly professional women directors. They're basically relative directors. So truly, I don't know whether they are independent in that sense. The law requires the appointment of an independent, of a woman director. So women directors would be even relatives. The appointment of an independent woman director is, the supply source is less. So unless there is a quantum leap in how many women want to take directorships, having many more women independent directors is difficult, number one. Number two, the board is not a debating society. Very few people understand that when you are party to a board, when you're on a board, it's not just about raising issues. It's about raising the right issues at the right time, of being vigilant, of being conscious. That's a matter of training that you cannot just get because you happen to be a director. So that kind of business mind, because ultimately corporates are business communities. They're basically a purpose which is gathered for doing some commercial objective. Unless, therefore, you have a commercial mindset, you can't be a great director.
Great. I can see many questions. We can accommodate one or two, unless you feel you are tired and we need to close. Yeah. Can we have the mic there? This gentleman is there.
Yeah. This is Sanjay Mittal. I am managing director of a company which deals in quality automation. So I have been an entrepreneur for last almost 40 years, and we had operated more on self-regulation. So we didn't get into much trouble, but because we did the legal things. But now after spending so much time in running business, I find it would have been better if somebody has questioned my working for last 40 years. I mean, it would have really helped in shaping the company in a much better way. Today in this seminar, when I see that we are pursuing startups to use this governance, I also see the confusion we are creating in a sense that how do they find the right type of director on their board? How do they select that right set of people who can help them in maneuvering their organization better? And on the other side, I find that like IICA is preparing independent directors, making them aware and ready for this. So on one side, I find the dilemma of a startup, how to go to the right director. On the other side, the independent directors are ready, but don't know how to get into the organization. So this is my query also, and also suggestion that if IICA can create a platform which can do a hand-holding for the startups to know and get into this, and also the independent directors to start getting involved with the startups, I think that will be a great help. Thank you.
No, I'd like to address to this question. So see, I mean, it's a very interesting question you have raised, having lack of bridge between startups and the pool of trained directors who can contribute to them, and the dilemma of the startups of deciding who is right, who is wrong. So some hand-holding might be needed because they might not have that sort of exposure or orientation. So for that matter, like for last 10 years, as in my initial opening remarks when we began in the morning, I mentioned we have worked with large cap companies, public and private sector both, and have engaged with their boards, engaged with the companies, and as an outcome of that, we developed this platform where we accumulated or brought the entire fraternity of independent directors, and we also understood that there is a significant requirement of their capacity building, constant hand-holding, and we have given a window for the companies also, which otherwise was not available before 2019, to opt for certain people if they find them with value based on their own criterias or their own choices. Having realization of what you are saying is our action where we are here today. We are engaging with the startup ecosystem because we understand and appreciate that I understand startup ecosystem is not matured enough, but it is that much matured, having so many unicorns, more than 100, that they require good independent directors, or otherwise in executive capacity also directors who can take them to the next level of growth. So this is our agenda, and this course which we have launched again is with that intent to handhold. It's not just to train one side way, to handhold and to at another level to interact regularly with the startup system to understand their requirements so that we can create this bridge. Of course, it will take time. I'm sure you will find results of this. No, data bank, I have already shared, he is aware that in data bank, like if, like you are running a company for 40 years and you are not finding a source of directors, you can register with us. We have about 37, 38 filtration criterias. Whatever you choose, our system will, give you suggestions on the profiles you may like to consider. If you have a NRC with you, that can consider. If you are running it as a founder-driven business, you can choose who can work with you as a director, who can add value and contribute to it. So we have that mechanism available. A pool of 24,000 directors is also there. So there is a good choice available for you. I'm sure you must have visited, otherwise you can visit that site and you can find. But this is a new bridge we are creating between the data bank or the pool we have of the talent with the startup ecosystem, so that we can give a feed to them as well. Can we have the last question, last one question we can accommodate? We are almost at 5:30, running late.
Thank you. I'm just making a supplementary point. First of all, responding to Shankar, it is a clearly draftsman mistake in the Companies Act 2013. I can point out to many, Shankar. Strictly speaking, I will give you a parallel. Whosoever adapted from the SOX, the fellow wrote management services, while in the SOX it appears management functions, and the entire auditing profession was hit upon. Second, nowhere in the auditor's report, if you read the Companies Act, auditors have to give an opinion on the internal financial control. It's a scope paragraph, but still it is being done. Third, I think startup people should also know how the plethora of standards and the multiplicity of regulators. I am wondering, auditing standards, internal auditing standards, secretarial standards, cost accounting standards, forensic standards, and that too deviation from the global standards. They're inventing something, a new wheel in India. I do not know why they are trying to confuse the business community as such, I think there's a need of serious rethinking on this. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Well noted. Of course, the debate is long. I mean, there are different perspectives on draftings and the provisions or the new elements which have been added to 2013. Shankar may have his own, you may have your own, and if we'll open debate, definitely we'll organize some debate on this. Any specific question to this panel on, relating to startups? Amit has a question. Okay. Any other question before I close? I feel there is no question. There is one. Lack of my vision. Yeah. Okay, so take a mic and thank loudly so that it reaches to us.
Want to thank the panel for such an interesting and insight that you have given on this, and open for questions. So very happy to have such kind of conversations.
Okay, thank you. So here is the time to close. Just to conclude, like in 3 points, of course, there was much more value, many points. I'm sure you must have taken your notes. So in 3 A's, like I would like to conclude, and this is the conclusion of this conclave as well. The first which has emerged, not just from this, but rest of the discussions also. First, having sincere appreciations towards the fact that corporate governance is something which is non-negotiable for the startups, no matter to which stage they belong, and they should catch it young. Means when this appreciation should be there right at the beginning point, no matter they are even thinking about going, listed in later stages or not, because it again is being observed that bigger organizations are not choosing to land up in the security market. So that could be part of their own thinking and thought process. Second is adopt. So we need to, means the startups need to adopt control mechanisms to have them in place. It could be enterprise risk management. It could be, of course, they play on the data, but again, data is a very risky sort. So it needs to be read well so that, as Pankaj has indicated, asymmetry should not exist, not within the board members or otherwise within the key discussion groups, so that it to be used with the right set of information for having speedy decisions, the point which I was indicating, because decisions need to be speedful. And third thing is we need to advance thinking on this. Every time some advancements is required in terms of thinking, that how we can go to the next level as far as the control systems are concerned. So rather than considering costs or considering risk, cost both in terms of money as well as time, because if you are thinking more about it, you are sparing some time which you otherwise can think about markets or innovation. So definitely advancement in thinking is required. We need to think, integrate, then only the solutions will come. So this is the close of my remarks, and this panel, thank you. You appreciated the discussion, and I'm thankful to the panelists of this panel who contributed a lot. As a small token of appreciation, may I request the mementos on the stage. So dear friends, thank you. I'm doing the due towards the close. Before I announce close of this conclave, I'm sure we'll meet again. I would like to thank our partners, Peak 15. We have IVC Association, International Finance Corporation, Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, NFCG, SBI Caps, and SIDBI. I also would like to thank all our distinguished experts and speakers who shifted their busy schedules, have made it to join us here. Some of them have even flown internationally. I would like to thank you all, the audience, and all my colleagues at IICA, and a special thanks to all the media persons who have covered this event. Thank you very much. I announce the close of this conclave.